Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X.
the movie.
Rated X. Rated X.
Okay. Alrighty. Up. Turn that down. Also turn that down as well, but okay. That sounds pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. It's not peaking. Good. Wow. Thank you for that. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you, Hayden. Yeah, if anything else goes, if you guys notice like anything else going on with my stream, let me know. At this point, I don't care if I screw up a couple times because it's live. Why not? Okay, so we're good. So I guess I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing again. I'll just do like a recap. So, this is technically a video store, but it's also a stream where people just come in and chat. Meanwhile, I'm also just going to be going through all of my movie collection because I'm going to be selling them in order to raise money to make a short film. That's right. I'm making a horror short towards the end of the year, and trying to raise money so I can purchase a film permit. I also want to pay actors. I also want to pay for equipment, or mostly renting equipment. But yeah, so all this money is gonna go towards something greater, which is related to art donation. Or if you just want to head over to my donation site, you could just do that. I think it should be, at least on YouTube. On YouTube, it should at least be in the description below. But as of for Twitch and Facebook, I'm gonna just post it in the comments here. Boom. There, that way. If you just want to donate for the movie, there you go. Oh, hey, there's a link right there. And there's also the multi-stream. Wonder if I can actually comment on my own. Oh yeah, I definitely could. Alright, we'll get into this in a sec. So, yep, I can see my thing here. Okay, great. Now I just put the donation link through the stream chat. There's not going to be a lot of people on here, so I think it'll be fine to just put it there. Also, I'm pretty new to this, so I'm not sure how you would put like donation tabs or links on the screen. But maybe if I look up Streamlabs just a little bit more, do some research, then I think it'll work just fine. All right, so now we got all that out of the way. This here is everything that I'm selling and how much I'll be selling it for. 4Ks, $15, $10 for Blu-rays, DVDs and VHSs, both of them are $5. Unlike some other places, I don't want to overprice the heck out of movies, especially certain Blu-rays, because there's some places that will just, like if I go to a local Smith's Market in Utah, do you know how much they would price a DVD? Like over $25 for just one DVD for one movie. That's it. That's quite a bit. But there's some places that are a lot more fair than others, and there's some movies that do kind of deserve like the high pricing, but not in this case here. I want to try to make this at least affordable to people, or at least like as affordable as I would pay for physical media. I'm also selling movie posters as well, and each of them are going to be $30. The reason why is because they're legit movie posters, because I used to work at a movie theater for like 4 years. Yeah, 4 years. I was working for 4 years, so I've collected a bunch of movie posters while I was working there. So we'll get into that soon. I'm also going to be selling Funko Pops as well. Guaranteed with both the movie posters and the Funko Pops. I gotta admit this to you guys, because look, listen, I'm an honest guy. I like to be real with you all. They're not in perfect condition. Some of them are ripped. Not entirely ripped, but maybe the edges are kind of a little like either worn down or kind of ripped, but it's not totally damaged. Or there's just some posters I've had for so long, and some of them even survived like a couple what do you call it? I've had water leaks in my house, and unfortunately got to my posters. Some of those I won't be selling, but then weirdly enough, some of them actually made it through. Alrighty. So anyways, so those are everything I'll be selling. Oh, I forgot to mention collectibles. Collectibles are basically just kind of categorized for movies and Blu-rays for collector sets. I'm trying to remember some of the specific ones. I know that actually I might as well just show one for an example. Oh no! Ooh. All right. So, here's an example. I've had this Avengers. This is like a Phase 1 Blu-ray box set. I got this for Christmas when I was young. And this has all the Marvel movies from the Phase 1 era, from Iron Man to the Avengers. I don't have some of the other ones. Actually, I think they discontinued, because I know they have like a Phase 2 Blu-ray set, but I don't think there's a Phase 3 one. I tried looking on Amazon, but I don't think it exists. But this has like all the movies. It even has like the Tesseract, which it works, but I need to put batteries in there to get it to work again, because it is just kind of basically like a cube that can glow. It's kind of neat if you're a Marvel fan. So this is up for $60. So if you're interested, which I guess that leads me to another explanation. So if I'm totally new to this, right? How am I supposed to buy these? Well, I don't have a PayPal account set up, but for now, I got nice. I pointed it. I have a Venmo. I have my Venmo QR card, so you can get your phone, scan it, and then I do have a kind of a little bit of like a. It's not a lengthy instruction, but for now, I think how this is gonna work is that once you pay for the movie, you'll just comment what was the movie that you want, and then you'll just pay for it. Then I got my email up here, Jackson J Hayes movies at gmail.com. That is where you can email me and send me your shipping info, because if you're local, honestly, I could just deliver it since it's Utah based. But if you live somewhere else outside of Utah, I can head over to a post office and get it shipped to you. So honestly, that's gonna be no biggie. However, if you live outside the U.S., that's gonna require some extra payment for shipping, because oh my goodness, shipping overseas is pricey. So for now, I guess I'm just gonna sticking to something a little naturally, unless if you want to pay full for the shipping, again, out of country wise. But yeah, sorry, I'm just getting a notification right now. Just, someone on Instagram. Okay. But yeah, that's the way how this is going to work. And I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go through every single movie. If any of these look somewhat interesting to you, or if there's one that you've always wanted to own, buy it, man. Get it. I just do it. Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Just do it. All right. So, man, where do we start? Well, I guess actually, there's one thing I could go over, because I've been a physical media collector for a while, and I've had some people tell me like, you can't sell your movies. Like, that's just like almost like giving your life away or something like that. It's sad. It's very hard decision to make, but I also want to make movies. It's something I've always wanted to do. It's one of my, not only just one of my favorite hobbies, it's a career thing I want to pursue. So I do want to make it legitimate. And I think, cause I mean, even if after I make the movie, I could still buy more movies, or hopefully, I don't know. My goal is to maybe get into Criterion Closet. That would be amazing. That'll be worth it just to sell all my Criterions. But this is going to be really, really tough. In fact, I had to play a game to myself of which ones, because there are some movies I did decide to keep. In fact, I'll kind of go through those really quick. So let's look through. Let's look through some of these. So, also, another thing. If there's a movie that you do want, feel free to interrupt, put in the chat box. Let me know if, say, like, hey, Jackson, do you got Pirates of the Caribbean? Okay, yeah, I do. and I'll let you know what I own it. Like, do I have it on DVD, Blu-ray, or whatever? So yeah, ask me some questions. Ask me some questions if I own any certain movies. I mean, I don't have like the biggest collection in the world, but if I'm lucky enough to own the movie that you want, then I'll let you know. All right, so I'll go through a quick rundown of all the movies I'm deciding not to sell, because either I admire these movies too much as movies, or I just love these Blu-rays so much I don't want to give away personally. So I guess we'll start off with, I got Wall-E on Criterion. This is like a 4K Blu-ray release. So the reason why I'm not selling this, actually I love Wall-E. It's a great movie. Also, it's a gift. Actually, I got it through a Best Buy gift card. Actually, Hayden and Sarah, this is what I got from the Best Buy gift card. This. And it was absolutely worth it. It's the first time Criterion has ever released a movie for Disney and Pixar. So that's kind of neat. I'm kind of surprised that they chose Wall-E first. But yeah, I don't know. If there's other Pixar movies I'd like to see to get on Criterion, man, Monsters Inc. would be great, or Incredibles. Definitely Toy Story movies, I could see that. That could be cool. So yeah, that's Wall-E. I also got Midsommar Director's Cut. FYI, no, I don't have the other Blu-ray where it just has the regular version. But for now, all I have is this. I love the Midsommar Director's Cut. Also, great horror movie in general. Now, I was thinking about it really hard because I'm like, I could just buy another one of this, right? Well, here's the thing. It's kind of a limited Blu-ray set. Is it also for? No, I bought this on Blu-ray, but it's kind of a limited edition of this movie. And I remember one time they were going on for sale with this movie, and for a while they were out of stock, which that meant if it's a rare movie, that means you have to like go through or search through eBay, Amazon, and find like the most moderate price, which usually they would rate it like $60 or over, or sometimes $100. So I don't know. I feel like if I give away this one, it will be kind of hard to get back. So I don't know. I'm keeping this. Plus, I love the director's cut for this movie. I also have the Twin Peaks box sets. I got the original Twin Peaks that includes the first 2 seasons and the movie Fire Walk with Me. And I got the new Twin Peaks, The Return. Huge Twin Peaks fan. Fun fact, this is probably the most expensive one I've ever bought in my life, because this is a special kind of Blu-ray where if you open it up, this is actually really cool. You can open it up. Whoa! And it has like all these cool images of like Twin Peaks. So it has like I said, it has like all the everything from season 1 and 2 to Fire Walk with Me. But apparently they don't make this set anymore. Like, it's out of print. And I bought it for $200. Yep. $200 for this. But you know what? It was worth it. I gave that one away. Also, this is kind of cool. For any fans of Twin Peaks who have seen the new show, I love how they made this. Because you got like Evil Cooper, and then you got Dale Cooper. And I love this when you open it up. Dougie! I love that. That is just so adorable. I love how they included Dougie. So yeah, I love Twin Peaks. I love a lot of David Lynch stuff. Alright, and then... yep, I still got some more. Okay, so I got 2 John Carpenter movies I'm keeping because I love John Carpenter. He's my favorite director. The Thing, Escape from New York. Great movies. I also got King Kong. The reason why I'm keeping this is because there are other... for one thing, I love these kind of Blu-rays that have like the books where they have like pictures and facts about the movies. It's kind of cool. But also, there's a really cool documentary where I think it was at the time when Peter Jackson was making his King Kong remake, and he was trying to do like a little project where he's recreating a lost scene from King Kong, because around the 1930s, there was a thing called the Hays Code, which is kind of like the stricter version of the MPA rating. Like, no matter what movie is out, like before they release it, they'll check it and cut like anything that's like slightly inappropriate to them. And unfortunately, King Kong like got cut up quite a bit. Luckily, most of the footage was found, except for one, which was a sequence where they were going through like they were going through like a spider pit and they're fighting like all these monsters. So that never came to be. But Peter Jackson made a little project where he wanted to recreate the entire scene, but using it in the same way how they made the movie back in 1933, or technically it would be before then. But it's pretty cool. The only reason I'm keeping this is because there are other King Kong DVD and Blu-rays recently, but they actually don't have that Peter Jackson documentary. That's so lame. So that's another reason why I'm keeping this. Orson Welles, F for Fake. I could easily get this again, but honestly, I really admire this movie. It actually really inspired me when it comes to editing. It's such a fascinating movie. I remember I watched this because I only just seen one movie from Orson Welles. Pretty sure you can just guess right away what that is. So I had to watch another one because, he's an interesting filmmaker. And one thing I really admire about this movie a lot is that the movie kind of goes through an interesting topic about con artists, and it's kind of a really interesting it makes you feel like you're going through like an acid trip, which is just treated as a documentary, but it's also a documentary about con artists that are able to make like fake paintings to look like realistic paintings that matches the artist's painting. Or there's like this one segment where there was like a guy who was impersonating what's his name? Is his name Howard Hughes? Yeah, Howard Hughes. And because Howard Hughes didn't want to be public on the radio or any type of any recorded formatted, but there was a guy who sounded exactly like him, and there was like a bunch of experts that would say like, oh yeah, no, he's the real thing. It's insane. I won't get into the movie any further than that. I would say just watch it. It's so worth watching. Punch Drunk Love. Again, I could easily get this, but I adore this movie. I love Punch Drunk Love so much. It's just, it's my everything. Freddy Got Fingered. Yeah. I think it's rare. There's no Blu-ray release for this. Yeah, I'm keeping it. It's also fun to watch with friends. Borat. I'm keeping this because I love the DVD. I love it too much. Look at this. It's, I remember when I first bought this, I was legitimately confused because I thought, the cover looks pretty bad. It looks so worn out. I can't read half of it. It's all in Kazakhstan or Russian writing. Then I opened the DVD, and I think Sacha Baron Cohen and everyone behind Borat is such a genius because the DVD itself, it's like one of those weird DVD ROMs that you would like say like when you put a CD in your computer, you put your music in and such. It's just, and so this is what confused me. I'm like, oh, somebody just took that but just wrote Borat. But what I didn't know is that I see the copyright logo for Fox, so clearly that was intentional. I admire that a lot. So I love Borat. Love it so much. I'm proud to own this movie. SpongeBob. Yep, not selling this one. Actually, this was kind of hard to get because I just wanted the first movie, but there was like a release currently. There's like Walmart and a bunch of other places where if you're gonna get the SpongeBob movie, you have to get it like at a pack where you have to get the other two movies. I didn't mind the what is it, Sponge Out of Water. That one was pretty good, but I just wanted the first one. Like, I think the first one's just a legit great movie in general. Okay. Now, there are some certain Facebook groups that I've sent invites to, because I know some of them are Godzilla fans. And I'll just tell you this. There are other Godzilla movies I'm selling, but not these. So, because I just found out they're out of print. This one mostly. I saw on my Amazon list I was gonna get a Blu-ray version. It was $4, or no, it was $9. It was $9. Then I checked it like last week. It's now $69. What the fuck? $69 for this? That's probably because it was out of print. And it's really weird because this has been out of print for like years. And it just kind of feels like it's been lucky since Miramax released Godzilla vs. Biollante. Because both these movies, for some reason, because Toho is fine releasing all their other wow, I just hit my microphone stand. Like, they're fine with releasing all of their Godzilla movies, but it's just these ones. These ones are the ones that are kind of hard to get. You can't even watch them on streaming. Or I don't know about Godzilla vs. Biollante, but yeah, they're kind of hard to stream. Hey, Toho, why don't you actually just, I don't know, really give them a like nice 4K or something? I'll buy it. The Spider-Man trilogy, since I picked these movies, if there's like a Blu-ray or DVD I want to keep, I kept this movie because I thought I should keep a certain movie that's from one of my favorite directors. One of them is Sam Raimi. In fact, Sam Raimi is such a huge inspiration. One of his Evil Dead movies is kind of like my inspiration to make this Who or What. So I clearly love this man. I had to decide whether or not if I wanted to keep some of the Evil Dead movies or this. So I chose this because I think I just kind of these movies really resonate with me throughout my childhood, and as I grow up, these just kind of keep getting better and better. It's one of those childhood movies that never ages for me. I know some people will say, you know, they're cheesy and such, but I like that. I like cheesiness. I like the goofiness of comic book movies. I wish more comic book movies were a lot more weird, self-aware, and goofy. Like Marvel's goofy, but they're not like, I don't know, they're just kind of basic. Not too basic, but Eraserhead. I wanted to keep a David Lynch movie. Well, I have the Twin Peaks show. I also have some others from him. I was deciding either this or Blue Velvet, but this was not only my first introduction to him, but it's also my favorite movie from David Lynch. I also love like Mulholland Drive, and like I said, Blue Velvet, Straight Story, but this one just sticks to me more. I think this was the movie that kind of got me into the genre of like art house films. Even though it's mostly like a horror film, but it does definitely step into experimental art house movies. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. My favorite movie from David Fincher is Social Network, but honestly, I have like this urge to keep this one. It's like, I think it's up there with one of my favorite David Fincher movies. I mean, I love his crime movies, and this was like, I would say so far out of all of his filmography, this is probably his darkest film he's ever made. So yeah, it's an interesting watch. All right, so I got a few more. Let's do some VHSs. Okay, so there's a few VHSs I'm keeping. I have a bunch of Star Wars VHSs, but I'm keeping this because it's the original version, and also I kind of grew up with my grandparents owning this, and so this kind of makes me think or reflect very fondly. Oh, this has got a fun story. This one I'm not selling either. So, Terminator. I was on a high school film set. I was an actor. I played as one of the main leads for a short called Benevolent Boys. It's kind of a fun movie. It's on YouTube. Go check it out. Free promotion. Go see it. Support Will McAllister in East Hollywood High School. Awesome movie. Anyways, I have a lot of fond memories with making the movie. In fact, actually, I'll just show you guys really quick. Just something really cool. See if I can get these without knocking them over. Oh wow, that is like tight in there. Wait. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, baby. I got it. Alright. So, this is Benevolent Boys. They turned a short film and put it on VHS. I'm on a cover of a VHS movie. That's me right there. Yeah, I had a good time making this movie. Oh, I had a really good friend of mine. Shout out to Emma Houts, because she's an awesome. Well, she was the assistant director, but she also encouraged herself to do a lot of the art department stuff, and she wanted to make Funko Pops for the whole cast. So I got myself a Funko Pop of my character, Stu. That's awesome. I have a Funko Pop of me and a VHS of me. I love it. I love both of these. So anyways, yeah, while I was filming these movies, I was on a set of a living room where it's supposed to be set around the 90s. And there's like this shelf of like a bunch of VHS movies that the characters would own, because all the characters are like stuck in the 80s. So I found Terminator in the shelf, and I was like, oh man, that would be so cool to own that, because Terminator is one of my favorite movies. And luckily, while they were asking the cast, like, hey, if there's anything that you want from the set to keep as like a what's the word I'm looking for? What is the word I'm looking for? Just to keep out of memory, we'll just say that. And so I was like, got it, done. But I also kept the other things. I have some of the wardrobe from Benevolent Boys. I used to have the suspenders, but they're gone. So, oof. But I still have the VHS and also some of my other stuff. I even have the hat for it. Is that still in here too? I think. Oh yeah, it is still there. It's on my. You can see it. It's on my record player. Yeah, that was the hat I wore for the movie. So, yeah, long story, but lots of memories. All right. I also got Keg Musha. This is all wrapped up really nicely. I found this at a Gray Whale, which is in down South Salt Lake in Taylorsville. Really great place. I love to go there to get their records and also their movies, physical movies. But I found this. I love Akira Kurosawa. Love his movies. I also really love Keg Musha. Keg Musha is so underrated. I don't know. It's slightly ripping. But this is kind of really cool just to see it wrapped up. I personally don't want to open it, but this is cool. And then I got another Godzilla vs. Biollante on VHS too. This is also wrapped up. Nice. But yeah, so I own two. With my Godzilla vs. Biollante DVD, I could just sell it, but there's one little issue. The DVD's scratched. Like, I remember the last time I tried to put it into my PlayStation, like, it would play half of the movie, but then it would just, my PS4 would just crash. So, that kind of sucks. I don't think anybody would want to buy that. And at least if I wanted to watch Godzilla vs. Biollante, at least I got this. I also have a bootleg version, surprisingly. Is that over there? Huh, I actually don't see it. Yeah, no, I don't think I see it, but I also have, like, yeah, I had a bootleg DVD too. I wonder where that is. Oh, no, wait, I see it. Never mind. I found it. Maybe I could put this up for sale. Okay. All right, Godzilla fans. You ready? This is for sale. This is a bootleg copy of Godzilla. You can tell because they had a... you can tell the way how it's printed and everything. It's just not... It's not released like a real DVD. I got this online because as a kid, I really, really wanted to see this movie. And it sucked that I couldn't... there was just no place where I could rent it or find it. There was no DVDs released for it back in the day. So, this is all there is. So yeah, this one's for sale though. $5. If anybody wants it, let me know. Godzilla vs. Biollante. Where am I gonna set that for now? I might as well just set it right there. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all the VHSs. Okay, so I got 2 more stacks to go. All right, here's some more movies that I'm personally keeping, and they're not for sale. Pink Floyd's The Wall. There's no Blu-ray for this. Also, I love this movie. I admire it. It's probably one of the most fascinating kind of music videos that's turned into a movie. Like, this one's kind of really cool because I really like how Pink Floyd's The Wall is kind of like, there's like a narrative story going on throughout the album, and they were able to turn that into a movie. That's kind of really cool. I wish they would do that for Dark Side of the Moon. Also, this is just such a cool DVD. You just open this up. Hey, it looks like the brick wall, like on the album. You open it up. It's got the cool album. You got the movie, right? Well, there's also this. This is the... Again, another reason why I'm not for sale. Comes with a poster. Yowza. That looks really cool. That is neat. I really wish... apparently from what I heard one of the major leads of the band, what's his name? Roger Waters, since he wrote the Wall album, for some reason, even though he's going on tour and performing, he actually doesn't want, like, he actually kind of reflects a little unfondly with The Wall, which I guess that's kind of the reason why there hasn't been, like, a Blu-ray release for this. I don't know. This should be a Criterion release, if you ask me. Okay. Ooh, my hair is sticking up. Alright. Red Rocket. I'm not giving this one away. Even though, again, I could easily buy this one. But I adored the movie so much. I love Sean Baker. I like his previous movies, like Tangerine and Florida Project. So I had to see this in the theater. It was worth it. And I remember when I bought this on Blu-ray, literally I watched it, I think at least 3 straight times that day because I just loved every single bit of this movie. I love the fact how, because Simon Rex is kind of a based, well-known actor, but the rest of the cast, the director just kind of basically found like random people he met and asked them, hey, do you want to be in this movie? All I have to do is just play as yourself. And weirdly enough, it kind of makes it really charming. So I love Red Rocket. Very underrated movie. One of my favorites from the 2020s. I think this is the only Stanley Kubrick movie I'll be keeping. Mostly because I love Barry Lyndon. This is like everything I would hate within a movie. I personally don't like period piece movies that are set around the time period of like oh man, this is gonna be really hard to describe, but like around the 16 to the 1800s, because usually those kind of period piece movies, to me, they're very boring. Not into them. They're not my cup of tea. So I thought, why would I like this? It's 3 hours. It takes place in a similar time period, although this is based on a novel. It's not actually based on an actual person. The only reason why I watched it was because it was directed by Stanley Kubrick. Man, oh man, he blew my expectations away. I didn't care how long it was. I was really enjoying it throughout the entire thing. The cinematography is beautiful. Every single shot looks like pretty much a painting, like exactly like a painting. And it's weirdly funny too. Like it's a strange, funny, dark comedy. It's kind of like a rise and fall about this guy who goes through like many wars, and eventually he kind of marries like a really wealthy rich woman. Then he becomes like the most immature like asshole towards the end of the movie. It's interesting. I really like this. Very, very surprised. I love it so much. One of my favorite movies. If you're gonna make me play that game of, because there's like that game that people play where like you have to, if you were on an island, you only had like one book to read, one song to listen to, one movie to watch, what would those be? I can guarantee you this: Uncut Gems is up there in my top 5 favorite movies. I don't know where it's ranked because I actually don't really have a ranked of favorite movies, but I know for certain this one will be pretty close, or it's in that list because I have no issue with this movie whatsoever. I admire the Safdie brothers, and Adam Sandler in this is just phenomenal. In fact, I'm shocked that he didn't get he got some like awards for this movie, but he didn't get like an Oscar nomination for this, which is insane because like out of like I think because I remember what Joaquin Phoenix won Best Actor that year for being a Joker. He was great in Joker, right? But here's the thing. Adam Sandler was not just playing as like just Adam Sandler. I didn't watch this movie and I'm watching Adam Sandler. I'm watching the character. I'm watching Howard Ratner. That's how good he was in this movie. God, yeah, I admire this so much. This one I don't want to give away because it's one of my favorite movies. Okay, next up is Alien Anthology Blu-ray set. Does that cover the... Yeah, it kind of does. Okay, so I have to remember that. But this is the Alien Anthology box set. This doesn't have all of them, although I do own Prometheus and Alien Covenant. But this only has Alien to Alien Resurrection. The only reason why I'm keeping this is because I love this box set. Like, they just don't make stuff like this anymore. Well, except for, like, there's, like, a really good, like, this Blu-ray company called Arrow Videos, Shout Factory. Those guys make great box sets. Anyways, but this is really cool. Like, you open it up, it's got some cool images. Like, you got the movie, more cool images, there's aliens. I also really like how, because I do own Alien and Aliens separately on Blu-ray. The only problem was it didn't have any bonus features. This does, and I don't know, I kind of like to watch the bonus features for the Alien movies. So yeah, I could sell this as a collectible, but sorry, keeping this. I like this way too much. Shin Godzilla. I could easily buy this movie again, but the only reason why I'm keeping this is because it's the first Godzilla movie that I watched in a theater. Or, I mean, I guess technically you could say 2014 was my first Godzilla movie. But, you know, for a Godzilla movie that was released, like an original Godzilla movie from Toho, released from Japan, that's a pretty rare experience to get. And I feel so lucky to see this one in the theater. So, this one would always just mean a lot to me. Plus, I love Godzilla, obviously. Dark Crystal. I don't know if Hayden is still watching this and Sarah, but not selling this. Not selling this either. Because I like Dark Crystal. I love the bonus features. I love watching all the puppeteering stuff with the behind the scenes. Like I said, booklets. Again, I love these kind of booklets where I have the pictures and everything. So yeah, I'm not giving this one away. Because I like Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal's cool. Blade Runner. I'm selling Blade Runner 2049 because I'm pretty sure there is a better package Blu-ray out there than the one I got. But this is kind of cool. This is how I got introduced to Blade Runner. Basically, I wanted to watch this movie. So, but I didn't know where to start because people will tell me that there's different director's cuts for this. And I thought, okay, I'll start with the original version. But they didn't have like a DVD where they give you like an option to watch like the director's cut and the original version. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to buy this because it not only includes the original version, there's five different versions of Blade Runner. I mean, what? So there's the original theatrical release. There's an international version where there's like one shot that was cut out of the movie, a director's cut from the 90s, and then there's a final cut, which is like Ridley Scott's preferred way to watch this movie. And there's even a work print. You can even watch a work print version of this. That is insane. If a Star Wars movie, like if like the recent Star Wars 4K and Blu-rays don't give you the option to like watch like the special edition or the original versions, but yet with Blade Runner, you could watch like 5 different versions. What the fuck? Seriously, what's up with that, Disney? Okay, I got some other Godzilla movies. These ones I'm keeping too because I actually have fond memories of these. Godzilla Final Wars, Tokyo SOS, Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, and GMK. Very long title. I'm not going to read that, but I adore this one. Oh my goodness. This one's so fun. Dawn of the Dead on DVD. There's no Blu-ray. Apparently the guy who owned the rights for Dawn of the Dead, he refuses to give the rights, but also this person, or I don't know if it's a person or a guy, but he does, from what I've heard, this person who owns the distribution rights for Dawn of the Dead doesn't want to give it away, but he hasn't done a single thing. Like, he hasn't released any new Blu-rays, new sets, or remasters, or anything. Just nothing. Nothing. It's just letting it sit there and just rot. Why? Why would you do that? I don't understand that. Like, what do you get out of that if you hold the rights for that long? Seriously. So, I heard this is a rare DVD, so I had to get this. Then I found out on YouTube, there's actually some people that restored the movie on 4K. Like, you can actually watch it on YouTube now in 4K resolution. Well, hey, you know what? If the internet ever goes down, if there's like an internet apocalypse, at least I still got this. These ones are kind of a little obscured, but these are like DVDs I got from my high school. Of course, I'm not selling these because I don't know who would want them. The only reason why I have these is because my short films are in there. Like, this is a web series I actually used to work on called Paradise High. Pretty good show. My short film is on here. The Gym, which is right there. And then I have another short film like collection DVD. And this one, oh, it doesn't say on the back. But I know I have like an Indiana Jones movie that's like in here. What is it? Search for the Lost Story. It's in this. So that's the only reason why I bought it. And again, I'm going to apologize to Star Wars fans. I also have a Blu-ray DVD of not DVD. I have a Blu-ray of the original Star Wars movies despecialized. These are like the Harmy despecialized versions where it's nice and crisp, like a Blu-ray. It's completely restored. It doesn't have any of the special edition crap and such. Just the way how it was back in 1977, 1980, and 1983. For your information, I found this on Facebook. So if you do want to get a copy of this, you might be able to find this on a Facebook market. But hey, who knows? Alright, so I got one more stack to go through. Just kind of looking really quick and see how we're doing notification on Facebook. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, that's nice. I have a friend who shared my donation page. That's awesome. Shout out to Cody Gearhart. He's an awesome dude. Awesome filmmaker, too. All right, one more stack to go through. Let's see if I can reach these. Oh no. Okay. Look. Woo. Okay. So, I got Royal Tenenbottoms on Criterion. I also got Blue Was the Warmest Color. I love Royal Tenenbottoms. I actually haven't seen this movie. I just heard it's 3 hours long, and it's like a romance movie. I really like this actress. Her name is I think it's Leia Sudé. I don't know how to pronounce her name correctly, but she's a pretty good actress. And when I heard that she was in this, I thought, oh, cool. I really like her. I think she's a great actress. But yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I got these as a gift, so that's another reason why I'm not giving them away. The rest of these, so really quick, I want to give a big shout out to a really great video store in Bountiful, Utah called Top Hat Video. It's basically one of the longest running video stores that's been going on for like 40 years. And it was my childhood go-to place to rent movies. Even when like Hollywood Video and Blockbuster was out of business, Top Hat was still going because it was kind of like a small community business. And I always go there to rent movies like every week. And I'm always that guy that keeps forgetting to return them. Actually, I literally got emotionally teared up because, well, I guess one thing, this place, Top Hat, is officially closing down within this year. I think Tuesday is like their last day because they're trying to sell all of their movies. So I went there twice to get myself a couple movies in order of remembrance of them. So big shout out to them. I also have a documentary about Top Hat, which actually after the stream, I'm going to try to upload it on YouTube because last night I was working on, working on it to kind of make sure it looks neat, make sure it sounds okay. But yeah, it's going to get posted on YouTube tonight. So big shout out to Top Hat Video. I'm going to miss that place so much. So yeah, I got some stuff from my childhood. So again, the reason why I'm not selling these, they're Top Hat videos. Nobody's gonna get it but me or anyone, except for people who live in Bountiful or even people who have been into like video stores. So, anyways, so I got like this SpongeBob season 2. Got disc 1 and disc 2. I thought, hey, why not? I love the early seasons of. I really love the early seasons of SpongeBob. I think because if you watch SpongeBob to this day, even as an adult, like the first 3 seasons are still really good. Like they're not just like good kid shows, they're just well written. It's a well written comedy with like funny absurdist characters, quirky animation. And then of course it had to be one of those shows where it's like it's still going for like after 20 years. I don't think any sitcom or comedy should last for that long because things get stale for a while. Anyways, Spider-Man to Spider-Verse. Had to get it. Also, favorite movie. So I'm not giving this away. I also got Jim Carrey's Man on the Moon. I've heard a lot about this movie, and I know about the documentary where Jim Carrey was literally crazy on set, and he was really in character playing as Andy Kaufman. So I want to see this. I'm kind of excited. Then I got One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Pretty good movie. I cannot for the life of me pronounce this title, but it's an Alfonso Cuarón movie. I've always wanted to see this. I know there's a Criterion Blu-ray out there, but like I said, until I get to that hopefully if I get to that Criterion closet, I will grab it. Because I know there is a Criterion version. But for now, I'm just going to stick with this. Because I've always wanted to check this movie out. I've heard a lot of great things about it. Don't Breathe. Saw this once in theaters. I've always wanted to watch it again. It's pretty good, honestly. I really like this one. Jackie. I thought this was pretty good as well. Actually, I have a poster for this, too. With the same cover. Really good one. I really like this just because Natalie Portman nailed it with the role. This is also directed by Pablo Larraín. I think that's how you pronounce his name. He also directed Spencer recently with Kristen Stewart. He's a pretty interesting director. I really like some of his movies. Then I got Us. Bruno, since I love Borat. Honestly, Bruno is super underrated. If you guys like Borat, and if you love gay humor, and a little bit of shock humor too, then you'll like this. You'll like this quite a bit. My favorite Martin Scorsese film. King of fucking comedy. I love it. I like this more than Taxi Driver. I like this more than pretty much a lot of his movies, but I think this one's my favorite out of all of them. I can see why many people would say like his best movies like Goodfellas or Last Passion of the Christ or Taxi Driver, but honestly, I think this movie just works very well. Like in a way, like Taxi Driver, it's a character study, but it's weirdly dark, like a dark comedy, and it's just kind of the character that Robert De Niro plays as, Robert Pumpkin. He's such a strange person. Like, strange enough that you want to follow throughout the rest of the movie. Just like, this guy seems really weird, really off. And he's trying to get into this TV show just to be like the host of a show. We'll see where this goes. It's bizarre. See it. It's worth it. It's very, very funny. Oh, might as well just get the other one. Okay. I think might as well head back to Top Hat to get the rest. But Jackass 3, and I got the new Jackass Forever. No joke. This was actually my favorite movie of last year. I've never laughed any harder in a movie theater. Like my cheeks were hurting towards the end of the movie. I was laughing so much just because there was so much. I just love the fact that these guys are like in their 50s and their 40s and they're still doing like these crazy ass stunts that could get them killed, all just for entertainment. I also got Ghost Story. This is actually really good. I used to not really like this, but after giving this a second watch, it kind of gave me more of an it kind of opened my mind more towards this movie, just because it kind of felt like it was a very slow and patient film throughout most of the movie. So I guess that was something I didn't notice. Maybe I was really tired when I first watched it, but no, I respect it. I really like it. In fact, this director also did The Green Knight, which actually I used to had, but that was sold, luckily. But I would love to get The Green Knight again. In fact, I think because since A24 released like that Midsummer like collector's edition, they did that for Green Knight too. That'd be cool to get that. All right, one more. Requiem for a Dream. I watched this movie once. It fucked me up. Oh Jesus! Like I would not recommend this for the faints of heart, but I would recommend this to everybody because it's an interesting experience. An interesting experience that says a lot about like addiction. Oh, this is a director's cut? I didn't know that. Huh. Well, I didn't know that. Okay, so far there's only 2 viewers, but for anyone who has seen this movie, is it worth checking out the director's cut? I didn't know I got the director's cut when I bought this. All right. Pretty much that is literally all the movies I'm keeping. Every movie I just listed there is what I'm not selling. They're either way too personal for me to give away, or some of them are to me are just too cool to give away. But otherwise, wow, we were only like an hour and 11 minutes in. We got so much time, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, I think it's time to start the real deal. I've been posting for a while, but I think this is it. No, not I think. This is it. Let's start selling some movies. Shall we? All right, let me just get my first stack here really quick. All right, let's start with this. Yeah, you're gonna see me walking back and forth and everything. Where's my headphones? Oh, it's right there. I also want to get a drink of water too. Oh, wow. Okay, that felt good. Okay. Let's do this. Starting off. Do the Right Thing. Spike Lee joint. This is such a cool Criterion cover. Look at this. This is beautiful. Look at it's colorful. I love this too. When you open this up, because if you've seen the movie, you know because the movie has this theme structure of racial discrimination. And one thing I really love about this is when you open it up, because you got like an art piece of all the characters from the movie. Like there's Spike Lee's character. What's his name? Jesus from Big Lebowski. John Turturro. So many others. There's more of the characters. And I love this where you kind of got like the essay that's written for the movie. It's got all the flags from where the characters were from. That is so cool. It's my favorite Spike Lee film. I want to see more from him. I've only seen this. I've seen The Five Bloods on Netflix and what's the other one? Black Klansman, and She's Gotta Have It. Okay, so I have seen like a few from him, but I want to see more from Spike Lee. Spike Lee is a really interesting filmmaker. I like the way how he presents his movies. They're almost kind of like documentaries, but he's interviewing like fictional characters. So where am I going to set this? Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to put some of these back just so I have some sort of room to put my movies. Okay. Yeah, I'm really down to one person. That's okay. Ooh. They're still sticking out. Okay. Let's get back. Yeah. Alright. Spike Lee. So, since this is Blu-ray, and this is a Criterion, I was thinking about putting this as a collectible, but honestly, I think I would just kind of put this as a special deal for Blu-rays. Since it's Blu-ray, $10. That's right, you heard me. I'm selling a Criterion movie for $10. All right, next up I got Hateful Eight. Really good Quentin Tarantino movie. I think this is the first Quentin Tarantino movie I've seen in the theater. Because what came out before this one? It was... What came out before the Hateful Eight? Because I know he did Kill Bill 1 and 2. Death Proof. Inglourious Basterds. Yeah, I think Inglourious Basterds was the last thing he made. So yeah, Hateful Eight. Amazing. Amazing movie. Just gotta raise this up just a little bit. There we go. Perks of being a wallflower. I love this movie. I love coming of age movies. This one made me cry a few times. So I love this. Oh wow, look, it's Ezra Miller. Lion King. I think one thing to note, if you get this, Perks of a Wallflower, $10. I think this has it does. So if you buy this Lion King Blu-ray, it comes with this it comes with like a 35mm film cell, which that's actually kind of cool. Interstellar did this too, where their Blu-rays would include like film Celluloids from the movie. It's kind of interesting. All right, so I'm gonna put this back in here. Yeah, Lion King. Aquaman. I kind of get a weird, ironic enjoyment out of this. It's good, but it's also pretty bad. But it's also pretty fun, weird, and goofy. Sometimes it can be pretty boring. Sometimes it can be baffling. It's a movie with everything. I don't know. I kind of admire it, but yeah. Aquaman. Like I said, with the Alien box set, I also own the Alien movies, some of the Alien movies separately. The only one I don't have separately on Blu-ray is Alien 3 and Resurrection. But I have, like I said, Prometheus and Alien Covenant. But yeah, Aliens, pretty good. This also comes with there's two different versions of this movie. There's the original cut, and there's like a special edition version where it's basically like an extended cut for Aliens. So if you're interested, $10. Next up, Halloween, the 2018 movie. I actually own all the Halloween movies, which actually I don't know if all of them were purchased. But at this point, I've almost owned every single Halloween movie. The only ones I was missing was Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. But I might as well get into that more once I show you my Halloween Blu-ray collection. But yeah, 2018. And so far, out of all the Halloween movies and franchise, this one's pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, here we go. Like I said, Prometheus, Alien Covenant. I didn't mind Prometheus. I used to hate it at first because I thought it was too ambiguous. But I do kind of appreciate its efforts because it is kind of an interesting concept about the idea about like man, God, the creator. What's the point of life? At least it tries. There's just like, I guess my only issue with this movie is that there's just a bunch of characters I find a little too stupid to follow. But I personally did not like Alien Covenant. It's just another Alien movie. There's just not much to add. So, eh. But yeah, if you want these, $10. $10. $10. Oh. Ooh. Blue Velvet. Ooh, this one was a hard choice because I love Blue Velvet so much. But I only had to keep a few from my favorite directors. I mean, I am keeping the Twin Peaks series. They're television series. Meanwhile, Razorhead's a movie. I was like, I could keep both, but I didn't want to get too into like picking which ones where I'm like, nope, I'm keeping all of them. And I got The Shining, classic. American Psycho, classic. Ooh, Parasite, another Criterion movie. $10. $10. $10 off a Criterion Blu-ray. That's right, you heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. $10. But yeah, Parasite. I love this movie so much. One thing that's really cool when you get this Criterion set of Parasite, it comes with a black and white version, which is actually kind of really cool. I would recommend watching that if you ever get the time. I got Steelbook, District 9. So District 9's pretty cool. I like the movie quite a bit. Nocturnal Animals, really good thriller, and very interesting opening credits. That's all I'll say about that. Gone Girl, fantastic, fucking tastic David Fincher thriller. Also, fun fact, this was my first R-rated movie I've seen in a theater. Then, speaking of Scorsese, Taxi Driver. One thing that's worth owning with this Blu-ray is when you open it, like, that's kind of sick. Okay. Well, you want to know, I'm going to show you something even cooler. You get, like, if you pull this out here, this is a little hard to get off. There we go. Basically, it comes with, basically kind of like a photo collection of the movie. There's the poster. Got another official picture. These are kind of really neat. These could be really cool to like put up on your wall and everything. So that's awesome. Oh, look, there's Scorsese and Robert. Awesome. I love that scene in the movie. Really good movie too. It's a fascinating character study. It's sometimes really weird and disturbing. Obviously, that's what I was going for. I only have one issue with this Blu-ray, because when you get the photos out, they're kind of a little tough to put back. Especially if you want to put it back properly. Alright, so there's that. Alright, let me get some more. Ooh-wee. Little water break. Man, it's still snowing. Hell is snowing. Let's see, where's... Okay. Let's knock over my stack. Okay. Next up. I'm gonna burp. Excuse me. Sing Street. This is also one of my favorite movies. But it's on Netflix. I can watch it at any time. This doesn't have a lot of crazy bonus features, but if you really love Sing Street, or if you just haven't seen it, my God, watch it. It's so good. It's a really, really good feel-good movie. Probably one of my favorite feel-good movies. No, not probably. It is. Fantastic Mr. Fox. Also on Criterion. I'm just gonna go on and on how all these Criterion covers have amazing covers, but my God, this is beautiful. Like, look how I love I love the colors. It's so complimentary to the movie. This is beautiful. Even there's even like oh that's really cool. They have like pictures of like the stop motion puppets. I love that. I adore this movie. It's one of my favorites from Wes Anderson. All right, Mandy. This movie's also fucking awesome. I was debating whether or not to keep this one, but I can always buy it again. So this is a really good horror film. I recommend it. Well, I guess it's more like a horror action movie. And if you love Nicolas Cage, let me tell you, it's worth watching for Nicolas Cage because he could be either legit really good in this movie, or maybe I would even say he's kind of Oscar worthy. But also you also get his crazy side. It's amazing. I don't want to give it away. If you have not seen this, check it out. It's so pretty, so beautiful. And I love the music too. My God, music's so good. I do own some Marvel movies. I got Avengers Infinity War. I like this movie quite a bit. I think it's my favorite Marvel movie out of all of them. Alien. Love the movie. Got Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Steelbook. This is the only... I don't have the other Texas Chainsaw movies. I just have the first one. Actually, I like the second one. The second one was surprisingly pretty funny. But I love this movie. So good. I saw this in a theater. No joke. I saw it. It was like a late screening, and I parked my car out like a couple blocks away, and I got out of the movie late, and I was seeing it alone by myself. Oh boy. I mean, it really makes you think about being in a place or middle of nowhere with strangers. Get Out. I love Jordan Peele. I love his movies. I also really like Nope too. Nope is really good. Scanners. Believe it or not, I actually have not seen this yet. It's like, why am I selling this if I haven't seen it? Maybe I know it's on Criterion Channel. I think it's on some streaming service. It might be on HBO, but maybe if I got time, or if this hasn't been sold yet, I'll try to give it a watch. Because I like David Cronenberg. He's kind of an interesting filmmaker. I love body horror films. Knives Out. Oh, FYI, Blu-ray's not in here. It's in my PS4 because I was watching it a couple weeks ago in preparation for Glass Onion, which I like Glass Onion. That one's pretty fun. So, Knives Out. My favorite movie from Rian Johnson. I love Rian Johnson. He's such a cool guy. I like his movies. Straight Outta Compton. I was really into this movie, but it just turns out I just actually really like NWA. They're a really good rap group. This comes with a director's cut. I've seen both versions. I mean, I don't think the director's cut really adds much other than because it is just kind of more like it is just kind of just more extended scenes in the movie. But yeah, pretty good. It's one of those rare music biopics I actually kind of enjoyed. It's up there with what is it? Rocket Man. I like Rocket Man too. Then I got the HBO series Chernobyl. This is a really good miniseries. In fact, currently The Last of Us show, I mean, the writer who wrote and created Chernobyl is also the same writer who's also adapting The Last of Us. So that's awesome. So far, I actually kind of like the show. I mean, it's not really surprising to me because I played the video game before, so I kind of know what's coming up. But they made some changes I was actually kind of okay with. But I haven't seen episode 2, and I know the third episode is coming out as well. No spoilers, please. Okay. Got another Marvel movie, Guardians of the Galaxy. This one's also fun. This one's also one of my favorite Marvel movies. 9 is really good. I used to watch this a lot when I was a kid. It's just it's kind of interesting where it's an animated film where I would say it is kind of aiming towards children, but I really like how it's taking like that dark crystal approach where even if it's made for kids, it does not back away from being dark or grim, which is kind of really interesting. So I like 9 a lot. Terminator on Blu-ray still works. I'm actually not a fan of this Blu-ray because I just don't like this flimsy cover. But if you want to get it, it's for sale. $10. Oh, and here's Terminator 2. Also great. This is the... Actually, there's a ton of, like, Terminator Blu-ray releases. I know there's a 4K version, but this is the Skynet edition. Ooh. Skynet. Ooh. So, yeah. Okay. So, there's that. Alright, so... Just gonna set that right there and just get the next set. Actually, I'm just gonna drag the box here. Probably not gonna drop this. No. Not gonna drop it. I'm not gonna drop it. Ha! You all thought I was gonna drop it, but I didn't. Okay. I got this box here. Oh, I got some more stuff. Alright, let's go through them. Oh, I got some VHSs here. Yeah, that's right. I still collect VHSs. I even have a working VCR. Alright, let's see if I can... Yeah. Okay. This is Doubtfire. $5 VHS. Love this movie. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Classic. Love this movie. Actually, this is one of my favorite movies to watch with my dad. We both really enjoyed this. Oh, a really scary movie. Actually, I think this is personally maybe one of the scariest movies I've owned in my collection. Yeah. I love E.T. Don't get me wrong. It's great. Obviously, I've grown from it. But as a kid, I couldn't even finish it. Because I think E.T. just looks really creepy. I get he's supposed to be like a cute alien, but he's all naked. He's all naked and wrinkly, and I'm just like, ugh. But it's a sweet movie, obviously. I guess as a kid, I just didn't find it cute. I mean, I wonder how like kids in the 80s reacted to him. Like, did they get freaked out over him? I don't know. I'm not an 80s kid. Wedding Singer. This is actually a pretty fun movie from Adam Sandler. Around I think this came out in 1998, somewhere around the late 90s. Evil Dead 2. This is a masterpiece. I love every single thing about this movie. Oh my god, I saw this in a theater last year when Broadway Theater was kind of releasing all their classic horror movies. Man, it was actually fun to watch with a crowd. So Evil Dead 2, great stuff. Oh, it's on Hulu. This is a really good movie. It's called Memories of Murder. Wow. Don't worry, guys. I know what title is. I know how to read. But this is a really good movie. I love like noir detective thrillers, like Seven or True Detective. And basically, this is kind of a really interesting movie where they're trying to find a serial killer that's been going around tying up, killing women. And it's kind of a really interesting as it goes on and on. I don't want to give things away. I think you should just watch this without knowing anything. Trust me. Like, oh my god. Oh, Bong Joon-ho. Bong Joon-ho directed this, so he's really good. I haven't seen a ton from him, other than I've seen Parasite. I've also, Memories of Murder. I've seen Snowpiercer, Okja. I watched a little bit of The Host, but I didn't finish it. I guess the only one I haven't seen from yet was Mother. And there's probably some other ones I might be blanking. But, yeah. Then I got The Evil Dead. This one's also classy. Very, very classy. Ooh. Suspiria. the original 1970. Is it 1977 or 1976? Somewhere around there. I love this movie. I love Dario Argento. He's a weird guy, but I also think he's a clever filmmaker when it comes to using. I mean, he loves colors. He loves to blast his movies with colors, and I like how goofy his movie is. Which, just a little context, I've only seen 2 movies from him. So, Suspiria, and actually I saw Inferno a couple months ago, or it was like around October and I was watching it. That was kind of fun. One of my favorite movies, Mad Max Fury Road. I fucking love Mad Max. I love all the Mad Max movies, man. Mad Max is awesome. And of course, when this came out, actually, I got into Mad Max before checking out this new one. I remember I was kind of skeptical at first because I thought, oh, they got Tom Hardy, not Mel Gibson, to play as Max. And from what I heard, Mad Max Fury Road was going through like production hell where they were gonna make it around the 2000s, but then apparently 9/11 was such a big deal to a lot of movie companies because there was like a lot of movies that had like a lot of action that like includes like destruction or explosions, and that was like bad timing. And apparently it got pushed back so many times, but finally George Miller wrote like a comic book before writing a script, and then he turned that into a script and turned it into an amazing movie. Seriously, when I saw this, oh my god, I've seen this so many times. I saw it like twice in the theater. I remember I bought this when I bought the Blu-ray. I literally watched it twice in a row the same day, and then I heard at my work or my movie theater, they re-released the Mad Max again in IMAX, and I was like, okay, 3rd round, let's go. And honestly, I could never get tired of Mad Max Fury Road. It's one of those movies where I could just watch it over and over and over again and never get tired of it. Wolf of Wall Street. This is also a top hat movie, but actually I bought this before they were closing down. Sometimes they'll do some sales with their movies and or their Blu-rays and DVDs. So I found this and I'm like, oh sweet. So yeah, Wolf of Wall Street, Beauty and the Beast. No joke, this is my favorite Disney film. Out of all of their, I mean, they made a lot of movies, but I'm pretty confident to say this one's my favorite. The way how it was written, the way how it was animated, it was beautiful. I will defend this movie to death because people would. I know people like to joke about Belle having what is it called? Stockholm Syndrome. Here's the thing. Belle could have left. There was a scene where she was like, she was trying to escape from the castle, and then she was cornered by wolves, and that's when the beast comes down and like wrecks all of them. But the beast was injured. He didn't like grab Belle to take her back to her prison or to his castle or anything. He just passed out because he was hurt so badly. Belle could just left. She would have just been like, all right, I'm out of here. But no, she stayed because she cared for the beast. So I wouldn't really count that as Stockholm Syndrome writing for a character. Okay, then I got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Personally, I actually like this one more than the first. I like this movie quite a bit. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This is a really good Quentin Tarantino film. So good. Baby Driver. I love Edgar Wright. This is a pretty solid action movie. Misery. Actually, I really like this Scream Factory cover. And then when you pull it up, it's the original poster. That's the thing I love about the Scream Factory is that they have their own, cover made for the movie. But they also give you this option where you can kind of like flip it around. Or, let's see if I take this out here. You could see like this is the cover for the Blu-ray case. But they also give you an option to use the original poster. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of a really cool option. So whenever I get these type of Blu-rays, I like to use the original covers. As much as I really enjoy like, the new ones they would make for them. Grindhouse. This features both Planet Terror and Death Proof. One thing I will, disclaimer, if you're thinking about purchasing this, be aware these are not the unrated versions. They're actually kind of edited in a way where you're actually watching it as it was presented when it was released in 2007 as like a double feature movie. So, but actually, I do own both these movies separately as their own unrated versions. So I'll get into those. But I wanted to get this because I heard it has the Grindhouse trailers, which they're pretty fun. Like there's that one that's like it's an Edgar Wright movie, or Edgar Wright directed it. It's so funny. It's called Don't. I love that. All right, so we got that. All right, so we got that stack. Let's get some more. Let's get some more. Okay. So, Lost Highway on DVD. This is actually, I bought this at the day when Criterion announced that they were going to release Lost Highway on Criterion, and I didn't know anything about that, so I was kind of shocked. But yeah, got that on DVD. Arrival, pretty great movie. I'm actually a huge fan of the director for this, Denis Villeneuve. Denis Villeneuve is a really good filmmaker. Silence of the Lambs on Criterion. I love Silence of the Lambs. It's one of those horror movies that it can actually make me feel uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Then I got the Godfather trilogy. Of course, I love the first one's my favorite. I know a lot of people would say the second one's the best one, but the way that the first one was paced to me just feels so smooth. And the second one is still really good, of course. I guess the only thing I have to take away from it is there's like a part of the movie where Michael goes to another country. I can't remember where. It's been a while since I've seen part 2, but I just remember that part felt a little meandering. But the rest of the movie was very good. Then of course there's the third one. This doesn't include because I know the third one has like a new like director's cut where they changed the title to Godfather Part 3: The Death of Michael Corleone, which apparently that was supposed to be the original title. I haven't seen it yet, but I can tell you this: I don't like Godfather Part 3. It's just like, you know, when there's like some people out there. I mean, I understand if people can't get into like the first 2 Godfather movies. They're pretty long, slow movies, but they're meant to be that way. It kind of gets you building up into this like dark, fascinating story with the Corleone family. But pretty much like the third movie is pretty much what I would think of how other people would think, like, oh, if like the first 2 movies were boring. Like, if they thought that the first 2 movies were going to be boring, they're not going to like the third one at all. I didn't like the third one's not good. I didn't like that one. Lord of the Rings. This is the whole extended... I dropped some stuff. Wait, okay. Alright, Lord of the Rings, the motion picture trilogy. These are the extended Blu-rays. So I would price this as... I was kind of thinking about how much to sell this. Because I had this at Collectibles. But there was one time I saw this at Walmart. And it was like, I think $40 or something like that. So yeah, there's some stores that might have some better offers for this, but... No, I'm just going to stick to the original price. Okay. If anybody wants to get this, because there is a Lord of the Rings extended version 4K out there. But maybe there's some people that don't like the color grading like me. Sometimes the color grading throws me off with the 4K, like recent 4K releases or remasters. So if you're interested just to get the 1080 Blu-ray for the extended versions, these are $60. This is a collectible. If you have any more questions about that, let me know. And again, if you're just kind of new to this, like if you just come into this while I'm going through all my movies, if there's like a movie that you're looking for, or if you're curious to know which movie I have, like I said, you could just put in the chat box. Let me know what, ask me what movie I own, or like, hey, do you have this movie on this, or something like that. I'd be more than welcome to. Okay, next up, I got Good Time. Love the Safdie brothers. I think I've seen almost all their movies. I've seen Uncut Gems, Good Time, Heaven Knows What, Daddy Longlegs, which if you have not seen Daddy Longlegs, super good. That actually has a Criterion release. I would love to own that movie. Jesus, I'm getting gassy. Anyways, so Good Time is, well, a good time. Seriously, Robert Pattinson. I remember when he was being cast as Batman. I remember the internet was going crazy, which I think I'm starting to notice this little loop where, like, every time they cast a new Batman actor, there's going to be a group of people that are like, what? No, why? And then later on when the movie comes out, you know, the actors will mostly prove them wrong. Same thing with Joker from The Dark Knight. I've heard some people were questioning, like Heath Ledger playing as the Joker? Are you really sure you want to do that? That sounds like a disaster. But then look what happened. He became he's like the most scariest part of the entire movie. So when I heard, you know, Robert Pattinson was gonna be cast as Batman, with knowing of watching movies like this and Lighthouse, I was like, he's perfect. Honestly, he is absolutely perfect. I kept my word for that, and look at that. He's actually really, I actually really liked him in The Batman. I don't call it The Batman. It's The Batman. The Batman. The Batman. The only Alfred Hitchcock movie I own. Psycho. I need to watch more from Alfred Hitchcock. I've only seen like a few of, like I've seen Psycho. I actually really love this movie. Really well made. Definitely a big inspiration to me when it comes to making horror movies. And especially the way how he structures, actually the way how he structures a story in Psycho is very unique. Because I mean we all know about like the famous, you know, shower scene and everything, but I kind of like to think of it because people didn't know anything about that back then, and they just went into this like blind. And the most interesting part was like Hitchcock was so stubborn the way how he wanted to market this movie. He didn't want like any specific trailers. The only trailers that there was just him explaining the movie. That's it. He also has this rule that, you know, for every movie theater chain, people cannot be like half an hour or 20 minutes late. Oop, I accidentally bumped my mic. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, wait, is my mic still going on? Yeah, it still is. Anyways, but yeah, pretty much he doesn't want anybody to be late for this movie. So I gotta give him credit for that, because it's kind of an interesting outlook, because you think there's a certain main character. And I'll just kind of stop from there. I know a lot of people have seen this movie because it's so iconic, but I know there's other people out there who haven't seen it, and the last thing I'm going to do is ruin it for them. Videodrome. This movie's actually really cool. It's really fucking weird. Oh, and I love the Criterion cover too. Look at this. Ooh, it's like a VHS tape. It's kind of neat. Also fits it fits really well with like the theme of the movie. It's very gross. It's kind of disgusting, which I love that. I love body horror. I gotta check out more from David Cronenberg. What have I seen from? I've seen The Fly. I've seen Videodrome. I think that's it. I don't think I've seen anything else from him. I know he's got like History of Violence, Crash, and Naked Lunch. I want to see Naked Lunch. I heard that's kind of like a weird body horror movie too. And then, oh, I got Escape from New York. So yeah, I already have the. Oh, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Let me just get this up really quick. Okay. So I bought this because I got this first. I bought this through Amazon. I was so disappointed because there's just no bonus features whatsoever. I mean, I'll tell you what this has. This contains 2 discs, a Blu-ray and a DVD. Ooh. There's the feature-length film. Okay, it's in 1080. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm buying a Blu-ray. Lossless audio. Okay, smart menu technology. That's it. There's. Are you serious? Not even a commentary. And then there's DVD, feature film, original trailer. Are you serious? This was released by who released this? Studio Canal. Oh no, was this released by Lionsgate? Oh. Sometimes they don't take care of their movies very well. So yeah, I was very disappointed because there's no bonus features whatsoever. But hey, at least I got the movie, right? Well, then I got the Scream Factory, which has way more. Like, listen to this. It has a 2K scan of the movie. Cool. New audio commentary. Nice. Director of photography interview. There's an audio commentary with John Carpenter and actor Kurt Russell. There's another one with the producers. Then there's a second disc where it's about the visual effects. There's also interviews with still interviews. What? I didn't read that right. New interview with the still photographer. Oh, okay. Photo galleries. Gosh, there's just so much more. There's so much more in this. Why is... Yeah. So, if you want to escape from New York, you got it. This just has no bonus features, so you've been warned. Alright, I think that's it from there. Alright, I'm going to go through... Here's what we'll do. Oh my gosh, my hair is still sticking up. Now it's down. I guess it's every time I guess it's every time when I put on... Where are we at? Ooh, wow. Hour 50 minutes. Sweet. Oh, I need to stretch after that. Only got one viewer. Cool. I think that's actually me though, because I have the... Oh yeah, that's right, because I have my live up. Okay. Oh, got 2 viewers. Nice. Or does that mean? I don't know. Let's just take another sip of water. We'll go through another stack. Have a good time? I sure am. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Let's go through another stack. And then I think I'll just kind of take a little bit of like a 10-minute break from there, just to get some more water, maybe some snacks or something like that. I don't know, something to keep me occupied. Oh my gosh, my hair is still sticking up. That is not going to distract me whatsoever. That looks better. Okay. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. Oh no, oh no. I swear I take good care of these. Yep, still good. Still good. Alright. Let's get a good stack here. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Oh, let's put this in. Just so. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Okay. Continuing off with It Follows. Okay, little rant. I bought this at Walmart, and sometimes Walmart will put their label stickers on there. Makes sense. They need to put their prices there, right? Well, I don't like to keep them. I like to try to peel them off as much as I can. However, they're ripped. And it's going to be there for a very, very long time. So you know what? If you're thinking about buying this movie, I'll give you this. This is pretty good enough. Also, does this come with like a second? No, it doesn't. I thought it was like the Scream Factory Blu-rays where they have like another cover, but So yeah, It Follows. This is a pretty dang good movie. I really like. This is an upcoming director. His name is David Robert Mitchells. He's only made 2 feature-length movies so far, which is It Follows, and he also did Under the Silver Lake with Andrew Garfield, which I actually love that movie. I find that extremely underrated. But It Follows is really good. I like how it follows the simplicity of like an 80s horror film. The cinematography is beautiful. Like, man, I love the way how slow and steady it is with its shots. And it is kind of a creepy idea about the idea of like just there's like something following you and it comes into many different forms. Kind of sounds like another movie that I'll be making. It Follows. Good movie. I was about to call it Eraserhead. David Lynch's Edward Scissorhands. No. Tim Burton's Edward Scissorhands. Johnny Depp, Winona Ryder. Classic movie. I like this one. It's not my favorite from Tim Burton, but it's a pretty iconic one. I really like Johnny Depp's performance with this one. He's good in like almost any Tim Burton movies, and even like the ones I don't care for, like Alice in Wonderland, he's still pretty good. Ooh, I love this movie. I love Midsummer. It's a phenomenal movie. But you know what? My favorite so far from Ari Aster is Hereditary. I just really like how it just feels like it's so focused, not just as a horror film, but it's also like a family drama movie. And at points, this movie is just not afraid to get really uncomfortable at points. Sometimes it's very gruesome. Sometimes it's super disturbing. There's actually some images I remember, because I've seen this in the theater, and I remember there were like certain images in the movie that stuck with my head. I'm like I remember there's the shot where Alex Wolff, he's like looking around in his living room, and he sees like this naked dude that's just standing in his closet, and he's just smiling. It's creepy. This is one of the only horror movies, even to this day, I still get really uncomfortable with this. Because, I mean, I don't want to be that guy who goes like, oh, I'm not scared of horror movies. But not a lot of horror movies really scare me. There are only a few. Like I said, I mentioned with Silence of the Lambs, it makes me really uncomfortable. I think that's different from like jump scares, where it's not just about like the blah! Like the sound to get you to jump. It's more of like it's just more of like how far the movie will go to make you uncomfortable, to a point where if you're cringing, or if it feels like you're clenching your stomach, getting sick, or you're just kind of feeling like you're in this like torture chamber. Why did I say that? Anyways, but Hereditary is one of those movies that left a huge impact on me that I still find it terribly can't talk. Incredibly terrifying to this day. Let me tell you. I love Hereditary. Ex Machina. I actually really like this movie. I really like the director of this movie. Alex Garland. He's kind of a really interesting sci-fi director and writer. I know he's done some other stuff before. I can't remember all of them. I think he wrote 28 Days Later, I think. And he's done a couple more. And this was like his first feature debut movie. And so far, I think it's his best movie out of the feature-length movies he's made. I love how short it is. I love how small scale the movie is. And, I mean, there's not really a huge cast. There's only like 4 or 5 actors in total in this. This is personally my favorite movie from Oscar Isaac. Oscar Isaac gives an amazing performance as Nathan. I find him like extremely unpredictable, because sometimes you can't tell if you're taking him, like if you're gonna take him seriously or if he's joking around. So it's a little uncomfortable, which that's kind of like the whole point of the movie. Domhnall Gleeson's also great. Alicia Vikander. Actually, I remember she won an Oscar the same year for like when this movie came out, except she didn't get nominated for this movie. She was nominated for Danish Girl. I haven't seen it, So I don't have anything to say about that, but she was great in this. So yeah, I love Ex Machina. One of my favorite movies in the sci-fi genre. Whiplash. Whiplash. I know there's a lot of film bros out there that would want this. So hey, yo, you like Whiplash? $10. Get it. Ooh, I love this one. I'm actually kind of excited to talk about this one. Jennifer's Body. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I know a lot of critics, I know a lot of people dismiss this as just like a weird cheap movie that was made in the late 2000s. But let me tell you, I think this is like one of the funniest horror comedies I've seen. I think it's intentionally very satirical. I mean, this is basically written by the same. This is written by the same woman who also wrote Juno, so she kind of has like her own weird, quirky style towards that movie, and I think it works really well with Jennifer's Body, since it's kind of like a satirical take on like high school and how high school students would act around like tragedies, almost kind of like Heather's in a way. Megan Fox is great in this movie. Actually, I feel so bad because I think what really damaged this movie was the marketing department, because apparently this was meant to be like this movie is kind of directly intended for mostly females. It's kind of a girl boss movie, but instead, who distributed this? 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox had to be an ass and had to be the quote unquote alpha male thing and say, no, this is for dudes. Let's put Megan Fox on the cover because Megan Fox is hot, bro. Yeah, Megan Fox is so hot, bro. Yeah, bruh. Love Megan Fox from those Transformers movies. So fucking stupid. That's pretty much what happened, or why it's got like so many awful reviews, because a lot of people thought this was like intended towards like a male audience. But it isn't. It wasn't supposed to. So I don't know what the fuck the marketing department was thinking. Because this is a really good movie in general. It's really funny. There's a lot of iconic lines I remember from this. Like probably one of my favorite ones is like, hey, do you want to go see the Rocky Picture Horror Show with me? You know, I don't really like boxing movies. Or there's that one time where she called Amanda Seyfried Hannah Montana. Great stuff. I love this movie. It's so... I adore it a lot. Super underrated. The Witch. Or Vitch. There's like 2 V's, but it looks like a witch. Witch is really good. A really well-made horror film from Robert... is it Robert or Roger? Robert Eggers. I really like Robert Eggers. He's a really good filmmaker. I love this movie since it's like his first debut. I also really like The Lighthouse and The Northman, which actually I used to own The Northman, but I actually sold that one during my donation party. So I don't have, so sorry, I actually don't have, I don't have The Northman. I also don't have Lighthouse either. That one I own on digital. So, okay, next up, Fight Club. Again, another movie that film bros are obsessed with. Are you a film bro? Do you personally relate to Patrick Bateman or Edward Norton or Tyler Durden? Get it. It's $10. $10 for the Blu-ray. Get it, you film bros. Alright. Atomic Blonde. This movie's kind of cool. I've only saw it once in theaters. I remember liking it. It's directed by the same guy who did the John Wick movies. I love the way how he directs action. It just feels so smooth. Doesn't do like the obnoxious like cutaways like some action movies because they don't want to show the choreography because maybe the actors were not into it, or the stuntmen. I don't know. I don't like it where they do like cut. So the way how like the John Wick movies or this, even like recently there's a, what is it, Bullet Train. Bullet Train was directed by the same guy. And the action's smooth in those movies. I mean, I'm glad those movies exist, so that way more action movies are reminded that sometimes good action comes with the flow of cinematography and the flow of choreography, not just chop. We got to get things moving fast. So yeah, Neon Demon. I really like this movie quite a bit. I kind of have a love and hate relationship with this director, Nicholas Winding Refn, because he did Drive. I love Drive. Drive is one of my favorite movies, and I can't really say I love all of his movies. I mean, I've seen Only God Forgives. I couldn't get into it. It just kind of felt like a really obnoxious art house movie. And what else did he do? Oh yeah, I know he did a TV show recently. There was a TV show on Amazon. It's called Too Old to Die Young. It's really long. I'll try to give that show another chance. I only got into 2 episodes and I got really bored, because I like how he's very slow and methodical, but sometimes it just kind of feels like his storyline is just kind of nowhere, or it's going nowhere. Neon Demon, however, is kind of an interesting movie. It's not great, but it's got some weird ass moments. At first it kind of starts off as kind of a weird, almost like a fantasy movie at first when it comes to depicting the modeling industry. Then it takes a weird sharp turn and becomes this fucking weird ass movie. I can't even describe to you how much weird shit happens into this. But yeah, it's got Ellie Fanning. I like her. It's got a big cast, actually. Janelle Monáe, or Jenna. God, I can't pronounce her name. Jenna Malone. I think that's say it. Christina Hendricks. Oh yeah, Keanu Reeves is in this. I actually totally forgot he was in this. Oh yeah, he was like the hotel lease, or no, what do you call them? Crap, I forgot what they're called. They're in charge of apartments. Landlords. He plays as a landlord. I totally forgot about that. So yeah, Neon Demon, pretty good. I actually like this one quite a bit. Also, the music is perfect. Cliff Martinez, man. Love to own a soundtrack on vinyl or something. Okay, this is the Halloween collection set. So when the 2018 movie came out, I was kind of curious to do a marathon and watch every single Halloween movie, because I'm a huge fan of the first film. I love the first Halloween movie, and I've always wanted to check out some of the other ones. But the thing is, I have to be very committed because there is a lot. In fact, there's 3 more Halloween movies if you include the new ones. This has John Carpenter's Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, 4, 5, Curse Michael Myers, H2O, Resurrection, Rob Zombie's Halloween, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Oh my god. So yeah, I watched all of them, and I'm not gonna lie, it felt like a waste of time, because it turns out I'm actually not a huge fan of I love the first Halloween movie, but I'm not a fan of the franchise, because there were so many attempts to keep the same storyline going. Sometimes it feels really repetitive, where it's just Michael Myers just doing, Michael Myers shit, just going around being a serial killer. It works well with the first movie because it feels like a really genuine, atmospheric horror film. And that movie knows exactly how to keep the tension, how to kind of keep the tension in the movie. Because sometimes it kind of makes you question whether or not, oh, is Michael over there? Is someone watching over there? It's kind of like a weird paranoid movie, which is kind of interesting. I like Halloween 2. That one's pretty okay. I like the ending for the most part, but I didn't care for the rest. Weirdly enough, I like Halloween 3 a lot. It has nothing to do with the Michael Myers stuff, but that's actually why I like it. Because apparently I heard John Carpenter, he didn't want to keep making sequels for Halloween, but he had an idea to make an anthology franchise of Halloween. I really wish they would have keep it up with that instead of just doing the same Michael Myers shit, but people love Michael Myers. I mean I don't blame them. I do too. I did find the 4th one. That was pretty okay. I hated the 5th one. That one's probably that one was so bad. That one I felt like I'm gonna vomit. Curse of Michael Myers, I didn't care for that one either. H2O was pretty fun. Then when the 2018 Halloween movie came out, I was like, okay, this is just H2O. but it's still fun. I like how it's not really scary, but it's just kind of a fun movie to watch where it's like the satisfaction of Laurie Strode going after Michael Myers. Halloween Resurrection is a joke. All I could actually, I will say, ever since I saw that, looking back at it, I thought I strongly hated it, but actually, the more I think about it, it's kind of one of those so bad, so good movies because there were a lot of times I kept laughing during the movie. I was like, what the fuck is this? So maybe I was getting too reactionary, but honestly, I think it's kind of a funny movie to watch. Then there's the Rob Zombie movies. I'll be honest, I don't get the appeal for. I love Rob Zombie's music. I love it when he was in the band White Zombie, but I don't know. He seems like a cool guy to like maybe have a beer with too, because I mean he's very passionate for movies too. That's very clear when it comes to watching his movies. Like he'll shoot his movies. Actually, I think Halloween 2 was shot in 60mm film, which is kind of interesting. He loves like the Universal monsters and all that stuff. So clearly, you know, he's a very passionate guy. I respect him, but I just don't care for his style in his movies because I find it a little obnoxious for my taste. But I mean, there's other people that like his style. So if you like Halloween or the Rob Zombie movies, or if you just love Halloween in general, actually, in case if you're wondering, it is Blu-ray, but I'm putting this as a collectible. This is $60. So if you want to get this, $60. Okay. Next up, Django. I love Django Unchained. Oh yeah, that was the other movie I was thinking. Because I was talking about Hateful Eight, and I was like, oh, what movie came out before? Wow, I can't believe that. I love Django. Seriously, Django is such a good movie. Love Jamie Foxx, Leonardo DiCaprio, which I remember one scene, apparently on set, he literally like ruined his hand where he smashed like a glass and his hand was bleeding. Like that shit wasn't like part of the movie. Like it was actually bleeding and everybody got so concerned, but Leo just kept going and going. He was still on it, you know, with his performance. Gotta love that, man. Love the man. Love Leonardo DiCaprio. Such a good movie. Really, really great. If I had to rank this around, like... Because I've seen, like, almost every Tarantino movie except for, get this, Reservoir Dogs. I still have not seen Reservoir Dogs yet. But, I say it is a little long compared to some other Tarantino movies. But it's still entertaining. I really like it. Then I got Nightmare on Elm Street. This is the original movie on a Steelbook Blu-ray. I don't have a big collection set for Nightmare on Elm Street either. But yeah, if you're interested, $10. $10 for Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay, one more. Then we're going to take a break. Back to the Future. Kind of like I said with Uncut Gems. I don't have a ranked... I have like a list of favorite movies. But I don't have a ranked list. I don't know which one I like, what these movies I like more than other, because it's like picking like who's your favorite child. I don't know. Or if you ask somebody what's their favorite song, oh my god, there's like a million of them. I can't think of it on top of my head. Some people would just have to either think that or have like this gut feeling. But I can't tell you, out of gut feeling, this would probably be in a top 5. It has brilliant writing. I feel so mixed with Robert Zemeckis, especially currently. I don't think he's made a great movie since, let's see, well, other than Back to the Future, Frank Roger Rabbit, Forrest Gump, Castaway. I'm trying to think of some other movies. Or the last thing I liked from him. I haven't seen Flight. I've heard some good things about that. Oh, you know, I'm just gonna look up. Here, we're gonna switch things a little bit here. I'm just gonna quickly look up Robert Zemeckis, because I see that's the thing. He's made so many movies, but there's a lot of them I keep forgetting. Because I think I personally think he kind of gave up with just putting effort into a lot of great movies. which I hate to call him that because he is I mean, when he was making movies back around the late 80s and towards the 90s, he's kind of a really like an inventive filmmaker where like he wanted to make a movie with you know, like all the Disney characters and all the Warner Brothers cartoons, combined them together to make a cool movie called the Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That was such a fun movie, and it's super creative too. So let's see some of these other ones. I did not see Pinocchio. Here, let's look at director previous. Okay. Pinocchio. Actually, I haven't seen it. Witches, never seen it either. I've seen bits and pieces of Welcome to Marwen. It's a little weird. Allied. Oh yeah, I actually seen that one in the theater. I also have a movie poster for that too. I don't remember a single thing about that movie. I think the only reason why I watched it was because Marion Cotillard was in it. Oh, I've seen The Walk. That was okay. And like I said, I didn't see Flight. Oh God, he did Christmas Carol. Oh yeah, that's right. He did the Polar Express movies and those weird anime movies. Some people reflect on those fondly, specifically Polar Express. It's been years since I've seen Polar Express, but the animation looks so ugly. Like, it honestly looks so scary to look at. I'm kind of glad they ditched that, just that animation style. It's so weird. I mean, maybe it could work, not for like if he was trying to make those movies for like, well, I guess Beowulf is not like a family friendly movie. It's more for adults. But like Christmas Carol, there's also this other one called Mars Needs Moms. That was so horrible. Oh my God. Yeah, I think Robert Zemeckis has kind of lost it. He just doesn't really put any effort into his movies anymore. I know it sounds really mean, but it's just whenever there's like a new movie and then you see his name on board, directed by Robert Zemeckis, it just doesn't really make me feel that excited anymore. So, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully one day he'll come up with another passionate project. Maybe that'll be interesting. But yeah, clearly some of these you can just tell he made it just for work. Like the fact that Witches and Pinocchio, those came out like almost 2 years apart. So he's working. Good for him. He's working. But yeah. So okay. Here's what we're gonna do. So we still got 2 viewers. Again, I don't know if that's just because again I have the Twitch website up. Just checking up. How's YouTube so far? So far, just one watching, which is me. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna end the stream, but I should really make a compilation of just me every time I'm knocking over the microphone. Anyways, so we're just gonna take a break from here. I'm not done because have you seen this? Have you seen all this? I still have a lot more to go. Look at this. Look at this shelf here. Oh my God, I still have a lot to go through. I haven't even got through like, I haven't got through like the movie posters or the Funko Pops yet. So yeah, but yeah, we're just gonna take a, let's say about like a 15-minute break, 10 to 15 minutes. So that's what we'll do. So we'll just make this as our intermission. So yeah, go ahead and get yourself like a glass of water, go to the bathroom, go pee forever, how long you were holding that. Otherwise, I'm going to take a break for a bit. So stay tuned.
Rated X. Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X. Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X. X.
Yeah, let's do this. All right. Welcome back. I took a little tiny lunch break. Had some hard-boiled eggs. And I made myself some water. And I also got a croissant. Because I love the croissants. Oh, I can still hear the music. Mmm. Mmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I have the YouTube, Twitch up right now just to kind of see if there's any type of reaction going on there. Even though I can clearly see it's on my multi-stream. But yeah. 2 viewers still. Probably just me though. That's okay. Alrighty. But we're not done yet. There's a lot more to go when it comes to the movie. And don't worry, I'm not going to keep... I mean, I got to eat, obviously, but I'm not going to be a slob about it. Put place, put it. Where's that plate? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Let's move on, shall we? So got some more movies to go. Oh, a lot more movies to go, monsieur. I don't know why I'm speaking French, but I just am. Oh, I'm stuck. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, let's try to get all of these in one. Or at least hopefully if I can. Alright, here we go. Oh, this is like the last one out from this box. Oh. Alright. Whew. We got ourselves another stack, so let's continue on. Starting off with The Fly, directed by David Cronenberg. This is the first David Cronenberg movie that I've watched out of his filmography. Really good movie. Very gross. Very disgusting. I love it. So vile. There's like an amazing scene where Jeff Goldblum just vomits on someone's hand, and it like the guy's just screaming, and his hand was melting off because Jeff Goldblum was throwing up acid. Oh my god, Jeff Goldblum's really good in this. Because I almost kind of got into this phase with Jeff Goldblum where I thought, oh, Jeff Goldblum's a little too weird. He always kind of acts like himself. But that's the thing. I love it when he's himself. He's such a quirky guy, and having him in this movie just really helps. Even though he plays as like a kind of like a neurotypical scientist, he has like a lot of charm and charisma. Especially one of my favorite lines from this movie is when he goes, "Oh, one word, cheeseburger." I love that. I don't know why. It's just such a simple line, but it's so effective the way how he said it. But yeah, I love The Fly. So far, I think I like Videodrome more. I think Videodrome is a lot more interesting to think about, since that movie kind of provokes a lot about like mostly just kind of like consumerism. This is just kind of more of like a simple monster movie, which apparently I heard this David Cronenberg said like the symbolism with what Jeff Goldblum's transformation he goes through. Pretty much, it's supposed to be like cancer or AIDS. I'm like, okay, it's a little exaggerated. It's a little exaggerated, but you know what? If it's body horror exaggerated, I'm fine with that. I love body horror. I've actually made one. Actually, I've only made one body horror film, Fleece. So it's one of my favorite genres when it comes to horror. Inception, really great movie from Christopher Nolan. So it's one of those ones you have to pay attention to literally every single detail about this movie, or else you're gonna, because it's a very the idea is extremely complex, where you kind of have to like keep your focus at it, because the whole movie takes you into this never-ending trip of like going into someone else's dream and into another, just to plant an idea. Which, speaking of which, I used to own Tenet on 4K, but actually someone bought it for me. It's awesome. Big shout out to Sharon Martinez. Thank you. I was not a huge fan of Tenet, even though that one also, I mean, kind of like Inception. It has a very complex idea, but except it's about reversing time or a time warp. But I couldn't get into that one. But I'm kind of excited to see, what is it, Oppenheimer. He's got a new movie coming out next year with Cillian Murphy. That one should be interesting. That'll be kind of cool to see that. Okay, some of these. Okay, something that's throwing me off with the way how I stacked this was just every time I'm picking out a DVD or a Blu-ray, I'm just picking out the back. Okay, there we go. All right. Big. I want to get this on Blu-ray, but you know what? I'm more than happy enough to own it on VHS. It's one of my favorite performances from Tom Hanks. It's another one of those. It's another one of my favorite feel-good movies in general, or at least a movie that makes you feel like a kid. I love that. So yeah, great movie. Love Big. Let's see, move that. Okay, I'm gonna move the mic just a bit, a little closer. All right. Next up, I got Creature from the Black Lagoon. Fun fact, there includes a 3D and a 2D versions. Unfortunately, though, this is not like a 3D where it comes with glasses and you can watch it and there's like the blue and red. No, you got to get a 3D TV to watch it. I don't have one. Those are kind of hard to get because at this point, I think they've stopped making 3D TVs because, I mean, honestly, who gives a fuck about 3D movies anymore? I don't. I mean, Avatar, the new Avatar looked pretty good in 3D, but that was like the last thing that looked pretty good in 3D since, I don't know, How to Train Your Dragon. That was like over 10 years ago, man. Seriously, 3D is not cool. Anyways, but I really like this. I'm a huge fan of creature flicks. That's another thing with my latest horror movie. It's kind of a creature flick, which that's another thing where as I'm raising money, most of that money is also going to go towards making props, and there's going to be puppets. Like, I want, like, Muppet style, like, puppets, like, from Labyrinth, or, whoops, sorry. Like, from Labyrinth or Dark Crystal. So, and also, there's going to be some stop motion with it, too. So, I'm actually kind of excited to play around with that. But, yeah, I've loved creature flicks ever since. And I love Creature from Black Lagoon. Super good. I've seen some people like rate this movie pretty low, but I kind of get out of personal enjoyment just because I think it's more of a childhood favorite. Because I mean, I loved watching monster movies when I was a kid, so I mean it's kind of it's fun for me. Okay, you Marvel fans, I got another one for you guys. I got the Spider-Man trilogy. I got Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man Far From Home, and Spider-Man No Way Home, the latest Spider-Man movie. I I like this trilogy. You know, it's pretty good. I think just because we've had so many, well, we've had like quite a few live action interpretations of Spider-Man. I really like Tom Holland as Spider-Man. He does a pretty good job. I know a lot of people don't like him. Even I get annoyed, especially. I'm actually kind of more annoyed with like mainstream movie studios of trying to cast him in everything, even if it seems miscast. Like I didn't want to see. What was it? Uncharted. I love the Uncharted games, but I had this actor that just perfect in mind to be Nathan Drake, Nathan Fillion. I mean, not just because. I mean, yeah, I know, obviously, because he has the same name, but he looks like him. He's got charm. He's such an adventurous guy. But no, instead they casted Tom Holland just because everybody knows him. Seriously, I think he should get like a different agent or something, because he's really great as Spider-Man doing these Marvel movies. But usually whenever he does any movie outside of it, I usually don't care for. I mean, I know some people like there's this one he did with Robert Pattinson called The Devil Within, or The Devil, I can't remember what that one was called. I wasn't a fan of that. And there was this one he did with the Russo brothers called Cherry. I tried watching it and I fell asleep during it. And I just can't help but think, man, I just can't see him as any other character but just Spider-Man. He's way too good at being a Spider-Man. I'm literally trying to think if there's any other movie I liked him in. Oh yeah, he was an Onward, but I don't know, he's just Tom Holland. But yeah, I like him in these movies as much as I'm giving him a hard time. But I do think he fits as Spider-Man, and I do like these movies for the most part. I don't reflect them very fondly as well as say the original Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. Maybe it's just my bias, just because I grew up with those movies, and you know I've kind of been a follower and a supporter for Tobey Maguire for such a long time. But I mean, I like the first movie. Homecoming was kind of neat. I like how it felt more like a coming of age high school comedy more than just say a superhero film. I personally didn't care for Far From Home. I know a lot of people like that one, but I couldn't get into it. It was just a little too generic of a superhero movie for me. And No Way Home was pretty fun. I know a lot of people right now are kind of they're kind of like there's a lot of discussion courses where the movie's extremely overrated because it's one of those blockbusters that made it to like the top. I think it's like made it up there like the top 10 highest grossing movie ever. So because usually when that happens, there's always that crowd. There's always that crowd that goes, "Oh, it's overrated," and you know, sometimes guilty as charged. Sometimes I'm part of those crowds. I did try watching No Way Home again recently. I didn't finish it though because I was actually getting a little bit bored by it. One thing I've noticed, because there are some things I still think this movie holds up. The ending is fantastic. Also, the way how Peter Parker's character was written for No Way Home is phenomenal. Probably the best character writing for Spider-Man since maybe the original movies. I like the fact that I mean, he goes through a lot of crap. I know some people would say like, "Oh, the movie is mid," because the only reason why it's somewhat enjoyable is because Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire in it. No, there was a legit good story going on where he lost Aunt May, and he had to sacrifice the idea of, well, I mean, his secret identity is kind of well known to everybody. Everybody knows who he is, and pretty much he wants to undo that. But there's a risk where if he does that, that means not only everybody, like literally everybody, including like his close friends, Ned and MJ, are going to forget his identity. And man, that's actually such an interesting concept. And it kind of really shows Spider-Man's character a lot because, I mean, his character motive is always about responsibility, right? So that makes sense. With great power comes great responsibility. I even really like the fact that I like to think maybe Uncle Ben does exist in this universe, but not in the same way as some other Uncle Bens were interpreted. Like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. They both had the Uncle Bens, which they gave him the talk of the great power comes great responsibility. it actually feels pretty refreshing to hear that from a different character, which is not Iron Man, thankfully, but not Mary Jane, Aunt May. Wow. But yeah, Aunt May. That was just such a really well done scene, man. So there were some good moments here and there, but I'm not gonna lie, there was like a portion of the movie I started to get a little bored, especially when Spider-Man was going around trying to catch like the other villains. That was when I was starting to get a little. I guess I didn't mind for the first time watching it because I kind of had this expectation, thinking, okay, I gotta see these original, like the villains are back from these movies, which is actually kind of a clever way to bring in nostalgia into a new movie. Because I always complain where like, oh, you're just bringing back these old characters just to do absolutely nothing with them. But, you know what? I think this movie kind of breaks the rules a little bit where they actually give the characters something to do. Like, I never cared for... I mean, I like Andrew Garfield. And I didn't get why a lot of people liked his version of Spider-Man. Because I thought Spider-Man was written horribly in the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I didn't like those movies. But as soon as he was in this movie, I think I started to get why this Spider-Man has so much appeal. Because he's weird. He's dorky. He's kind of an awkward dude. Which I guess now that's what they're... It makes sense to me now. That's what they were trying to do with the first Amazing Spider-Man, where he had those weird moments. Although there was a lot of times where I just kept thinking he just looks like an attractive guy. He's not really like a weird nerdy kid or something like that. But I just kind of thought I don't get the appeal of it. He's just kind of weird, maybe a little creepy. But in this movie, they made it a lot more clear that he's kind of a goofy dork. I actually like that. It's very charming. So hey, you know what? If they ever think, because of No Way Home, if they're gonna do like Amazing Spider-Man 3, honestly, if they would write the character in the same way how he was written from No Way Home, I would actually support that. I would support that. I actually would like to see like Amazing Spider-Man 3. I can see it. I mean, I guess it's already known. But they had an idea where maybe like Spider-Man will go to the multiverse again, except he tries to find Gwen, because I know in the second one he went through a lot with Gwen. Anyways, I'm getting like really in depth with these movies, but yeah, I got the Spider-Man trilogy from the Marvel movies. So yeah, $10, get them while you can. Go get them. Venom. I don't own Venom though, or Venom 2. Army of Darkness. This movie's fucking hilarious. Love it. Love it. All right. Here we go. So I showed you guys the Grindhouse Blu-ray. I got the Grindhouse DVDs separate. Planet Terror and Death Proof. $5 for both of them. Or I guess I should say $5 each. $5. Yeah. So I like these movies. They're pretty fun. Actually, I really admire Tarantino and Rodriguez's enthusiasm to kind of make like these grindhouse movies that are made from like exploitive movies from like the 1970s, or like action horror flicks. I don't think these movies are great on their own. Like, I like Planet Terror. It's kind of fun and goofy, but that's kind of all there is to it. And Death Proof is fun, but I'm not a huge fan. Like, it's the only it's kind of controversial, especially to people who love Tarantino, because there's kind of a discussion going on right now whether if this is, Tarantino's worst movie. I mean, I would say it's my least favorite, because actually I wouldn't even watch this extended because it goes on for quite some time. And I know that's Tarantino's shtick. He loves making scenes or movies where the characters will just talk. And that's like literally the most entertaining part of the movie. I don't know if it fits well with the kind of genre he was going for, where he was trying to make like a cheap B horror movie. It works well in certain scenes. I mean, obviously, for me, what sells is Kurt Russell's performance, and also the car driving sequences are absolutely insane. So that's really fun to watch. But I didn't really care for the rest of the movie. So yeah, sorry. I know a lot of people find it underrated, but I think it's just kind of an okay movie. Which that's not bad. I mean, that's saying a lot if that's my least favorite Tarantino movie. If it's just okay. Uh-oh. I'm a little tense right now. That does not sound good. Okay, good. No. Alright. I guess it's just the disc here's a little wobbly. So yeah, if you ever buy this, well, make sure to be careful. What is this? Oh, look at this. I got a coupon. If I save $5 to buy Death Proof. But I already owned it. Also, this has expired since December 31st, 2007. Wow. You know what? Screw it. I'm keeping this. I'm gonna keep this in there. To all of you lucky guys out there, if you want to purchase my movies, I'm gonna keep it right here. You know what? Treat you right. All right, next up. This was a lucky find for me. I found this at the dollar store. One Cut of the Dead. If you don't know anything about this movie, oh my god, it's literally one of the most insane movies ever made. It's fun. I love the hell of it. Again, kind of like what I said with Back to the Future, Uncut Gems. I'm pretty certain this would be like in the top 10 area. It's such a creative movie, and the worst part is, I can't talk about it. Literally, this is like one where it's hard to talk about without revealing what happens. I say, because this is on Shudder, right? Or you should buy this. I would just say buy it. Buy it for $5. But if you have a Shudder account, check this out. Go into this without knowing anything. Don't watch any trailers. Don't look up the plot synopsis. It's worth watching without knowing the single thing what it's about. Because then that's when the movie gets really fun. So yeah, but very, very great movie. Very underrated. Love it. Love One Cut of the Dead. All right. I also got Logan. I love Logan. Really good movie. Damn good superhero movie. I like how there's certain superhero movies where, because even though the superhero genre can get very tiring, just because of how many Marvel, DC, is just a lot of stuff that will come out, it gets tiring. But the only thing that can keep this genre fresh, I feel like, is if they like combine like the superhero genre with other genres. That's why I like say Captain America: The Winter Soldier, because it kind of feels like a spy movie more than necessarily like a superhero film. And this is kind of more of like a Western drama than necessarily just a superhero movie. And that's one thing I really admire about this. Oh, another thing, if you buy this for $10, it comes with not only the movie, which this also has a black and white version. It's pretty cool, actually. I like the black and white version. It also comes with, there's this little case here. I'm not gonna open it up because it's kind of like the Taxi Driver one. It's kind of like a collection of poster cards, except it makes a form of a poster. So if you want that, you can buy it right here. $10. $10. I'm gonna take another bite of my croissant. Thanks. You know what I hate? I hate chewing my food, but also talking into the microphone, because you can hear everything. You can hear everything in my mouth. It's gross. Oh no. I got set up. Oh, so disgusting. Messy. Always drink water, everybody. Drink water at least every day. Even if it's from your sink. Alright. Moving on. This one I was tempted to keep. Grand Budapest Hotel on Criterion. Oh, that's kind of cool. The way how the C logo is in the light bulb. That's actually kind of cool. I love this movie so much. Oh my god. You know, like, well, most people know it's pretty much Wes Anderson's best movie. Oh, this is so creative. Just, man, look at this. Look at the way how this is drawn. The colors. Well, I mean, of course, because the movie itself is very pretty. I want to be careful because when you open this up, it comes with like a lot of stuff. You got like poetry, which I think it's Zero's poetry. This one's oh yeah, this is like oh, I guess this is the essays. Oh, okay. This is a poster. That is actually really cool. Ooh, yeah. This one I was tempted to keep because I love this movie so much. I don't care what people say about modern Wes Anderson, because a lot of people would say like, "Oh, he's so style over substance and such." I mean, I think it was after when this movie came out, but he still makes very eye pleasing movies to me. I didn't mind Isle of Dogs, or what was the other one he did? French Dispatch. The French Dispatch was really good. Dressed to Kill. This was the only Brian De Palma movie I owned from him. I thought the cover looked kind of interesting. It kind of looks like looks like something you would see from like a pulp magazine or something, or like the cover of Pulp Fiction. Looks very film noir, and it kind of works that way. It's a little. I only have one problem with this movie. It's a tad bit transphobic in a way where the way how they write a certain character a little simplistic. Because I guess at the time it wasn't very. Excuse me. I guess it wasn't very popular for a lot of queer, or queer people. I guess weren't really that popular around the 70s. But still, I don't think that really holds up well with this movie. But I'll tell you what holds up well. It's well edited. It's well paced. It's a really interesting mystery once you get into it. It's shot really well too. I mean, there was at one point when I was watching the movie, I decided to pause and I started the movie all over again. And I changed the color of my TV and I switched it to black and white to see if it looks like a cool like black and white film noir. And holy, it looks really good. There should be a black and white version for this. That'll be cool. But yeah, Dressed to Kill, pretty good. Pretty good. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I actually watched this just a couple days ago. I love it. There's like so many quotable lines from this movie. There's this weird one I remember where like after what's his name? The vegan ex. He punches Knives' hairs, or her. He punches her, like he punched her so hard her blue highlights came off. Michael Cera just pops out. He's just like, "You cocky cock." Or there's that one scene where Lucas was doing like his badass stunt with the skateboard, and it just cuts to Michael Cera going, "Wow." Seriously, Michael Cera is such a treasure. And I would say, because Edgar Wright is such a great filmmaker. I've seen all of his movies, love all of them. It's so hard to choose a favorite, but for me, my personal favorite from him is Scott Pilgrim. I love the way how it's paced. I think one thing I find very genius about this movie is the way how it... Oh, I thought I heard something outside. Anyways, but... I really love the way how he paces the story, where it just feels like it just keeps going. Even if it doesn't make sense, it feels like it comes out of nowhere. They just go along with it. I love that. So yeah, Scott Pilgrim. Let me just put my croissant away. Okay, Jaws, Steven Spielberg, classic. I love this movie, of course. I will say though, it used to be in my list of favorite. I think it still is. But weirdly enough, whenever I rewatch this movie, I can't help but feel like this movie is long. pretty long. I mean, what? How long is this? Really? It's only 2 hours and 4 minutes. I would say there are some pacing. There was some stuff I noticed where sometimes it felt like the movie was a little too slow, but it's still pretty solid. Actually, I reflect this movie very fondly from the bonus features because of all the shit that Steven and his crew had went through just to get the shark to work. Like I don't blame them with having like something to malfunction on set. That's like the most stressful thing in the entire world. Been there, done that. Dune, the new Dune. I actually really love it. I watched it recently. I think in terms of choosing a director to adapt Dune, Denis Villeneuve was perfect. And actually, I think he made a really smart decision to split it to two parts. Because I actually read the book. Oh my god, it's a lot. I can't see a movie, like one movie to do that, or one movie to adapt an entire book. Actually, I still think the best way to maybe make a proper Dune adaptation for me is a mini-series. I think a mini-series would have been more appropriate. But it actually works really well with this movie because, weirdly enough, they kind of go through most of the stuff or all the lore that was kind of explained in the books, but they explain it in such a very simple way, but they don't dumb it down to a point where it just feels like, oh, we need to spoon-fed this information. It's actually kind of given pretty the information or the exposition is pretty simple, which is kind of crazy because the movie could have ended up very boring, but it isn't. So, hey, Dune Part 2 is coming out this year. Fuck yeah. I'm excited. I'm super excited. I will say, I do wish, because I watched this one time, I've heard some people say, and I don't mind sharing this live, but I've heard some people discuss, like, Dune is an interesting story to get high over. Which I can see why, because it's such a fucking weird sci-fi book that's, like, filled with tons of ideas about, mostly about political power. That's kind of what, actually, pretty much, if I had to describe, like, Dune in general, as a Gen X, Dune is basically Star Wars prequels, but better. Because, there was interesting characters. The acting is not that bad. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. Let's talk about Dune. Something. Oh, notification. But yeah. I was talking about how weird it is. It's a trippy story. And one time I actually got high to watch, the new Dune. I didn't find it too trippy to watch. It just kind of felt like just a really well-made, like, standard blockbuster movie. Done really well. It kind of made me thought a lot about, because I was so excited for this movie that not only did I read the book, but I also did some research and I rewatched David Lynch's Dune, and then I checked out a documentary, really good documentary I would recommend. It's called Jodorowsky's Dune. So, Alejandro Jodorowsky, did I pronounce his name right? Alejandro Jodorowsky. Yeah, I think that is the way you pronounce it. So, he was going to make a Dune movie in the 70s. And I didn't know anything about him I didn't see his movies before seeing the documentary. And oh my god, this man is completely... He has like the weirdest ideas for his movies. And Dune would have been like one of the most massive sci-fi movies to be made. But it never got made. It couldn't even get past... Because once the screenplay was done, they couldn't find any studio to purchase a script or fund the movie, because what Jodorowsky was asking for was a lot. So yeah, but it would have been so cool to see, just because it literally just kind of looks like, because with the new Dune, it feels kind of more grounded and realistic, which I think it works well for the movie. It works well for Denis Villeneuve's directing style. But after like hearing about Jodorowsky's ideas, I was like, man, this sounds like if you think about like I hate to bring this up, but Rick and Morty, and there's like an episode where they would like explore a planet and there's like all these weird fucking aliens, these weird looking characters. It would have been strange. So I guess the only issue I have with Dune, or at least with the new one, is that it's not strange enough. But it still looks good. It's still a great movie. I still really like it. Very excited for the second film. Okay. Shrek 2. Unfortunately, this is the only Shrek movie I own. Or no, I own the DVD, I think. Do I own the DVD? I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, I don't see it. Or maybe it's there? No, I don't see it. Anyways, so yeah, this is the only Shrek movie I got at the moment. Actually, no, that's not true. I also got another one. But I won't mention it totally later. But yeah, Shrek 2 on Blu-ray. I love the Shrek movies, right? You know what I would love to get on Blu-ray? Puss in Boots. I did not expect to love that one. Like, I bought it on Amazon. And I've, like, watched it, like, maybe 4 times so far. It's that good. I think it's up there with the first 2 Shrek movies. So, but Shrek 2 is great. My favorite Meet the Parents movie. Oh, Aladdin. I love this movie. I used to watch this a lot when I was young. I remember when I heard that Robin Williams passed away. I was crying that day. Well, mostly just kind of the condition he was going through. Just because it's just not like... It's not just like another celebrity that just died from passing or old age. It was just something more... something a little bit more rough. So it was just kind of shocking to find that out. But I mean, I can't deny he always tries to keep it up with whenever he's like in shows, movies, stand-up comedy. He's just going all out for it. He's just such a wonderful guy. So yeah, and of course he's great in this. Probably, let me think about this first. I was about to say if he's my favorite, or if this is my favorite movie from Robin Williams. I do really like him in Good Will Hunting. That's also really good as well. Oh, and Dead Poet Society. I love Dead Poet Society. Aladdin's a classic. I love it. It's a great movie. Another one, thank you. Next up, I got Ad Astra on Blu-ray. Fun fact, I actually haven't seen this yet, so I can't really say much about it. I've heard it's really good, so that could be kind of interesting. All right, next up, I got another Scream Factory and another John Carpenter movie, Assault on Precinct 13. Trigger warning for hardcore John Carpenter fans. I love John Carpenter so much. I love a lot of his movies. And I'm not gonna lie, I tried watching his movie twice. I fell asleep. When the first time I watched this, I got pretty fucking stoned for this. And then I fell asleep. So, okay. Usually, whenever you get high, it makes you feel sleepy. Especially when you're watching movies, that's like the worst. So, then I tried watching it again, sober. And again, I just couldn't get through it. It's a very low budget movie, which I guess I kind of need that kind of a mindset to watch this movie, because every time I kept watching, I kept thinking this looks so cheap, and I haven't even got to like the main part of the plot where it's supposed to be about like a police headquarters where there's like a bunch of bad guy criminals are just kind of like breaking in. So yeah, I haven't even got that far yet, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna stop on this movie. It's just this is one of those ones that's weirdly kind of hard to watch for me because it's so slow. But yeah, I want to give this another chance. $10 though. $10. Okay, that's everything from this box. Oh, what? You thought I was gonna stop from there? You guys wrong. Let's change things up a little bit here. I've been going through a lot of Blu-rays. Let's look through some DVDs. DVDs, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look through the DVDs. Oh no. Okay. Alright, so we'll just put that gonna keep making stacks and stacks. I wonder if towards the end of this stream, like, my whole room is gonna become a mess. Also, is the lighting a little too blown out? Maybe just a little. It is snowing, so a lot of, like, the sun is pretty much like reflecting the light, or the sun is reflecting from the snow into here. So, okay, let's try to pull out a bunch here. Alrighty, DVDs. Let's do this. Time deathmatch. Let's do this. Yeah, I used to play Call of Duty for a bit. I know of it. I know of it. There we go. All right. Oh, wait. That was the volume. I guess I was messing with that. I think I did something with my headphones. Well, okay, you guys can hear me okay. That's fine. It's still working. All right. Okay, so let's move on. The Simpsons movie. I still can't hear myself. Hold on. A little bit of a technical difficulty going on right now. There we go. Or maybe it was... No. Where's the gain? That's not that one. Hello, hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. La 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 la. It's getting louder. Louder, 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 louder. Okay. Wow, that's blowing up. Okay. Yep, yeah, boy. All right. Beep. Hey. I'm a very loud person. I don't want to blow the mic. That's weird. Maybe it's just my headphones. Because it sounded so nice, like crisp and clear, but... How about now? Alright, I might as well just work with what I got here. I guess it's just kind of change of audio. Alright. From my headphones, mostly. Oh, gosh. Ooh, that did not sound good. That did not sound good at all. Wow. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. I'm so sorry if I'm screaming into your headphones. Okay. 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 Nope. Okay. 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 Or maybe it's the volume. Okay. No, that sounds so terrible. It's so distorted. It's so distorted, man. All right. That sounds better. Okay. We're done from that. So, oof. That's still, oof, oof, oh, oh. All right. That's the best as we'll go. All right. Simpsons movie on DVD, $5. I like the Simpsons movie. Pretty good. I kind of wish the Simpsons series would end with the movie. That would be kind of cool, but no. All right. Ooh, Prince of Egypt. Oh my God, Prince of Egypt. Let me tell you something. This is a phenomenal animated film. I would put this up there with other great anime movies, like, or at least, I think my favorite anime movies from the top of my head that I can name off. I really like How You Train Your Dragon. I also love, like I said, Beauty and Beast. I also really like, I'm trying to think of Incredibles. That's such a great movie. Basically, I think this is just a really well-made cinematic masterpiece. It doesn't get talked about a lot, which it's kind of interesting to. Oh, jeez. I guess the audio is still a little weird. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Just because this audio issue is bothering me a lot, I don't want to take too much time of just going through my movies and fixing audio. So I'm just gonna cut to the pre-show. Should at least take about like 2 minutes or so take a break. We'll be back.
Rated X.
Alright, that's the best as we'll go. Alright. Simpsons movie. Hello, testing. Why does the audio sound terrible? It's not coming from this side, is it? No. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hello, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. That sounds so fucking awful. No. Wow, that sounds so bad. That sounds terrible. That sounds better. Actually, wait a minute. What about now? Well, obviously when I'm close to it. I just don't hear it. Testing 1 2 3, 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 testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Why is the audio so weird? Why is the audio so weird? Oh, wait. Maybe. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe. Oh, better. Slightly better. That is, yeah. I must have accidentally moved something. Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing. So testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. All right. I think it's fine. And I'm back. All right. So I fixed it a little bit. Maybe it wasn't having issues, maybe I was crazy, but it was starting to bother me. But at this point, I'm just going to roll with it. My biggest problem was it sounded really nice on my headphones, but then it started sounding really weird. Oh, maybe if I... Yeah, that sounds... Yeah. Okay. We're good. Let's continue. All right. Oh, yeah, we're talking about Prince of Egypt. Okay. So, man, let me tell you something. I would say... So I mentioned that I think this is one of the best, pretty much one of the best animated films ever. It's a really, really well told story. And also, one thing I really appreciate about this, I guess this is kind of the reason why maybe this movie isn't popular, because it is an adaptation from Exodus, from the Bible. And at this point now, whenever, there's movies made that are like, centered towards, or even if they're like adapted from the Bible, usually it gets very either propagandic, like one of those really bad Christian films. Although there are some really weird ones out there. There was like an actual Moses movie called Exodus, where Ridley Scott directed it. I haven't seen it. Didn't hear a lot of great things about it, but yeah, a lot of movies that are like based on anything Christian would just kind of become a little pandering. So that's why sometimes I get a little uncomfortable. Well, that, and also I grew up like in a Mormon church, and at this point I'm just trying to. At this point, it's just kind of this stuff I'm trying to move on because that's not my thing. But religion's like a whole other topic to talk about. But one thing I would say, because I watched this movie as a kid, right? And of course, my parents approved it and all that stuff. But one thing I really admire about this, even watching it today, there's just so much effort put into the story and the medium of animation. Like, this was at a point where, like, CGI was pretty new around the 90s. And there was a time where a lot of 2D artists for Disney movies, they would usually kind of incorporate some CG shots, which sometimes it looks flawless. Like, Beauty and the Beast has, like, one shot. There's that famous shot where Beast and Belle are just kind of dancing in the ballroom. The whole ballroom is CGI. The only thing that was like 2D animated or hand drawn was the Beast and Belle. Like that looked so impressive. I couldn't even tell within the slightest. And there was a couple moments of that in this movie where it actually helps make the movie feel so huge, grand, and cinematic. Like, this is something I would love to see, like in an IMAX theater. It feels like one of those grand movies you would have to see in the theater. The score. I mean, look, yeah, Hans Zimmer has done a lot of great stuff. So many great stuff. Lion King and all that. This one gets pretty underlooked. There's a lot of great, musical cues and scores, or the score. The score is phenomenal. Man, I'm really like talking. Gets to a point where it feels like I'm twisting my tongue. But you get the point. Hans Zimmer is phenomenal. Phenomenal composer. Also, when it comes to the songs that were written for the movie too, oh my god, they're also really great too. Perhaps the one thing I really admire about this, and what makes this movie stand out from, well, I haven't seen the original 10 Commandments, or I've seen like bits and pieces of it on TV, but I never really watched like the whole thing of it. But one thing I really admire about this movie, or what makes this kind of a unique, special adaptation of Exodus, I really appreciate how, I mean, it is a movie where it does stick pretty traditionally to the Exodus storyline, where Moses was raised as an Egyptian, and then later on he kind of finds out that he's a Jew, and he runs off. But once he meets his people, he makes it. Well, that's when he meets God, and God would tell him to go on this mission. So there's that. But one thing I really like how what they added towards this movie, I love the fact that it's kind of like, it's mostly a movie about like a family dynamic, or it's a movie about brothers, because there's this really great counter-off between Moses and Ramesses. Like, sometimes I feel so bad because, I mean, even I feel bad for Ramesses as a villain, because, I mean, yeah, he has slaves, it's terrible, but also you kind of get where he's coming from, because, I mean, he was raised very tough from his dad, because he's gonna be like the next pharaoh of the air, and he has like so much weight and responsibility, and he doesn't want to lose that, and he wants to keep the tradition. But it just so happens that his brother Moses is on his savior mission to try to rescue the slaves, and asking him to let him go. And since Pharaoh Ramesses is so stubborn, pretty much that's when God comes in and starts like killing all of his kids and plagues, and it's like, oh my god, it's kind of heart-wrenching to watch. It's a really well-made drama. The way how they've written the characters is just so perfect. I can't really think of any issues with this one. It's so good. I would love to get this on Blu-ray or 4K. Like, I like to see this to get like the most remastered version of this movie. Like, oh my god, so good, so good. If you have not seen this, I recommend it. I personally think it might be the best movie to come out of DreamWorks. It's either that, How to Train a Dragon, or Shrek. Those ones to me are like not only just my favorites, but the ones I would say maybe the best. Well, but speaking of the best DreamWorks movies, we got some of you already know this. Some of you already know, because oh my gosh, my hair's sticking up again. Oh, there we go. Okay, it looks better. Anyways, ants. So this is a big childhood favorite of mine. I could recall being introduced to 2 movies when I was very, very young, maybe even 2 as far as I could try to remember. There were 2 movies that piqued my interest with movies, and oh, maybe it's because. Okay, sorry, I'm still messing with the audio, but it was 2 movies I grew up with. It was Ants and the original Star Wars movies. Those are the ones I grew up with. Oh, and Phantom Menace as well. Because I actually remember, I remember as a kid I used to own like the original movies. Then I had Phantom Menace, and I remember I was confused. I didn't know it was supposed to be a prequel. But anyways, I used to watch those movies constantly, loop by loop. So I can guarantee you, I actually remember almost every single line from this movie because that's how many times I've actually seen this. And I mean, might as well just kind of get into it because there's like this whole discussion of like is Ants better than Bugs Life? I didn't know about this when I was younger, but apparently it came out around the same time as Bugs Life, and there was this whole thing where the original owner from Jimmy. Oh, hey, what do you know? I just got my first comment. Carly! Stream talk movies about more. Love it. Aww. Thank you. Special shout out for Carly. Boo. I love Bugs Life. I like Bugs Life too. I like it quite a bit. I when I was younger, I thought I like Ants more than Bugs Life. But I think at this point, I think there's just things it depends. I think in terms of, I think this movie's funnier than Bugs Life. There's a lot of funny, weird jokes. This was at a point where DreamWorks was really experimenting with being edgy. Sometimes it comes off a little too edgy to a point where I remember there's a scene where there's a line where it was like Z and Weaver, they're at a bar and they're drinking, and their choice of drinks, they're drinking out of like bugs, and they'll literally say like, oh, I'm not interested in drinking out of an anus of another creature. Yeah, wow, yeah, that was so I mean, yeah, I guess it does appeal to kids, but yeah, actually, you know what's kind of interesting, just from a filmmaker or even a screenwriting standpoint, this could make into a really interesting Adult Swim show. No, think about it. Because if you think about it, the movie's about like an ant who feels like he's like in this 1984 oppressed system of a colony, right? And I could kind of easily see this as like, I'm trying to think of an example, kind of like I guess like a Woody Allen show or movie where Z's a super neurotic. Yeah, it would work as an Adult Swim show just because it just seems so weird. I guess the only thing this movie could use less of is the more fun, adventure-y stuff. But yeah, there's my pitch. Adult Swim. Let me make an animated series about a bunch of ants going through midlife crisis. Because that's what adults go through. Alright. But yeah, I love ants. Still love it to this day. I even recreated a whole scene for a short film. Deadpool. I like Deadpool. I used to love this when this first came out. Because, I mean, I thought Deadpool was super funny. The way how he breaks the fourth wall. But at this point, I'm kind of getting a little tired of meta humor. Because I think it's kind of been exploited a lot with a bunch of comedies. And I know everybody loves Deadpool for his fourth wall breaking. But as a superhero film, I think it works okay. I mean, it is kind of like a parody of other superhero movies, which is kind of the point. Same thing with the second one. I like that one as well. If they're going to make a third one, I'm kind of worried, but I would honestly want to see like a third one movie to go bonkers. Like bonkers. Well, now that Disney owns Deadpool, why not just have Deadpool just crash every single Disney movie? Or no, he goes even further. He just goes into like every single movie. He breaks the fifth wall, sixth wall. Make it absolutely insane. Kind of like, actually, the best example I could think of is the video game. Like the video game would just go as far as, where the story just kind of forgets it has a story, and sometimes it's just Deadpool just goofing off and messing around. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know, get Charlie Kaufman to do that. That would be kind of fascinating. I know that would not be his thing because he's not into superhero movies, but it would be experimental. Wedding Crashers. I watched it once. I didn't like it. I found it at a Savers. $5. Get it. Then I got the Men in Black movies. Well, I just have Men in Black 2. I enjoy Men in Black. It's a fun movie. I will even still say to this day, my favorite performance from Will Smith. I don't care if he got an award for that movie that he was in after the slap. My favorite movie from Will Smith is Men in Black. Because you know what? One thing that Will Smith takes advantage of, he knows how to be charismatic. He knows how to act like himself. And honestly, he's kind of the best at it. So, yeah, this is probably his most fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Which I can see how some people can get sick of that, but I personally don't mind. I mean, you could even say the same with, like, The Rock, because in every movie, he's just The Rock. Same thing with Will Smith. Will Smith is Will Smith. In terms of serious performance, like the most serious dramatic performance I really like from him, I would say it's I know he was trying his hardest with the King Richards movie, but I personally felt like his best performance was Pursuit of Happiness. That one, it looked like he was actually trying his best. So yeah, I love the first Men in Black. Second one's I mean, there's some funny parts here and there. Watching the special effects or the behind the scenes is pretty cool. That's all I really have to add towards that. I like the third one too. A lot of people don't talk about that one, or I heard some people say it's not very good, but I don't know. I actually kind of really like that one more than the second. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. There was a new one with Chris Hemsworth and Tessa Thompson. That one sucks. Like, I totally forgot that movie existed. All right, next up, adaptation. This is really good. I mentioned Charlie Kaufman a few times. Charlie Kaufman's kind of an interesting writer. I mean, he wrote, like, he did the Eternal Sunshine, The Spotless Mind, and recently he did a really interesting movie on Netflix called I'm Thinking of Ending Things. Kind of maybe really reflects on him personally. I don't know. Is he okay? Charlie, are you okay? But he's a really talented writer. So far, I think my favorite project from him was adaptation, which is I guess that's kind of typical for any film fan or who loves like writing movies or screening, because the whole point of this movie is just it's kind of interesting, especially after you watch like Being John Malkovich. It's literally a movie about Charlie Kaufman, and Nicolas Cage plays as Charlie Kaufman, and he has to make this. He has this challenge where he has to adapt a book about lilies and plants, but he didn't want to turn it into like a typical action adventure romance. He wanted to do something new, and he gets stuck at it. So he puts on the idea, hey, why don't I just put myself in the movie? And then that's kind of what he did. So pretty much it's an adaptation of a book, but also it's a movie about Charlie struggling to trying to find or to write a story about it. It's insane. It's kind of an insane movie to think about. It's not like a visual trip fest unlike Being John Malkovich, but it's more of an interesting, I guess I want to say external, or it's kind of more of a thinker's piece with this one. But yeah, I love it. And I would say out of all of Nicolas Cage's performances, so far, I really like him in Pig and Mandy, but so far my favorite performance from him is from adaptation. Or not again, but I always keep saying again. It's always such a habit for me. But it's like one of those movies where I don't just see him as Nicolas Cage. I see him performing as a character. So that's what I really like about watching him in this. Audio's still good. Is it still good? Or maybe it was this. Oh, wow. No, that just... Anyways. I'm going to take a sip of water. My throat's getting a little... Woo! All right. Let's keep going. Ooh, this one should be interesting. Bubble boy. Oh, hey, look. Okay, you can see... Okay, so you can see on my Venmo, my profile pic, I've had many people ask me, why do you have that? Who is that? Bubble boy. I can't even describe to you. I don't think I have, like, the energy to describe why I like this. I don't know. It's bad, but I also think it's really funny. It's weird. It can be legit funny at times. It could also be dated. I mean, there's a lot of, like, racial stereotype jokes, lots of sexist jokes. This is a movie that would not be made today. Like, I mean, it even says from producer of Austin Powers. Yeah, that makes sense. And fun fact, this movie came out during the same year, in 2001, as Donnie Darko. So, Jake Gyllenhaal was in two masterpieces within that year, Donnie Darko and Bubble Boy. I don't know. This is weird. I kind of like Freddy Got Fingered. I get like a weird ironic enjoyment out of it. It's a movie that would never be made, and weirdly enough, this is kind of it is slightly based on a true story, because there was a guy there was a kid that grew up inside of kind of like not just a bubble, but he had to keep himself like quarantined because apparently if he stepped out of his quarantine bubble, the germs in the air would kind of like affect him and he would actually die, which unfortunately that happened to him. It's actually a pretty tragic story. It's really sad. Poor kid. And how does this movie approach this idea? Oh, we're gonna make this road trip movie where there's a guy who's like in a bubble and he's kept in captive from his hardcore Christian parents. He goes on this road trip to go find this girl. Ugh. It's a weird movie, but it's probably like maybe the most guilty pleasure movie ever. I love it. Oh, I've seen this in a while. Amply. Wow. So dirty. Okay. Disclaimer. $5. Also disclaimer. It's used. I don't know if the camera can see it well, but I've noticed there's like, you know, sometimes where you have like a glass or like a drink, but then like you accidentally like set it on something and you can kind of see like the glass outline. I guess I wasn't too careful when I was a kid. I don't know. Is this still... Let's see. Is it... Well, it looks okay. So I guess it's not totally fucked up. You can still buy it. I can't really... I don't know. I don't really have anything to say about this one. I haven't seen this in such a long time. The only thing I remember was that the kid who voiced Aang from the Avatar series, he's the main character of this. That's one thing that was weird because, well, I came in late into the game with Avatar: The Last Airbender. I didn't watch it until I was like in my early 20s. So yeah, I know I had a missed out childhood, but yeah, when I watched the show, I was like, that voice sounds so familiar. And then I looked up and I was like, oh yeah, he was in this. Nicolas Cage is in this too? Man, I own a lot of Nicolas Cage movies. Maybe I'll watch it tonight. Who knows? It's been too long. I wish there was some way where, you know what would be kind of fun? Because while I'm kind of doing this, mostly kind of like as like a beta test, but you know what would be so fun? It'll be kind of cool to do like, because I know on Twitch stream you can like game, or you know, you play games and such. I wish there was a way you could do like a movie watch along. That would actually be kind of fun. But I've tested. I've actually, it's actually kind of hard on Twitch or any type of. Well, I'm using Streamlabs to stream this thing, but the audio's still good. Thank you, Carly. Just thanks for leaving a note. But that would be kind of cool, where I would just watch a movie and then like you guys could just like watch it with me, and then maybe I can like comment on it a few things. That would be kind of fun. The only problem is that whenever I try to like say like if I go to like if I switch back to this, like I can just watch. Yeah, I know I've been watching myself. Oh, but you know, say if I open up this, if I was gonna watch a YouTube video, that seems pretty easy because like, oh my gosh, I didn't know there was that. But yeah, like you could see that just fine. You can see the YouTube videos, right? But if I go to a streaming service, like let's say Netflix, for instance, I was going into that, and if I was going to play any movie from here, well, pretty much it would just kind of be a black screen. So there would really be no point. I'll have to think of something. I don't know. I'll have to think of some sort of an idea. Uh-oh, looks like my Twitch is starting to look a little... Uh-oh, what's going on here? Looks like, well, I apologize whoever's watching this on Twitch. It seems like it looks like it's... Oh, no, okay, there we go. That looks so weird. Whoa! It's like... Whoa, am I watching myself in the past? Whoa, and then there's another one. Oh my gosh, there's this loop. Feels like I'm going to his dream. Oh my gosh, and I'm going into another one. And another one. Okay, what was I doing? Oh my god, I'm getting distracted. But yeah. I don't know. That could be kind of fun. That could be kind of fun to do a watch along, but I'll have to figure out how that will work. Because how am I supposed to show the movies if I can't see it? Well, I guess maybe if I get like a Blu-ray external drive, like one of those like disc external drives for my computer, because I can still play physical copy movies. Like if I have like a movie, well, okay, let's go back here. I know I'm going through all my movies, but you know, this is also just kind of like a hangout thing. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, so one instance, if I go into my hard drive. Okay, so I got like the original Star Wars here, right? Like I can definitely show that because I own the movie like on a drive. Or maybe I got some other ideas. I also made this thing where, because if I wanted to watch the movie, I got like this cool little format here. All right. Nope. I'm not doing that. Back to donation. Okay. All right. That was a good little break. Getting distracted. ADHD, am I right? Constantly get distracted every once in a while. I also kind of need that just so I can either explore or... Oh, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I didn't get much sleep. I didn't go to bed till 4. Yeah, not until 4. Definitely gonna need some sleep. I'm alright. A little stretchy. Okay. Let's keep going. Maybe I'll have to do another break, because I'm starting to feel a little tired. But I'm not going to end it, because we haven't even got to the end yet. Okay. Moving on. Hood. Oh. Where's Hoodwink? Oh, it's over there. I had my shelves organized with color, so that's probably why it was like out. Let's get Hoodwink out here. All right. So Hoodwinked. I love Hoodwinked. This movie's so underrated. I watched this a lot when I was a kid, and I was I was kind of worried to watch it again just because I was like, man, that animation, woof, woof. But you know what? I watched it again. I don't know how long, but it wasn't too long ago. But it still holds up weirdly. It's really funny. Kind of like Shrek. It takes a lot of like fairy tale like stories and characters and kind of makes like almost like a subversive parody of it. And there's a lot of funny characters in this. Like I love. Well, I guess not really. I was about to say I like Red Riding Hood. She was fine. But like the granny character is hilarious. The wolf, voiced by Patrick Warburton, is phenomenal. A lot of his dialogue is extremely iconic. And weirdly enough, I cannot think of a line on top of my head. But yeah, pretty great. Yeah, the animation's not great, but I can kind of excuse that because I like to kind of think. Well, I guess this animation studio didn't really had like a huge budget or like I don't know. They weren't making like big money as like say Shrek or any Disney movie, but they had to work with what they got. That's kind of what I like to think. Just because, I mean, I can excuse bad animation as long as it's a funny movie, and it's a funny movie. Oh, it's also a great musical too. There's like there's some songs incorporated that are pretty fun. This is a bonus disc. Actually, some of these movies I've got from, well, my grandpa passed away last year, and I was able to get like half of his movie collection. He also had like a big collection too. So I collected a few from him, and this was one of them. So these are kind of like nostalgic to me, just kind of looking back at these. This is... Oh, it's a bonus disc. Oh my god, I totally forgot about this. Okay, I don't know if anyone has owned Hoodwinked, but if anybody who's owned like the double DVDs of Hoodwinked, does anybody remember this? Not pointing. This is a short. Oh my god, it's been so long. Oh, it's from the same animators. Okay. Oh, I never really... Huh, that's weird. I guess that never really connected with my head till now. But yeah, there's a short film called Wobots. I don't remember much. I remember it was a musical, and I remember it was about Christmas. It was like a Christmas short. Kirby would know this. Kirby would I don't know. Hey, Kurt. Maybe I can try to get Kirby on the chat. Hey, Kirby. You know anything about this short? Have you seen it? I can't be the only one. All right. I got another SpongeBob DVD. This is a SpongeBob DVD I grew up with. Sea Stories. Includes a couple episodes. Gary takes a bath. Classic. Hooky. It's a great one. Life of Crime. Pickles. No Free Rides. Sailor Mouth. Oh, Sailor Mouth. That one's funny. No Weenies Allowed. Jellyfish Jam. Oh, I love that one. It's got good music. The Algae's Always Greener. Oh, and Shanghai. Obviously, Shanghai's listed in there. One thing that's kind of cool about this, with the Shanghai episode, there's like 3 different endings that you can choose from. And I guess the ending that they... Because I guess on TV, or maybe on TV, they had several versions. I don't know. I wasn't there for premiere day for this episode. But, because I know, like, because I've seen, like, SpongeBob, like, on Amazon Prime. And when I saw that Shanghai episode, there was only, like, of course, the ending that they chose for SpongeBob, because he's the main character, obviously. But there's, like, other endings where you get, like, Patrick's ending or Squidward's ending, where they all give into her wish. Spoiler alert, they all get trapped by the Flying Dutchman, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, pretty good one. I didn't own a ton of SpongeBob media. Or at least this is like one of the only few I could at least try to own. My parents didn't buy me a ton of from SpongeBob. Okay. Spider-Man 2. Yes, I also have the original Spider-Man movies on DVD. I grew up with this. So this definitely means a lot to me. I was actually really close to thinking about keeping it just because DVD nostalgia, but I got the Blu-ray. Blu-ray is actually really good, so I'm fine with letting this go. I got this at Christmas, man, so long ago. Yeah, because unlike the Blu-rays, because Blu-rays are like physical media that I collect recently. Like I constantly go on to keep getting more and more. But whenever I get DVDs, especially when I was younger, I always get them from like either my parents or like a holiday occasion. Like when I got Prince of Egypt, I got that as a gift, but it was like an Easter gift because obviously Easter Sunday, all that. But yeah, sometimes I would get them from my family, and sometimes that just kind of feels special to me whenever I own those. Yeah, good times. Yeah, I'm gonna take another sip. Gosh, I'm getting a little worn out. Ooh, I gotta give live streamers some credit because they can go on for what I'm at. Wow, I'm like 2 minutes away from getting to 4 hours. That's actually impressive. I enjoyed doing this actually. This is kind of a lot of fun. Like I don't know. Usually around like the first bit of a live, I would get a little anxious or maybe a little stressed because I'm like, oh no, there's nobody watching. Oh no, what I need to get a crowd. But at this point, I don't really care. It just kind of feels like I'm just like, well, of course, to anybody who would be watching this, I'm pretty sure on YouTube, I'm just going to keep it the way it is. Like if it's going to be a long fucking, I don't know, 12, 13 hour, like live stream. It just feels like I could be myself. Feels like I'm unscripted. And even though this is kind of a basically, actually, I can kind of see this turning into like a review thing. Because I actually love talking about movies. Like I've been getting like so into like talking every one of them. Because I thought, okay, I just got to go through a lightning round because people would mostly maybe because I just kind of had this assumption where people would just watch this for the movies, or maybe they just want to buy it. But I also had to remember one thing I kind of enjoy about live streaming is that it just kind of feels like, well, people can just kind of reach out to me through this chat, and I actually kind of like it. I don't know. It makes me feel really comfortable being here. So, wow, I'm getting very sentimental all of a sudden. Is that how tired I'm getting? No, not really. Oh, boys, we did it. Boys and girls, non-binary, everyone. We made it to 4 hours. Woohoo. We're going to try to beat out Zack Snyder's runtime for Justice League. Take that, Snyder. I'm going to make something epically 11 hours. Unlike a 4-hour movie. I've only seen that once. I actually remember liking it when I first saw it, but I don't really have the urge to try to watch it again. It's mostly just the runtime that kind of intimidates me. Like I'm very selective about what movies I watch, especially when it comes to long ones. Like if I'm like thinking about the movie and I really want to get into it, I'll do it. Dune's a long movie, but I'm up for it just because I have fond memories of it. But then there's some days where I'm like, maybe I want to watch Dune, but it's very long. Maybe I don't have time for this. I don't know. Anyways, this is fun. Honestly, this is fun. I don't care if like nobody's watching or anything like that. I felt good. All right, let's keep going. Kung Fu Panda 2, masterpiece. Okay, Prince of Egypt, masterpiece. Beauty and the Beast, masterpiece. Masterpiece. Kung Fu Panda 2 is really, really damn good. Very good sequel. Also, the way Kung Fu Panda does a really great job with writing villains. And I think out of the trilogy, what's the villain's name? Lord Shen. Lord Shen is super cool. I think he's like one of the best written villains from, well, maybe just any movie. He's a really interesting villain. I really like him. definitely one of the best DreamWorks villains. Maybe up there with Death. But yeah, Kung Fu Panda 2 is really good. I really like it a lot. Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, all right. Wake up, Godzilla fans. We got another one. I got a double feature. Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. Godzilla versus Destroyer. Fun fact. My first introduction to Godzilla was the 1998 American remake. I know, kind of sad. But if it wasn't for that movie, I wouldn't be introduced to Godzilla in Japan. Because I had no idea that Godzilla was originated from Japan. Came from Japan. So I remember I had this really fond memory. I was hanging out with my cousin. His name was Chandler. Great guy. And we were watching TV. And I remember there were 2 movies that would be stuck in my head as like comfort childhood movies. And that one is Space Jam. But we were watching Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla first. I was watching on TV. Oh, my mic is blocking the thing away. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we could just keep it at this. Anyways. But yeah, this was on TV. And I remember I was watching it as a kid. I was like, what? There's another Godzilla movie? And Godzilla can fight monsters? There's this weird monster with like these crystals on his shoulders. There's a baby Godzilla? What the fuck is this? This is the most amazing thing ever. And then for some reason, my cousin Chandler just decided to switch channels. He's like, oh, let's just watch Space Jam. Bro, what was that? Go back. But then I watched Space Jam, which actually I love Space Jam. Who doesn't? Space Jam's a classic. But yeah, that was kind of when my obsession with the Godzilla franchise sparked. Maybe even I would even say it sparked my interest in filmmaking too, because I really like watching these movies. Even as a kid, I really like watching it for the suits, the technical aspects of the movie, and also just you're just seeing two guys in rubber suits just fighting out over each other. Some people say it's cheesy. I say it's charming. Like, I would love to do like a monster movie. That would be so fun. But can I be honest with you guys with something? Especially to kaiju fans and Godzilla fans, I gotta be honest with you with something. It feels good to get new Godzilla stuff. Like, I mean, what? Apparently there's another Godzilla or King Kong movie. Okay, they're doing another team up. Well, they fought the last time. I guess this time they're gonna try to team up. Sounds silly. Sounds a little ridiculous, but that's also kind of why I enjoy the last one. However, there's just something, I don't know if this is just me, but there's just something missing about watching these Godzilla movies made in America, or especially, I don't want to diss CGI, because CGI is, at this point, it's kind of like the most modern, useful tool to use to animate characters that wouldn't be real. But here's what's weird, because I've been growing up with like movies with CGI. I mean, I was born in 1998. I was at a point where CGI was becoming a big, well, not becoming, but it was still a thing. And it just feels like I've seen so many movies that are computer animated where it just kind of feels stale to me. I mean, there are some, obviously there's some great examples. Like Guardians of the Galaxy stands out to me because the way how the characters are animated just feels so complex. And the way how they're animated just kind of feels like they're CGI, but they're believable enough characters that you don't care. I don't really get that feeling with watching these Godzilla movies. And I would say this is a nitpick. This is not to say I don't enjoy... I mean, I liked... well, I guess I didn't really care for the first Godzilla or neither King of the Monsters. But I really like Godzilla vs. Kong. That was actually fun. And I like Kong Skull Island. Those are pretty good. But I just can't help but think there's just something I miss. I miss of just the idea of having a camera on set and you're watching a movie and you're just, you're watching these two people in suits fighting at it. I can tell it's real. People say it's fake, but I'm like, oh yeah, of course it's fake. But also, what you're actually seeing is real. You're seeing like these two like dookie at each other fight, or they come up with these cool special effects. And that isn't to say like the Toho Godzilla has never experimented around with CGI. Of course they've had. I think ever since the 90s Godzilla movies and also the Millennial series, you know, they've used CGI, but they still kept the idea about having a person in a suit. Then there's Shin Godzilla, which it's like a weird mix where you'll have shots of Godzilla in a, like, it's not, I don't think they actually filmed any shots with Godzilla like as a rubber suit or a person in a rubber suit. They've had some animatronic shots for the close-ups, but they actually Shin Godzilla for the most part was CGI throughout the entire thing. So I think what makes that movie work for me was because Godzilla's design is really unique. The way how he doesn't move his eyes, so it kind of looks like it could be like someone wearing a Godzilla suit, even though it isn't. So that's kind of impressive. But at the same time, when it comes to the American movies, because Godzilla is very expressive in those new ones, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, at least you could tell what Godzilla's thinking. But I think that's what kind of made Godzilla really interesting in the first place. You can't tell what he's thinking. That's what sometimes make him intimidating. Or even as a hero, or when he's like the good guy. Because usually Godzilla's either the good guy or bad guy in like every movie. But I just can't help but feel like maybe I'm just kind of tired of just Godzilla being like an anti-hero or hero or something like that. Especially when keeping up with like watching Godzilla versus Kong. It's a fun movie, but it's also kind of predictable towards the end. Because I'm like, I mean, it's a versus movie, but they're probably not going to say a solid winner. I mean, I guess you could say Godzilla because he did like fucking stomp the shit out of Kong. And then after that, they were fighting, you know, Mechagodzilla. Because that's what happens with versus movies. They don't really commit to like a winner, or say like, oh yeah, like Freddy versus Jason, who won? You could say Jason because he came out of the water and he was holding Freddy's decapitated head, but also he's alive. He's not dead, so there's really no winner within that. Because with Godzilla movies, they make it clear sometimes who's the winner, or sometimes or sometimes the monster would sometimes win, like Godzilla versus Mothra, or is it Mothra versus? It's Mothra versus Godzilla, the original. So yeah, I guess no diss on the CGI artists. I think they did a pretty good job with. I mean, obviously Godzilla looks great, or this new Godzilla. This ain't like the 1998 movie where he looks too different. I like the size of him. I like the way how he's designed. But I think at this point, maybe I am just kind of tired of CGI kaijus. I don't know. Although there's Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim is pretty cool. Even the way how CGI is pretty good too. I don't know. All I just ask is just gonna be another Godzilla movie. Which I think there is. No, I think there is an upcoming Godzilla movie from Toho. Can we go back to suits? That would be kind of cool. I mean, you could still use CGI. It's fine. I mean, I would use it. Sometimes I'll use it in my videos. But, I mean, just have a guy in a suit. I want to see that. That, to me, that kind of makes me appreciate filmmaking a lot. And that's, like I said, not to say, because, I mean, there is obviously hard work within CGI. I mean, I'm not an expert with After Effects, but I know, like, how many layers it will take to make something look very flawless. So, I mean, there's that, obviously. But there's also, like, a little bit of an uncanniness, because sometimes there's some people trying to make CGI, like like they're trying to perfect it, make it look exactly real. Except to the human eye, we can easily detect what is fake and what isn't. So, yeah. Wow. Where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. And Godzilla vs. Destroyer. Those ones are heartbreaker. Seriously. No joke. Well, should I? The only reason why this movie's well known, because Godzilla dies. Yep. He dies. I remember as a kid, I was like, they wouldn't actually kill Godzilla, would they? And when you just watch him like melt and everything, I'm like, oh my god, he's dead. It was so sad. I think I cried. I think this is the only Godzilla movie I cried to. All right. Ooh, election. Let me tell you, there's a criterion for this. I would love to pick this in the closet, but anyways, election. Actually, it's a really funny comedy. I haven't seen much from this director. I've heard he's made several movies. Alexander Payne. I've heard about this from some of my friends. And I thought, oh, okay, I'll check it out. I got this from Savers. So I thought, oh, this could be, yeah, why not? I'll watch it through there. And it was riveting to watch throughout the entire thing. It's really, really funny of just the way how Matthew Broderick... Actually, I'm not a huge fan of Matthew Broderick as an actor, but I can't deny he's talented. He does a lot of good performances sometimes. Like, of course, I love him in Ferris Bueller. I liked him in Lion King as well, even if it was just kind of mostly voicing as themselves. But most other movies he's in, it just kind of feels like he's always foaming his performance. I guess he's just kind of like one of those actors where like you just can't see him as anything but Ferris Bueller. But one thing I really love about his performance in this movie, it's mostly the character he was given. He's kind of quiet and self-reserved, but also at the exact same time, he doesn't like all the ideologies that Reese Witherspoon's character is trying to go for, and getting to a point where it might expose his personal life. So it gets really funny and really weird at times. Really good, very clever comedy. Very good. I want to see more from this director. I think he also did Sideways, and what else has he done? Actually, let's look. Why not? Let's look. Let's go back here. Yeah, this is my wallpaper. Yeah, I know. I'm obsessed with Uncut Gems. Send me some wallpapers. New wallpapers. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Internet. So, IMDb. Oh, no. I already have IMDb popped up. Alex. Actually, let's look for election first. I don't know his name on top of my head. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Alexander Payne. What else has he done? That's kind of cool. IMDb always has this issue with like looking through the directors, because you have to look through like all their, like if you want to look for like their directing filmography, you have to like pass through like all the extra stuff, like what they wrote or what they act or composer or editing. But that's actually kind of nice that they filter this out. So this is the newest. Downsizing. Oh, I've heard of Downsizing. Nebraska, I've heard about that one. I've heard of Descents. Not Hung. Yeah, Sideways. About Schmidt. Yeah, I'll have to check out some of these other. Oh, he did some previous movies before. Passion of the Martin. Huh. Like a short movie. Huh. I haven't seen it. What is this? Inside Out 3? What is this? Oh, it's a... Oh. Sorry to expose that, Alexander. What? Oh, there's another Inside Out. Huh, that's weird. Where's the yellow one? Where's the blue one? Where's the red one? Where's the green one? Citizen Ruth. Is that Is that Laura Dern? Oh my god, it is. Oh, and he's in it too? Cool. I gotta, you know what? Um, I'm also a letterbox. I use what? I use IMDb to look up like movies or actors or names, but I don't use it to like rate movies and such. Actually, let's find this. Sis and Ruth. I actually want to. This looks interesting. I actually wouldn't mind checking it out. Oh, it's even like a. Okay. All right. That's cool. Citizen Ruth. I'll watch it. This is streaming in. Oh, no. Guess not. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't have Paramount Plus. All right. Well, I put it on my watch list. I want to check it out. I really liked Election. I always want to check out some more from. Oh, here's also the donation page. If you're interested to donate to my short film. If you don't want to buy any of my movies, but if you want to support me, raise money for my short, you got it right there. It actually doesn't look like I've earned as much, but I'm actually building up quite up to it. I mean, pretty much I'm kind of using my money that I save up on my own, which is really rough, and it definitely takes a lot of patience to get that all done. Oh man, maybe I gotta fix my camera because it looks so dark or bright. It's so bright, so washed out. Oh my god. Oh yeah. So let's go back to this. Maybe I gotta. Oh, should I fix it? Well, okay, let's do this. I got 3 DVDs in my hands. Let's go through this part, and I'll kind of go through another break. Okay, so all right, let's keep going. Night of the Museum. It's been a while since I've seen this one. It's fun. I don't think I've seen the other ones. I think I remember watching the second one like once. I don't remember a lot about it. And I haven't seen the third one. And apparently that's supposed to be like one of Robin Williams' last performances. So I'll probably watch it for that. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to click. I'm just trying to get this thing off my display. There we go. Get that off my screen. Okay, next up, I got the original Godzilla. Except this is the American version. And this was how I was introduced to the original movie. I didn't see the original until way later, but I thought, oh, it's the original movie. It's made in America. Why the heck are there Japanese people in it? But I was a very naive kid. I didn't know anything about foreign films or international movies. I couldn't really watch this when I was a kid because, I mean, I didn't really care for like Godzilla movies where he was on his own. But luckily, I've kind of, well, now I have a lot more appreciation towards that. Because sometimes, because Godzilla started out as a horror film. So, I mean, that's kind of the whole idea. It's supposed to be fearful that, like, there's this big, giant, oversizing monster just going around making this disaster. I'll get more in depth into it once I talk about the original Godzilla. But the King of the Monsters version, it's fine. It's just kind of like a really stereotypical B horror movie. Nothing special. It really kind of does a lot of disservice to the original. Like, not only just the fact that they had to throw in an American actor because, oh, Americans can't relate to Japanese people, Korean people. No. They gotta have a white guy, right? They gotta have that white guy to explain it to everybody. But yeah, so that kind of does a little disservice with this movie. It makes it cheesy. Very, very cheesy, which is unfortunate because the original version is way more disturbing than it's way more disturbing as it tries to be. But this is just, yeah. Okay, one more. Star Wars: The Clone Wars. This is the movie. I got this for Christmas when I was younger. I've watched this a few times, but I didn't really get into it as much. And of course, I guess now with the Star Wars fan community, we all agree this was definitely not very good. Maybe even the worst thing to come out of the Clone Wars. I did watch the TV show for a bit when I was little, but I didn't like fully like religiously watched it, because when I was a kid, I had basic cable, and I didn't have any channels like Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon. The only thing I had grew up with was PBS Kids. Like, remember Arthur, fucking Word Girl? Those are like top tier shows. But yeah, the best chance I could get to watch like anything from Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, or Cartoon Network is if I visit my grandparents. But I watched a lot from season 1 when I was younger, and then I kind of lost interest because that was kind of when I was starting to grow out of watching cartoons when I was younger. What am I saying? I still watch cartoons. What am I talking about? I still watch South Park, Rick and Morty, regular show. The fuck am I talking about? Or I guess it was at a point where I couldn't keep up with it. Like, I like to try to watch every new show in order. But I guess that's where streaming is very helpful, especially when it comes to series. I mean, it really kind of changed everything where, because with like cable television, you could just kind of like watch like any episode of a show in out of order, and it just kind of feels like, oh, you're not missing much. But if I was watching a show that had a continuous story, it's like I have to be there. And that was kind of frustrating for me at the time. But now, luckily, I have... that's one thing I actually really appreciate about streaming service. Yeah, you thought as a physical media collector I'd be bashing on streaming, but no, I like streaming. I have a bunch of streaming services. I got Netflix, Hulu, although my parents are paying for Netflix and Hulu, so I'm sharing their accounts. But I pay for Disney Plus. I also pay for I also pay for Criterion Channel. I pay for Shudder. For a while, I had Paramount Plus for a bit, but I only had it just to watch the South Park specials and also Beavis and Butthead. What else did I get? Oh, I had Peacock for a bit. I might get it again because I heard there's this movie I really want to see called Tar. And apparently, I don't know if this is true. Someone wants a Peacock in the chat, even though nobody's really in the chat right now. But answer my question. Is Tar on Peacock? Is it? We're gonna look that up again. Okay. Tar. Oh, it's in theaters. All right. Is it streaming anywhere? Because I know I can rent it. Oh yeah, it is. It is on Peacock. I don't like Peacock, but if I really want to see this movie, I guess I'll have to renew my subscription. Ugh. I'm not a huge fan of Peacock. I only used it just to watch like The Office and Parks and Rec. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do another break, but this is gonna be very quick. I actually just kind of want to fix the camera or the lighting. The lighting looks so blown out, so I'm gonna see what I can do to fix that. I will be back in a few.
Rated X.
Oh, I have an idea. There we go. Camera. It looks like... Oh, it's the... Okay, it looks like I'm... Whoa! Whoa, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck? Jeez. Well, that didn't take very long. I was going to mess around with the camera, but I couldn't open up a camera app because I would have to close my Streamlabs. Which I don't want to do that because I'm still live. Folks, we're still live. We're live. We're going live. Fuck it. We're going live. Parsecs. No. Just trying to look for... What the heck was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Settings. Now it's like fucked beyond. Okay. So, Bluetooth devices. Okay. Whoa. That's even worse. So, I don't know what's... Wow. What is happening? Maybe it's the... I don't know. Could I change this? No. That is so weird. Let's see. What if I... Nope. Still. Huh. What if I raise this up just a bit? What if I raise up this? No. What is going on? That is so funny. Huh. Well, now I just made it worse. It seems like maybe I'm just getting too paranoid with just how everything looks. Okay, there we go. Now it's fixed. I got it. I'm gonna turn down the brightness because, oh my god. Looking good. What if I go all the way? I don't know what I just did there, but I did something. What the? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what I'm... Oh, gotcha. Okay, never mind. I actually know how this works now. Ew. Alright, now you can see me actually changing the camera. Looks a little too strong. Let's keep it like right there. Brightness. Okay, no. Yeah, that's too much. I think... That looks good. Actually, I like the way how this looks, so... It's a little overblown. I should really get myself some lighting equipment. That's kind of funny. I'm like a filmmaker enthusiast for like cameras and microphones, editing software, but I don't own... Well, I do own one lighting equipment, but it's like a really tiny box thing. Not even enough to like light a whole room. Looks like I'm gonna have to get that. Maybe I'll have to use that for my short film too. Yeah. Oh, just a reminder: if you want to buy some movies, it's all here. I like to repeat this sometimes because maybe there's somebody who knew who would come into this live stream. But I mean, not only this is just kind of like a live stream where I'm just chatting, going over like my movie collection, but I'm also selling them, and there's also lots of other stuff I'm trying to sell. Which includes like 4K, or there's my movies, my 4K Blu-rays, DVDs, VHSs. I also got Funko Pops that I'm selling, and movie posters from the movie theaters, the movie theaters. Because I used to work at a movie theater called Megaplex. For those in Utah or live in Utah, they'll know what that is. because they'll probably go there on $5 Tuesdays. Pretty good theater. Worked there for a bit. How long have I worked there for? 4 years. I've worked there for 4 years. Man. A lot of my friends left like around like the first or second year. But I stayed because I remember I wanted to be a manager. As much as I've applied for that position many times. I just got really sick of it, and I was like, nope, I'm done. But now at this point, I'm kind of glad. I feel like if I ever take like a management position like that, it would be stressful. I mean, you could definitely get like some more benefits. That's one thing for sure. I mean, pretty much my manager at the time just kind of treated his theater as his own. Like, he'll come up with like, he'll have like some private screenings and yeah, mostly just like private screenings of movies, or even there was that one point we had a Halo night, but we played it in a theater. It's pretty cool, actually. That was kind of fun. I know you can still do it technically, because like I mean, what, you just have to rent out a private theater for whoever knows how long. Then you can just invite your friends and play, I don't know, Call of Duty, Mortal Kombat, or a bunch of like fun. Or I don't know, I just thought it was a weird idea. What if somebody rented out like a movie theater just so they could play like a single player game like Spider-Man or Last of Us? That would be taking things to like a whole new level of like, the concept of like people like will go to the movies by themselves. I mean, not to say that's which I wouldn't shame people on that, because I do that like all the time. I do it quite a bit. Sometimes I'll go to movies with friends, or sometimes I would go to movies with my dates, but I also like going by myself. It actually feels kind of comfortable. Because actually it feels like I can pay attention to the movie. Anyways, what was I going on about? Movie theaters. I left there for a bit. All right. Let's move on. I'm going pretty slow on this, but that's okay. Oh, here. Got a little crusty. Do you guys like that word? Crusty? It's kind of like the same equivalent of saying moist. Crusty. Oh my gosh. I'm so weird. Where am I gonna put these? I'll just yeah, just set right here. Like I said, my room is gonna become a mess eventually. Let's do some more DVDs. Did you hear that? Oh, it's just my chair. Ha 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 ha. Let's keep going. All right, we got another Godzilla movie. Godzilla's Revenge. I watched this a few times as a kid, but even as a kid, I couldn't help but feel like this is like the stupidest Godzilla movie. I mean, it's aimed for kids. It's weird. Not in a good way. Actually, there is one thing I will say I actually strongly dislike about this movie. I didn't know this when I was little, but this movie actually recycled clips and scenes from previous Godzilla movies. Like, I think they took from like Son of Godzilla. They also took some shots from Ebra, Horror of the Deep, and or if you want to call it Godzilla versus the Sea Monster, there's that too. But yeah, they just took a bunch of clips from some previous movies, and the only thing that was filmed where Godzilla actually fights like a new monster. It's just this stupid thing. Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you what it looks like. Godzilla fans knows what I'm talking about, but for those who don't, Gabra is like the stupidest kaiju. Gabra. Let's see. It's kind of hard to type in old. I'll just split. God. Yeah, Gabra. Look at this. Look at this. This is like... Oh my god. This is like the dumbest shit ever. Look at the way how he looks. Basically, he plays as a bully in the movie. Because, oh yeah, what's his... Godzilla's son, Minya, he talks in this movie. Well, he can only talk when he shrinks in size, which, yeah. Apparently Godzilla's son can shrink to human size, talk to kids, and then once he grows up, or once he grows back into like his baby kaiju form, he makes like these weird noises. Ugh. Yeah, actually, this would work for like a watch along. That would be kind of interesting. I gotta figure out how that's gonna work. Like I said, I'll have to figure out a way. Oh, I wonder. Oh, shoot. Well, no one's watching, but if anybody can answer my question, is it possible to get copyrighted on Twitch or on YouTube if I wanted to watch, like, do a watch along of a movie, even if you're live? I don't know, because I know YouTube is pretty strict about that. I know this because I used to like make videos and I have like clips from movies. Oh, that's kind of neat. Okay. Yeah, maybe I just don't like Gabra. Oh my god. I want it. I want it. Oh man. They even made like an extremely detailed figure of him. Yeah. What a beloved character, man. Anyways, so yeah, it's such a stupid movie. I would say it's my least favorite Godzilla movie out of all of them. Like I think I even like it less than the 1998 remake. No joke. I'm not saying a lot, because I mean, for the most movie, you're just like, well, because with any Godzilla movie, you're just like, oh, I don't want to watch the human stuff. I want to watch the monsters fighting. And I guess it's just what makes it worse. Again, they recycle clips from other movies, and you don't really get a lot of like new like action sequences. But also that was kind of like the time where those Godzilla movies around the 70s were starting to get really cheap with their budget. Sometimes they'll reuse the same Godzilla suit, or sometimes they'll have to take footage from other movies and say, oh, it's still a movie, technically. It's weird. Okay. So that was Godzilla Revenge, $5. Oh, excuse me. $5. Get it for $5. Only $5, people. Oh, no. Oh, no. I forgot I had this. I enjoy a good So Bad, So Good movie. I love Cool Cat Saves the Kids. But I fucking hate Derek Savage. If you don't know anything about Cool Cat, wherever, I mean, I would say the best video to watch about, like, look up YMS Cool Cat. He makes a pretty good video about the movie. It's kind of like an ego-driven movie, or it's a movie that's made from ego. There's a guy who lives in, I think, in Nevada or California, I don't know, but he thinks of himself as an entertainer, and he makes movies, or well, not movies, but I'll still call it movies. Why not? It's enough effort for him to call it a movie. Ish. Whatever. But I think what he was trying to do, because and I'm not going to be talking about this because he's made a couple Cool Cats movies, but the first one was called Cool Cats Saves the Kids, which I guess it's supposed to be like those after school specials, like PA or after school. Oh, I forgot what they're called. School. What is it? What are they called? It's like in elementary school. Sometimes like you go to assembly or like in class you'll watch like an educational video. Oh no. What was it called? What was it called? What is it called? I can't remember. I'll just say after school special. I guess it's trying. He was trying to make like somewhat of like an after school PA. I think that's what I was looking for. Right? PSA. God. Okay, that's what I was trying to find. He was trying to make a PSA film. But it's like separated as shorts, which is kind of weird because it's one movie, but there's like multiple like because like there's like a bunch of short stories that were just basically combined into one movie. But yeah, so pretty much it's a PSA movie, but it's so terrible, but also kind of weirdly funny, and there's a lot of like weird implications. I mean, I guess Derek had. I mean, he's kind of a really out of touch baby boomer, basically, and I guess he had no idea that the furry fandom exists. And I guess well, he got super popular because he thought he was making these movies for kids, and he think kids are watching it. That's not the case. If you look at like his Twitter page, pretty much everybody that follows him are like around in their 20s or 30s that like ironic enjoyment. And the most frustrating part is that he's the worst part is that he struggles to realize those are the people that likes to watch his stuff. And what I hate about him, unlike Tommy Wiseau or Neil Breen, like those guys are very genuine about making the movies. Like they'll say something if like, you know, like if they feel like, well, I guess I remember Tommy Wiseau was pretty reactionary when people were saying his movies are bad. Then later on he started to get the idea that, oh, maybe he could make some money and re-release the movie over and over again to make a midnight show. And that's kind of where he found his peace with it. Neil Breen doesn't care. He'll just make any movie you want. Or try to think of like another really good. Or there's Edward D. Wood Jr., where pretty much he's just trying to make movies to make money, but in the most embarrassing way. But Derek Savage is so unlikable to me because he doesn't get it. He doesn't get why people enjoy his content. And I think this is where this metaphor would fit, or this analogy would fit perfectly. What he had was he had a goose that laid golden eggs. And Derek pretty much just stomped the eggs. Like, he just had no idea how people work. And so, I wish I could say I recommend Cool Cat Saves the Kids, but the only problem is that he kind of did the George Lucas thing. Because the first movie did, I mean, this is why I say maybe watch like some reviews first. Because there were some legit, like, irresponsible advices that the movie had. Like, apparently there's like a scene where there's like a guy in a cat suit. He's supposed to be like the mascot, Cool Cat. He's talking to this girl, or this little girl. And there's supposed to be this scenario where she's getting spams through her text messages. And we all know, well, the best thing to do is to either delete those, ignore those, don't respond to them, right? There was a scene where she's like, oh, well, it was after like she was getting picked on from like a random bully or a random troll. And then like and then she's like, oh, we gotta get good news. And Cool Cat will say like, I love good news. And then and then she say, well, what if I get a text message where I earn a bunch of money? And I was like, Derek, you do know that's also that's like scams, right? There's spots out there. Clearly you didn't know that. And that's what made like Cool Cats so funny, because it's just so genuinely it's like it felt like a careless movie he made, but in such an entertaining way where it's so bizarre. Like, wow, this exists. But Derek took those scenes out, which you could say is maturing. Maybe he's like, oh, whoops. Sorry. I mean, heck, even I do that. Sometimes I'll try to change something if I done a mistake, but it's also, honestly, it's also just no big deal if you make a mistake. Might as well just let it what it is. You learn from it, move on from it, try again. But what Derek thinks is, oh, whoops, I learned from it, but I made something even better. And it just kind of takes away what makes the movie really funny. I was trying to show a friend Cool Cat Saves Kids because I rented it on Amazon, but then there was like so many like changes and edits. I was like, So I had to find like a pirated website just to find like the original movie. So that sucked. That sucked that I had to find it through that way. But yeah, so that was a really long context. But like I said, nobody's watching, so that's fine. But I bought this, and I think this is when my fascination with Derek Savage ended, because when I got this, I thought, oh my gosh, because he always keeps telling his audience that he's gonna make another Cool Cat movie after the internet discovered him, and from there, he said that he would promise to make a a Cool Cat movie that's focused on serious topics, including school shooting, and it would have been called Cool Cat Stops the School Shooting. I'm like, this is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be like the best thing ever made. And it disappoints me because he has never brought it up ever again. He was even invited on TV to talk about it, right? He was telling everybody that's what he's gonna do next. I think what happened is he got really insecure, and he probably was thinking, oh shoot, maybe this might be too insensitive, or people would think of me as a joke. This is what I find frustrated about him. He's not being himself. He's not expressing himself as an artist. He's a businessman. Just a very, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say something that's like hack or a fraud. Scam? Yeah. He's kind of a business scam. He's trying to scam you out to buy some movies, even if it's for ironic enjoyment. You try to watch it, and you just get nothing out of it. So, and that was pretty much the reaction I got from this. And I'm so disappointed. I was so disappointed. I'll tell you, this is only 20 minutes. I bought this for this fucking DVD for $15. $15. And what made it even more insulting was after I bought it, a couple weeks from the day I bought it, Derek posted it on YouTube. You're telling me, okay, because I was going into this thinking this could be maybe like an hour or a feature-length movie. It isn't. It's a YouTube video put on a fucking disc, on a DVD. It makes me so frustrated. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. I'm just reading the back here. From ages 7 to 107. Well, I guess basically to him, if you're 6 or under, you can go fuck yourself. But if you ever turn 108, you can go fuck yourself. Man, he's I gotta say, that's pretty what's the term? Elder abuse. Man, he definitely supports child abuse and elder abuse. Boo-hoo. Anyways, but yeah, this is just not worth it. Yeah, oh man, I feel even more stupid in the back, right? There's a runtime of 20 minutes and 7 seconds. I wish I would have known that. Yeah, so I'm kind of frustrated I own this. Is it worth watching? Once. I would say just once. And just watch it on YouTube. Don't buy it. I would just say don't buy anything from Derek. I don't want to say like he needs to learn a lesson or anything, but I think he needs to get his shit together and kind of come into reality why people watch his stuff. And he should embrace it. Honestly, why not? If you make like a so bad, so good movie, just own it up. That's what makes like, filmmakers, or that's what makes like the guy who made Samurai Cop, or like I said, Tommy Wiseau, Neil Breen, like those guys own up. Those guys are proud of what they make. They don't care if people see it as like a so bad so good movie. Even if like, look, I want to be a filmmaker, right? I want to get into making movies. I mean, again, that's why I have this end up, selling movies donation thing, and I want to make feature length movies too. But you know what? If I ever get to a point if I made a movie that was like, because I mean, I could be a sensitive guy, but like it'll just take me a while to let it sink in. It's like, in a way, I can sort of get like some of these directors how they feel when there will people will tell them that was like a horrible movie or a bad movie, or it's like the worst movie ever made. It may be hurtful, right? But then watching more and more of those types of movies kind of made me think of something. Yeah, they're bad, but I get something out of it at least. If it's like a laugh, like if I was laughing, then that's a good sign. Even if they weren't trying to make people laugh, that's okay. That's okay if you make them laugh. I actually really like, that's one thing I really enjoy about making so bad, so good movies. I want to laugh. I want to laugh at them in a genuine way. So maybe, I don't know. I mean, I know Derek would not be watching this. I mean, so far, nobody, like I said, nobody's watching this. But if this ever goes out to Derek Savage, I got a message for you. Honestly, don't worry about what other people say. I mean, first thing I would say, just give up the Bad Business Act. People already know that even if you're trying to appeal to kids, I mean, although, what am I supposed to say? I don't know what, I'm like 25. I don't have kids. And I don't know. Well, I guess internet-wise, I do keep up a little bit with like what kids do for like TikTok or video games or Twitch, but guarantee I don't know any kid that would be like raising cool cat that's like Barney the dinosaur, or I don't know, Teletubbies or something like that. If you're just trying to make something like that, I get it. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You have to move on with that. And even if, like I said, if it comes into an unexpected result where people are laughing, that there is an opportunity. That's not a failure. That's something to be proud of, honestly. I would cry in a theater if everybody was laughing, even if I wasn't, if I wasn't intending it to be bad, then I'll still get something out of it. Like what? I once made a short movie for like an assignment. I was not proud of it. I'm not gonna get in detail with this short I did, just because. Let's just say it's just. Let's just say there's just some things that don't hold up well within talking about it. But anyways, the point was I watched it during class, and I was like ready to close my eyes. I was like, nope. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch it. No, I'm not gonna watch it. And then, weirdly enough, I thought I wanted to leave the room. I thought I wanted to cry, but I didn't. Actually, everybody was laughing at it, and then I started laughing at it. It was kind of fun. So, in a way, that's okay. Wow, I went really overboard with just talking about that movie. We're going to be here for a long time, but that's okay. honestly, at this point, I don't mind. I don't mind going through these and just kind of telling you like how I feel. I guess that's what makes these DVDs so special to me, because I either grew up with them or it might have related to something in my past life. That's something I really appreciate about like physical media collectors out there, because it may seem like such an extremely boring habit or routine, like you wake up, eat breakfast, or sometimes you don't. A lot of people sometimes don't eat breakfast in the morning, but they go to work, they do the work, but then later on they earn their money, they got to pay their bills, but they have a little extra to spend for themselves. Like normally, mostly towards like hetero males, they like to go out, maybe, I don't know, socialize. They also like to maybe go to like a hardware store and just like build something from their garage. That's like what my dad would do. But then there's people like me, or there's some other people that have grown up with just watching TV for most of their lives, and it comes to a point where it becomes like an interest or a hobby. Again, boring hobby, but that's okay. It's okay to be boring. I mean, I guess the hair's sticking up again. I got hair sticking up again. See, that's fine. Because I was doing some research on like, I remember I was doing some research about like, what is it? Zoology? No, astrology. Actually, let me double. Oh, okay, wait. I thought of a better term. Zodiac signs. Okay, so I was looking up about what is my sign. I'm a Capricorn, actually. I was born on January, and I remember. Oh God, I actually remember. I remember when I first discovered about that, I went on this really bad Tinder date where I was like on a Zoom call with the girl, and she we were just kind of talking, and then like it was funny because she brought up, or no, I think I mentioned something about my age, and then she asked me, when's your birthday? And I was like, oh, I was born in 1998. She's like, what month, day? And I'm like, January 10th. And then all of a sudden she just burst out laughing, and she was like, oh my God, you're a Capricorn. I fucking hate Capricorns. I was like, don't know what that is, but like, wow, not a good first impression. Then we never talked again. She was mean. But then again, maybe that's, well, she was also I remember she also claimed that she was a Leo too, which I guess, I mean, I've met some Leos that are pretty fun or genuine. Oh, what's this? Anyways, I'll wrap up I'm gonna wrap up my thought here really quick. I just got like a notification for something, but anyways, the point is, after that, never talk to her again. Never want to talk to anybody who says, oh, you're a Capricorn, fuck off. Well, okay, alrighty then, fuck off. But I was looking up some stuff about Capricorn traits, and there was a lot of stuff I can actually kind of relate to it. They can be stubborn. Sometimes I'm stubborn, not gonna lie. But one thing I found that was kind of a little bit of a discovery to me, and I guess this kind of explains a lot of about my social interactions, but it's kind of mostly known that Capricorns are pretty, like, they're mostly pretty standard when it comes to routines, and their everyday life can be boring. So I'm like, oh, but I wanted things to be exciting. Well, of course I do. There'll be some days where I want to do something different. Actually, lately, I've been having such a big burnout. Well, mostly just like creative burnout. Sometimes I get tired. I mean, like I said, I didn't get a lot of sleep yesterday or last night. But, yeah. So, yeah, I'm okay with being boring. And that's one thing I really like about with with physical media collectors, because when they talk about movies, they spend their time just watching their movies, and it just kind of feels nice to talk, just to talk to somebody about like what are your thoughts. Like I like to get into like discussion with film, which is really what I guess for some people it's like, yeah, it's kind of really strange that you would do that because there's like other things to talk about. Of course there is. It's not my fault I was born with autism. Yeah, in case if you don't know, again, I know nobody's watching this, but I'm autistic. I'm okay with that. It took me a while to be okay with that, but I'm okay with it. I mean, there's some days here and there where I'm just like, man, I don't like the way how I am. Why was I born like this, right? And then later on, I started noticing there are some things I actually really enjoy. Like, yeah, I have sensory overload. Or overload. Sometimes it sucks. I don't always like to wear headphones, but sometimes I might. There's only like some noises I'm bothered with. And sometimes, well, I guess this is the thing, because mostly, sometimes, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not an expert. I'm not 100% of an expert, but I mean, I think it's just kind of a thing for anyone with autism to experience burnouts. They'll get that like sometimes if like maybe every day or maybe a few times a week. Sometimes it's just that's the kind of thing that will happen. That's kind of the reason why I like to have a routine so I can keep myself mostly like just kind of mentally focused. Like right now I'm mentally focused. I'm doing this live stream. I actually really like it. 5 hours in, I really don't care how long this could go. Yeah, I really like this. This is kind of fun. Should I just skip out work tomorrow and just do another one? Well, I don't think that'll be a good idea. Because what? Like I said, nobody's watching this except me. I'm the only one on here. This is something I'll have to get used to. Because, I mean, obviously when you start making stuff, you have to build your way up. So, yeah. You got to know a little bit about me. I know, this is really weird and getting very personal for just this type of video, but I'm just getting a lot more comfortable. And actually, I'm just feeling a lot more comfortable to talk. Honestly, I'm kind of curious how people will respond. Like, there's some comments I could take. There's some I probably don't really have an answer for. I don't know what to say. But that's fine. Wow, where was I going with this? Oh my gosh, yeah. Movies. Oh, I'm out of water. All right, well, after this, after this stack, I'll have to get myself just in the water. So we'll go through a break. I guess I'll kind of do a speed round with this one. Yeah, we'll do a speed round. Okay. Hulk. This is a weird one. Like, really, really weird. I mean, this was like before Spider-Verse, and there's like some movies that embraces like the comic book look. I mean, I guess I gotta give this movie credit for at least like kind of trying out the comic book, because there's like some scenes I remember where they would transition to like, or like there's like shots where there's one shot on the left side, there's another on the right that's supposed to look like a comic book panel. My problem with that is that there's a lot of that, and it gets really gimmicky. So gimmicky to a point where I'm like, okay, this is starting to get nauseating. But then you get stuff like Spider-Verse, where that definitely feels like a comic book movie, shot like a comic book movie, animated like one. And yeah, they do use like comic panels, but they use it at like the most appropriate times to kind of poke fun of itself, like, or kind of poke self-awareness of like, oh yeah, this is kind of like a comic like Spider-Man, or like Spider-Man's a comic book character. So that's one thing that's kind of weird about this movie. I I remember the CGI being really good. That's one thing I remember that holds up really well with this. The CGI looks really great. Yeah. This is kind of weird because Hulk is, I mean, I don't think Hulk is like an amazing character. He's just kind of basically like the muscle of like the Avengers or just any. Actually, most of his stories of Hulk is just him running away from the military. That's it. Kind of like a cat and mouse chase. I mean, that could be fun, but how's that interesting with Hulk? I don't know. I mean, for the most part, he's just kind of. I do think you can make a good Hulk movie. It's possible. I mean, anything is possible. No, even like if Fantastic Four had like 5 different reboots, I'm pretty sure there'll be like the one where it's like it's finally good. As many attempts they'll take. But because for a while I thought Hulk just works better as a as a side character or a supporting character, not really the main character. That was when I discovered that with the Avengers and those Marvel movies. But he's a fun character enough to be like, you know what, there could be something interesting to explore. But that was another thing. This movie is like, I mean, it's like I said, it's got that weird comic booky poppy style like Sam Raimi did with the Spider-Man movies, where those also felt like comic book movies too, or like something that was ripped from a comic, or some images that are ripped from a comic, like the shot transition. But anyways, you get my point. But weirdly, this movie takes itself seriously. Like it's like a weird drama basically. For a guy who turns really big and turns green. Okay, sure, whatever. I do like Ang Lee though. He's kind of an interesting director. Yay, Godzilla 1998. As I already mentioned, this was my introduction to Godzilla. Actually, looking back at this, I've always hated it for quite some time just because, it has nothing to do with Godzilla. As a monster movie, believe it or not, I think it's fine. I mean, the only thing that really suffers, like again, if I was not looking at this as a Godzilla movie, the only thing that really suffers are just the human characters. They're so bad, so badly written. That's one thing I don't like about this director, because he also did Independence Day. I like Independence Day quite a bit, where that also had like a cast of characters where it's mostly just kind of really goofy and somewhat cheesy. Then every time this guy tries to make another movie, it's just not the same. He tries that with Godzilla, didn't work. A lot of the characters were way too annoying. Same thing with Day After Tomorrow, and I'm trying to think of another. 2012 was so terrible. Yeah, that's all this guy does. It's just like blockbuster popcorn entertainment. At least make it charming, somewhat charming. But yeah, honestly, I think this movie would have got less of a backlash if it was just like a different monster movie, or if it was just called something else. Because now people are just going to associate this as Godzilla, which I kind of like how in Japan they renamed him, and basically, actually, there was in Godzilla Final Wars, he does fight the real Godzilla, gets his ass kicked. That was really satisfying. Okay. Ouch. Oh, my throat's starting. I also got this. I remember I got this from, I think it was a birthday or Christmas gift when I was younger. And just, oh, I got another viewer. Hey, someone's watching. Yeah, I'm selling movies. If you're interested to buy one, just let me know what movie you're interested in. Price range is up there. I'm basically just kind of going through. I'm like not even halfway through my DVD collection or Blu-ray physical media. But yeah, or just have fun to chill out with me. Look, anyways, I watched a few episodes of this. Actually, don't really remember a thing about it. What's up? Jedi Dream. Oh, hey! Haven't seen you or talked to you in a while. Good to hear from you. Oh, you're a cinema wizard. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. Alright, let's keep going. George of the Jungle. I actually watched this recently to get, like, prepared for, like, the whale I've seen like a few Brendan Fraser. Like, of course, I've seen the Mummy, like those Mummy movies. They're a lot of fun. But I've always wanted to watch George of the Jungle, especially as a kid. I really wanted to. So I finally watched it. It actually, it's kind of weird. It reminds me of Inspector Gadget, because that movie is also like a movie where it tries to, it tries to be like a cartoon but live action, but it feels like so weirdly too uncanny or out there. I think this movie actually finds that perfect balance. I don't know. Where is my Godzilla trailer? God damn it. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my Godzilla versus Gamera trailer? God. Alright. Ooh. This is a nice movie. Me, Earl the Dying Girl. Pretty good. I actually saw this. This was my first. Well, no, my first Sundance movie was Dinosaur 13. I think that's what it was called. But it was my first time going to Sundance, which is kind of sad. Sundance is going right now. I don't have enough to watch a couple movies. Maybe I'll have to do that next for a live stream. That'd be kind of interesting. Maybe next time. But anyways, so yeah, Me, Earl the Dying Girl is actually a pretty interesting coming of age movies. I love coming of age movies, and I actually kind of really like how this was written. It also kind of has a sense where the main character is like a film guy. And I think I'm starting to get really picky with having main characters who are into like movies or they're cinephiles, because sometimes it can come off really annoying, where sometimes to a point like, oh, all they do is just reference movies and that's it. Wow, they love to go to the movies. They sit up and they look at the screen. Wow, I just love movies, right? But this movie actually handles the main character pretty well, because he likes making homemade movies. Like, that feels sentimental, because I think anybody would go through that. Yeah, it was some parts of it. Will you try to watch it? I've actually already seen it. I've already seen George of the Jungle. It's pretty fun. All right. I also got The Simpsons. This is second season. I also got this from Top Hat as well. This is the only... actually, when I was a kid, I used to own the fourth season of The Simpsons. But then my parents took them away because they thought it was like a bad influence for me or something like that. Luckily, I'm out of that, obviously. So at least if I could try to get the earlier... Actually, it's kind of interesting to watch some of the earlier Simpsons, because it's kind of interesting how like with animation wise, like right now the animation looks, well, especially with the new seasons, are pretty slick, clean, straight. But the original Simpsons from season 1 through, I want to say maybe 6 or 10, but it looks a lot more exaggerated, like if it was like an animated show. It's actually kind of quirky. If I just get back from... Yes, I did. Oh, yeah. Actually, I'll talk about it for a little bit. Why not? I mean, here's the thing, Jedi Dreamer, since you just stepped in here. You know, this is like a donation thing where people could just go, well, because I'm selling my movies, raising money to make a short movie, but also as a live stream, I just like to keep it real. Like, as if it's just, honestly, if it's just like just with people talking. I actually really like that with doing a live stream. But to answer your question, yes, I did see Banshees of Inisherin. I actually really love it. It's really good. I'm a huge fan of the director. His name is Martin McDonagh. I've seen In Bruges. That was pretty good. And actually, well, I'll talk about it because I do have 3 billboards on Blu-ray. Actually, I would love to get Banshees too. It's really bleak in a funny way. So yeah. I guess we'll move on to... Oh, you're good, man. You're totally good. But yeah, no, honestly, if you want to just ask me like my thoughts on movies or what I've watched lately, honestly, just go for it. I'll answer it. Why not? I'll answer the questions you got. All right. Next up. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. I have the whole trilogy on DVD. I don't have the 4th. or neither the fifth one. But that's fine. I'm not really rushing out to get those ones. I don't really care for the latest Pirates of the Caribbean, especially if they're not directed by Gore Verbinski. But I gotta make a big confession. I actually really love this movie. In fact, I kind of like it a little more than the first. Because I heard this was a mixed bag. I heard some people didn't care about this, or they thought it was over convoluted. Over convoluted, maybe a little messy, but honestly, I think it kind of works really well as a sequel. It's the closest thing to feel like almost like an Empire Strikes Back movie, where it feels like you're kind of in like a middle of this big giant story. I like the villain a lot, Davy Jones. The way how he looks is really cool, and I know just to kind of catch up, I've talked about CGI and ranted about that a little bit with Godzilla for a bit, but I actually I always keep saying I don't diss on CGI, but there are times when CGI is really great. Like Dave Jones still looks really cool to this day. All right, next up, I got Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. You know what I really like about these Godzilla DVDs, or especially like this release? They include both the American version and also the Japanese version. That's actually kind of really cool. That was like the first time I was able to watch like an actual Japanese film, and there's no dubbing or anything like that. I was just had to put on subtitles, and then I got used to it from there. It's kind of really interesting. So yeah, I really like this one. This one's a classic. It's very, very iconic. I would even go as far as say, because I'm surprised a lot of Godzilla fans haven't mentioned this yet, but King of the Monsters is basically almost like a spiritual remake of Ghidorah the three-headed monster. I mean, think about it. Ghidorah's in it. Mothra's in it as well. Rodan's there too. I mean, obviously they made some... I mean, it's not like a beat-for-beat remake. Obviously they made some changes. That's why I'd say spiritual remake would pretty much be fitting. But yeah, this is really good. I like it. I like it quite a bit. Actually, that's one Godzilla movie I would recommend to anybody who is like non-Godzilla fans or haven't seen any. I've already talked about this, but yeah, I own both the Blu-ray for $9, and also I own the DVD. I actually got the DVD first. The Blu-ray was from my grandparents. So yeah, I own both of them. I like it quite a bit. Oh man. This one's actually okay. This one's gonna be fun to talk about. So I have this, right? And you're probably thinking, oh, okay. So do you got Gamera in there? Oh wait, is there? Oh my god, there's like so many. Oh wow, there's like so many. I didn't actually get a good look at this. Well, okay, wait, hold on. If Gamera's in the cover, does that mean there's like some Gamera movies? Let's see here. Attack of the Atomic Brain, Attack of the Monsters, Bride of a Gorilla. Okay. Oh, there is Gamera the Invincible. All right, so there is one. I own a Gamera movie. Yay! Okay, but anyways, there's a funny context to this. My ex gave me this. This isn't one I look at this and I go like, oh my god, I regret owning this. Cause I mean, like, what? Oh, where's the uncut? Where's the uncut chips? Let's get that. Like, okay. This was also given to me from my ex. Except, I love this movie so much I don't care. I own it. It's mine. So I have like no issue with that. I don't easily get like because there's some people that go through relationships, then like after they'll kind of go through like this, like maybe they get like the movies that they or shows they used to watch just isn't the same anymore. That's really not a big problem for me. Like I know my ex loves Rocky Picture Horror Show. I also love Rocky Picture Horror Show. Just because I associate with my ex, that doesn't mean I don't like it, or that doesn't mean I also like my opinion is like less valued on that movie. Less value is not a way to put it, but whatever. I'm tired. But anyways, I actually haven't seen any of these, so I never watched this. What's this? Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. The Wasp Woman. You know what? I gotta watch this. I gotta watch like one of these. How many like? What happens? Oh wow, this is terrible. Okay, you know what? If anybody doesn't want to buy this, I totally understand. Look at this. What? This is. Oh, it's a double-sided DVD. Well, you get what you get from Walmart. Even though I didn't get it from Walmart, but you would easily see this kind of stuff. Maybe I should watch one of these. That would kind of make for like a fun, like, movie viewing thing. Make it weird and cheesy. Ah, crap. Okay, little disclaimer. This is also a little tough to put back without ruining the discs. Terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible formatting. Oh, you really? You have that same camera? Is it like a camera? Is it like a collection set of Gamera movies, or is it just a collection set of like random like 50s B horror movies? 'Cause that's what I got. I only have like I just only own one Gamera movie. All right. And Jedi Dreamer, it's good to have you here, because it's kind of interesting. I've noticed there's a lot of like kaiju fans that have moved on to other stuff, which I feel like that's something I should do, because I do enjoy watching Godzilla movies, and I have a I have a love for the kaiju genre, but I still like I still haven't seen a lot of the Gamera movies. I've only seen two, or no, I've seen two, and then I know about War of the Gargantuans. I've seen Kong Escapes. That's like the sequel to King Kong versus Godzilla. Yeah. I don't think I've seen any other ones. Or I guess another one, I haven't seen the Mothra spin-offs either. There's also, I've heard a lot about Ultraman. I haven't gotten into that. Kind of makes me think of Power Rangers. Well, I mean, basically Power Rangers stole like footage from like another Japanese TV show. Actually, I didn't watch Power Rangers when I was a kid, which is weirdly ironic because I watch Godzilla movies. I love watching movies with people dressing up as like robots or monsters fighting, but yet Power Rangers just didn't get to me. Maybe it's just because I wasn't into the cheesiness, but now obviously I've kind of grown out of that, where I actually embrace that. Because as an adult, whenever I watch like Godzilla movies now, weirdly enough, I always keep watching like the ones or the Shawa series, because like the 90s ones are pretty well made. The special effects are like top tier, but I just get so much enjoyment just watching those older ones, just to get like a good laugh at it. I mean, of course, there's the original, which is really well made, but then there's like some other ones where I'm like, it's funny because Godzilla fights a bug with drills. Yeah, Megalon. I know the name of that. We'll always love kaiju as well. Haven't watched much of Ultraman either. Oh, okay. We're on the same page then. Nice. All right. All right, let's do something different. I've been going through DVDs. Let's look through some Blu-rays, shall we? And then I think after this, I'm gonna have to get some water because my throat's starting to... Yeah, I think I could get through just one more. Oh, we got 3 viewers. Nice. Nice. Hello, welcome. This is mostly just kind of like a little hangout chat. But currently, I'm going through all my physical media collection because I'm selling movies in order to make money to make a short film. So, yeah, if you're interested, or just hit up like, hey, do you have this movie on this? While I'm going through these, if there's a movie that interests you and you want to own it and buy it, just let me know. There's also a Venmo thing where you can like purchase it. Just comment what movie you're buying, and then you could just email me for shipping for contact for shipping info. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't have a PayPal account or anything that fancy. It's a little rough, but that's kind of where I'm starting with. It's almost kind of like a beta test in a way. Okay. Yeah, let's just get everything from the top here. Yep. Okay. Whew. All right. Got some more. Ooh, got some more to go. My hair is starting to. Ooh. Okay. Ooh, I love this movie. Lady Bird. This is a. I can't remember if this was the first thing I've watched from Greta Gerwig or if it was Frances Ha, but I really love Greta Gerwig. She's a wonderful director and a wonderful writer. I really like the way how she wrote this movie. It really hit me. It really hit me personally, because I mean, I watched this when I was out of high school, but it still felt like I was in high school like watching this. It just kind of made me think of like all the stuff I've experienced. Even like in some ways, it kind of feels like it was personal between even with me and my mother, since it's such a like a mother and daughter relationship type story. It's really wonderfully made. It's a really great movie. And yes, I am excited for Barbie. That shit's gonna slap. I'm so excited. Alright, oh, this could be fun. How many times have I talked about Akira Kurosawa? Oh, I'm gonna be talking about a lot. Alright, so I love Akira Kurosawa. So I've explained that I couldn't tell you what my number one favorite movie is. I know I have favorite movies. I have a list, but I don't have like a top 10. But I do know who is my favorite director of all time. For a while, I've been kind of thinking about this. I thought, well, I've been exploring so much. I could say John Waters, Sam Raimi, John Carpenter, or Ingmar Bergman, David Lynch. Well, you know what? My favorite is actually Akira Kurosawa. I watched all of his movies in a class in high school because it's like a film themed high school, and we had some film classes. There's even like some ones where it was kind of like not for credit, but it was just kind of like an extra class where it's like a film study. It's like a film study, or it's like a study on a director. I remember after the Akira Kurosawa discussion, the next one they moved on to was Studio Ghibli, or what's his name? Hayao Miyazaki. Short film. Oh, thanks, Jedi. Thanks for the support. Thank you for watching. All right, so I got Yojimbo and Sanjiro. I really love both of these movies. I personally like Sanjiro the most. You know what's kind of ironic? I know there's a lot of movies that were influenced by this, especially the $1 trilogy. I actually haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I haven't seen the whole trilogy. I haven't even seen Good and Bad, the Ugly, but I know those movies were heavily inspired by this, and it's epic. It's a badass movie. It's like, well, it's awesome. And the guy who plays as Yojimbo, Toshiro Mifune, is so fucking good. He's one of my favorite actors. I love him so much. And I almost want to make a samurai movie too, thanks to these movies. But yeah, Sanjiro. Sanjiro's actually a pretty good sequel, I'm not gonna lie. There's this one scene I remember that was so iconic because it was so gory. Usually my movies from around that time period don't really encourage a ton of violence, but let's just say that there was like, it looked like someone was holding a hose like right up to their arms, and like blood was coming out. That's insane. That is absolutely insane here. You guys can still hear me, right? I've been having some audio issues here and there. Okay, that's fine. Huge influence on George Lucas. That's true. That's true. George Lucas was, of course, very... Actually, it's really funny. Speaking of which... People probably haven't seen this movie. They're probably like, what the fuck is he laughing at? Anyways, good transition. Because there's this funny... if you watch the behind the scenes for or if you get the criterion for Hidden Fortress, there is actually an interview with George Lucas when talking about the movie, and it's so funny because throughout the whole interview, he jokingly kind of denies like, I based on C-3PO and R2-D2 based on the two they're like the two comedic side characters from Hidden Fortress, and then they're like, yeah, but what about the Princess Rebellion? It's like a general, and then he's just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what this guy's talking about. It's kind of funny, but Hidden Fortress is great. Obviously, yeah, I can see where a lot of influence comes from I can see where Star Wars gets a lot of influence from, because it is mainly an influence of Western movies and what's the other thing? What are they called? Serials, like sci-fi flash scoring serials. But there's always room for the Eastern inspiration, especially with like Jedis and swords and all that. Yes, George borrowed a lot. Oh yeah, he definitely did. Sicario, really, really good movie. I remember I wasn't really too big into it when I first saw it. But now I actually have a lot of appreciation for this. I love Sicario. It's so fucking good. It's very intense. I didn't see the second movie though. I forgot what it's called. I think it's like Sicario Diablo or something like that. The only reason why I didn't watch it is because obviously it was not directed by Denis Villeneuve, so I was like, I can't remember who directed it though. I'll have to maybe look it up. All right, I mentioned this before. Being John Malkovich. This is a really cool movie. I really like it. It's very trippy. It's weird and bizarre. It really kind of sad towards the end. It's a fun movie. I remember I just remember the Malkovich. That was hilarious. Oh. So I also own Trek the movie. Jedi, I don't know if you know this, but I think you obviously could tell I was from Utah. Utah's known for Mormon culture, and I grew up with that. My parents raised me as Mormon, but not really at this point. But I used to work at a it's like a warehouse, Desert Industries, which is like a Mormon company, and so they were selling a bunch of stuff that they would sell to like mostly to like Christian moms or Christian parents and all that stuff. But they were doing this thing where they were kind of giving their stuff away for employees. They're like, oh, go ahead and pick one. Like pick a there was like books, which none of them appealed to me. I looked at the movies categories and I was just like, oh, I don't want any of this. This is like crap. But then I saw this because I thought, well, I've actually went through Trek. I mean, if you don't know what that is, Trek is kind of like where it's like a youth gathering where everybody gathers up and they recreate like how, or they're mostly like carrying hand carts, because I guess that's the way how the Mormon pioneers made their way all the way from the east side of the United States all the way to Utah. It was hot. It was uncomfortable. I actually passed out one time. So I haven't watched this yet, but I'm planning on seeing this almost like as a... I hope it's so bad, so good. If anybody wants to buy it, they can. They definitely can. $10. $10, everybody. Edge of Tomorrow, or Live, Die, Repeat. Actually, I actually kind of like Live, Die, Repeat. I like that title more. And I like the back of this. Yeah, Tom Cruise is all taped up. Man, I have so much appreciation for Tom Cruise. I wasn't a huge fan of him when I was younger, but after watching like the Mission Impossible movies, and then what else? Wow, why am I blanking? Top Gun. Wow, how did I sleep off of that? But no, I really like. He's a crazy man, but I also respect him a lot. I respect him for doing like a lot of these stunts just to make a good movie. This one's really good, even though it's Groundhog's Day, but sci-fi. But it actually felt kind of refreshing. I felt like, especially after when this movie was made, they kind of popularized the idea to kind of take that template of doing Groundhog's Day. The main character wakes up living through the same day over and over again. Groundhog's Day, and then there was this, right? Or maybe there was a movie I'm missing. I don't know. But there's like this, I noticed there's this trend going on because there were other movies that were doing that where characters are waking up the same day over and over. That's why we got Happy Death Day. Yay! So yeah, I like this one quite a bit. It's a lot of fun. Oh, hey, How to Train Your Dragon. Except this is the third one. The New World. What's up? Thanks for... Yeah. That's pretty accurate. Strict? Definitely. They can definitely be. Anyways, How to Train Your Dragon, The Hidden World, third one. I liked it. I remember loving it when I first saw it, but going back to it, weirdly enough, I think this is one of those cases where it kind of reminds me of how I feel about Rogue One, where I didn't really, I didn't mind the movie. Like, I watched it and I was like, yeah. But the ending was like, ooh. That's kind of how I feel with this. The ending was great. Like when you see Hiccup with a beard, oh my God, is he daddy, man. Did I really just... I'm like halfway into this. I'm already going crazy. Yeah. Hiccup's good looking. You know? Actually, he reminds me a lot of... might as well pull it up here. So, one thing I really like about DreamWorks, or especially the way how they animate their characters. I mean, most of us know, like, they were making, like, 2D anime movies. So, let's pull up, Hiccup. Yeah, from How to Train Your Dragon. Right? So, let's see. I want him with a beard. With a beard. Yep. Look at that. That looks so cool. And I was just like, I was looking at the way how he was designed. Actually, I'd love to see like a rough sketch of this. But I was looking at this design. I'm like, this actually looks really familiar, the way how he's drawn. And I don't think it was intentional, like as a direct inspiration, ripoff, or anything. But something I find kind of nice and consistent. Egypt. Okay. Let's look at this. Okay, I don't know why. Maybe this is kind of like a weird awakening of like, because people can have crushes on animated characters. But I don't know why. I always get a kick when characters are animated like this, or with like when they have like epic beards, or like when they're kind of grown. Actually, I'll pull up another example. Road to El Dorado. Oh, there's a meme. I didn't know there were memes. Oh, I'm trying to remember this character's name. I think it's Miguel. Or no, it's Tulio. Why did I think it? Look at that. No beard, but dang, so dashing. That's kind of cool. I don't know why. Like that kind of character design to me is just so it's really appealing to me. I wish DreamWorks would kind of go. I wish they would make another 2D anime movie. That'd be kind of cool. The animation was incredible in Dragon films. I agree. The animation is really stellar. Also, the lighting's getting dark. Nice. It was funny. I had an issue earlier with my exposure because everything looks so blown out, but now everything looks okay. All right, move next up. Actually, this was the reason why I purchased and why I wanted to check out Barry Lyndon. It's because of this movie. I saw this. It was directed by Yorgos Lanthimos. I like him. He's a really fascinating director. He makes really, really good horror movies like Killing the Sacred Deer. Maybe Lobster. Lobster's not really a horror movie, but it does tend to get very disturbing in some areas. It's more of a dark comedy. Nice. I'm jealous. I wish I had a cat. I can't own one, or at least not until like move out and find another place. My roommates or my parents, my dad's allergic to cats. I have a dog though, and a lizard. That's cool. Anyways, favorite. This is really good. I've said this with when I talked about Barry Lyndon, but I don't like movies that are set in this particular time period because to me it's just fucking boring. Very boring topic. Some people get a kick out of it. My mom gets a kick out of it. There's people that enjoy like the Pride and Prejudice movies or anything from like Jane Austen. That's fine. They're just not for me. But you know what? I was so surprised with this because it's pretty much a dark comedy. And that's why it's super enjoyable. It's really funny. It's really, really funny. What's this? Supporting actress. Oh, that's weird. I'm just looking at the back of this cover. After the description, it says supporting actress, the Constant Gardner 2005, actress La La Land 2016. What? That's weird. But yeah, favorite, really good. Ooh, this is one I want to get in the Criterion. Again, if I ever want to try to get to the Criterion closet one day. Graduate. I love Graduate so much. Man. I don't want to say like I'm going through the same thing what this character feels like because after Dustin Hoffman goes through grad school, after that he just has no idea what he wants to do with his life. I know what I want to do, but there was at a point where it just kind of feels like I was confused and I was like, well, shit, school's over. Now what? That's just kind of what it feels like. I like how this movie kind of replicates a little bit of a, I don't want to say mid-crisis because I think mid-crisis adults would go through around like, obviously their middle age, but I guess it's more of like an identity or like they don't know what they want. They don't know what kind of the person they want to be. So it's kind of really fascinating to watch this. Dustin Hoffman's great. It's really funny. The editing is amazing. Probably one of my favorite transitions of all time. After that montage where Dustin Hoffman was like in this swimming pool and then like he jumps up and then it cuts to him like landing in bed with Mrs. Robinson. That's just amazing. That's just amazing editing. And of course, I'm a huge fan of the Wayne's World movies. I love Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2. Or Wayne's World 2. I'm surprised there hasn't been a third one. Like, I kind of don't want to jinx it because sometimes it's just nice to kind of leave movies like this alone. But sometimes I can actually imagine, like, if they do a third movie now, that would probably be great. Almost like in the same way where like how Bill and Ted came back, because I mean, I can imagine the third one could be about because like they're still running on cable TV, but they're not like getting any viewers. But then they discovered the internet, That'll be kind of interesting if they discovered the internet. That'd be kind of cool. If there was like a third movie. I mean, hey, Mike Myers is acting again. Why not? So yeah, I love these movies. They're great. They're genuinely very funny. Yes. That's true. Honestly, that's hard facts, man. Hard facts. I'm just gonna check. Nothing new. No, that doesn't look like. I'm just checking my Facebook just to see if there's like any, like if I got any messages and such. Cool. Okay. Next up, I got War of the Planet of the Apes. I really love this trilogy. I'm not a huge Planet of the Apes fan. I did watch the original movie. I just haven't seen any of the other ones, except for, like, obviously this Planet of the Apes trilogy. I think I've seen the Tim Burton remake, but I actually don't really remember where or how. Maybe on TV. I don't remember. But I really love the Planet of the Apes movies. I'm very picky when it comes to remakes or reboots. But one thing that really works with these, I really like how each movie just kind of feels like a standalone film. I mean, yeah, they're interconnected. It's a trilogy. But you can honestly watch it. Like, say if you watch this without watching the other two prequels, you kind of don't need to. This kind of gives you all the context that you need. It kind of works well as a standalone movie. And I would say out of the trilogy, I like this one the most. It's kind of ironic because it's called War of the Planet of the Apes. You thought it was going to be like, or at least I thought it was going to be like a big, crazy action movie. It isn't. It's more of a dreary kind of drama. It's really interesting. And I really like the ending towards this. The ending is really great. So, and apparently I think Disney is going to try to make more Planet of the Apes movies or series. I don't know if it's series or movies. But that would be kind of interesting. I don't know. Because I feel like they ended this, like, so strong. Who knows? And they're trying to get Alien back, too. Alright. Fargo. I don't have much to say other than it's great. Good old Coen brothers. I love the Coen brothers. I like this movie a lot. It's not my favorite from them, but it's pretty great. It's pretty great. Gremlins. This movie's pretty fun. I like to put this on sometimes. It's like one of those movies where it's set during Christmas, but it feels weird if I watch it now because it's such a holiday-driven movie. So it's a Christmas movie. Ooh. Thoroughbreds. Very underrated. Really good performances from Anya Taylor-Joy, Olivia Cook, and also Anton Yelchin was in this. I think they shot most of his scenes before he passed away. He's great in this too. It's kind of a fun, dark comedy. It's very. I mean, I don't think this will work for everybody because the movie. It's funny. It's a comedy, but the humor is dry. It's just such a dry movie where it's like you would appreciate this if you like sarcastic humor, and it's kind of really interesting. So it's kind of like almost like a satirical take on a coming of age movie, I guess I could say. Yeah, I would say coming of age. Yeah, Thoroughbreds, check it out. It's pretty great. Or buy it for me, $10. All right. 2001: Space Odyssey. Really cool. I got a big TV that was meant for something like this, but I would rather want to see it again in the theater. 2001: Space Odyssey is pretty epic. Is it my favorite Stanley Kubrick movie? I think it is. Like, Barry Lyndon comes close. And of course, I love Shining. Yeah, no, I would say 2001. I mean, basic pick, but I mean, there's a reason. It's iconic. Actually, watching this in the theater was really cool. I didn't see it in a... Because, I don't know why, Utah is not very... Like, there's like some film enthusiasts and filmmakers in Utah, and they say like, oh yeah, Utah is very Utah is like very like film based, film excited, but there's not really a lot of film opportunities around in this state. And there's a bunch of movie theaters here, but there's no movie theater with a film projector. We don't have a theater that's like a 70 millimeter theater. We don't have like a movie theater that has like a 35 millimeter projector. I would have to go out on a road trip to do that. Like, I think the closest theater I could think of that has like a film projector is what is it? Alamo Draft. Alamo Draft is probably the closest to me. So I would have to do a road trip to do that, because that would be a format I would love to see this movie in. But I saw it in IMAX. Honestly, that's good enough. Favorite Kubrick film, slow going, but okay. Yeah. Cool. Slow going but iconic. I agree. Super agree. Super agree. So super. Thank you for asking. Alright. So, alright. Ever heard of Christine? It's probably one of the most underrated movies. It's directed by John Carpenter. You like John Carpenter? You like Escape from New York, Big Trouble in Little China, Little The Thing, right? You also like Stephen King? Like, you like It, Shining, Dark Tower, or Misery? Well, yeah. Now, what happens if you combine John Carpenter and a Stephen King book together? You would make a pretty legit fun movie. I really like this. It's very underrated. It's kind of a silly concept to have a car. I mean, like, most of Stephen King's stories, I do find a tad... Like, some people say, like, they're so scared of his stories, but there's also some of them I find very goofy. Like, Langoliers is pretty goofy. So is this, because it's just an evil car that goes around killing people. But one thing that kind of makes it fun, and this was before, like, when the Lord of the Rings movies came out, or I guess there was the animated movie. I totally forgot about that. But basically, basically, I like how this movie has like the main character has like, he's kind of like this nerd, and he's really into this car, like maybe a little too into this car, where it starts to change his whole personality. That's actually kind of a fun idea to write like a story on. And the music, John Carpenter's score. Well, let me tell you, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Sorry if I blasted it in your ear. All right. Okay. Iconic writer, master storyteller. Yep. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna take another 10-minute break, get some water, get my voice back going. But yeah. So I will be back. Hang on tight, or take a break as well. I'll see you in a bit. Ooh.
Rated X.
Go back quite a bit closer. Oh, yo.
Rated X.
And we're back. What? Oh my god, the lighting looks different. What is happening right now? Yeah, I turn on my light. Does this look a little overly lit? I think this will be okay. Yeah, this will be okay for now. All right. So, before I move on, I want to get two things out of the way that's been on my mind. One, Jedi Dreamer, you've been talking to me recently through Facebook messages. Thank you so much for wanting to contribute for my short film. It means a lot to me. Thank you, man. Man, just for that. Now I just kind of want to make this. There's like this whole thing where I made like a YouTube video and I was excited for the 2014 Godzilla movie. And the whole thing, I was just like, where's my Godzilla trailer? Maybe, you know what? Just out of generosity, I'll make a sequel. I'm still waiting for Godzilla vs. Gamera. Damn it. When is it going to happen? Where's my goddamn trailer for Godzilla vs. Gamera? But yeah, I guess one thing, so to Jedi, there's one thing that you missed towards the beginning of the stream. Before I started going through all my collection, I actually went through my collection that, it's actually a few collection movies I'm keeping. Because what I'm planning on, after I make this movie, and hopefully if it becomes like a success, I might just go back into the habit of course, buying movies. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop buying movies. It's just temporarily, it's just something I would need to get, just something to get my career going. But I have like, I might as well kind of go through a little bit of it. But I did choose certain movies that I would be keeping personally, that I wouldn't sell. But hey, if you want that 2001 whiskey. Anyways, I'll just run through this really quick. Oh, I forgot I put on my mic. Okay, I think you would like this. So, oh, that sounds better. I got the despecialized Star Wars trilogy on Blu-ray. I found it on a Facebook market. Not selling this, unfortunately, but this is kind of cool. It's basically it's not the 4K version. It's actually what is it? The Harmy despecialized edition. It's kind of awesome. Then I also got actually, let's see what else is there. Oh, I also have I have Dawn of the Dead DVD. This one's pretty rare to get, so I'm not selling that. Plus, I love the movie. There's even a couple Godzilla movies I'm keeping, like these ones. I love Final Wars and Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I also got those ones too, so I'm keeping that. Keeping Blade Runner, of course. Also, I'm keeping Dark Crystal, another Godzilla movie. I'm keeping this because I actually really liked my theater experience so much. It actually kind of means a lot. Where I know I could just buy another Shin Godzilla, but this one means a lot to me. Some of these movies will mean a lot more to me that I want to keep. I also love this box set of Alien. I know it doesn't have Prometheus or Alien Covenant, but whatever. I like this a lot. I also got one of my favorite movies ever, Uncut Gems Blu-ray. Keeping that because I adore the movie so much. Plus, it's a gift. It was a gift. Oh yeah, as I mentioned before, Barry Lyndon. And ooh, this will get you excited. A Kurosawa movie on VHS, Kate Musha. Godzilla vs. Biollante. Ooh. Which, speaking of which, I also have the DVD for that, and let's see, is it in here? No, it's this one? No, yeah, it is. Alright. Okay. This will rock your socks off. Godzilla 1984. And Godzilla vs. Biollante. Actually, I don't know. Well, you subscribed to me for a long time. You've probably seen my video of me talking about this. Oh my gosh, that was so long ago. Wow. Anyways, fun fact, I actually haven't seen this yet, but I want to watch it. I was going to replace it on Blu-ray, except it was so funny because it was on my cart. It was on my cart for Amazon for too long. It was $9 at first. I thought, okay, when I got the money in time, but then I kept procrastinating, and now I'm on my shopping cart. It's $69. I'm like, oh shit. Because we all know, for some reason, I think at this point we're getting so close of having every single Godzilla movie to be accessible to watch. Except these two. I don't get it. Why is it these two that Toho is so strongly... Because what? They're out of print with Godzilla vs. Biollante. Same thing with this one. There's Blu-rays for both of them, but they just decided to stop. Really? That means I have to go to, like, eBay and, like, spend, like, over $70 just to get one of them. But yeah, I thought that would be kind of fun to share. And there's a whole bunch I've kind of went through. I think some of them I've already gone through, like... But yeah, there were several... I have several movies that I'm keeping. I want to say, I think I have, like, maybe 20 or 30. Going up against... whatever the fuck... how much I have left. So, yeah. Okay, so that's one thing. Again, thank you, Jedi. Much appreciated. I guess another thing, we got a first seller. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have a first seller on board. I had someone ask me on Instagram. Let's see, I'm just pulling up here. Somebody... Actually, this is a really good guy. His name is Daniel. I met him at college. And he asked me if I have Willow. Yes, I do. I do have Willow. So I think what I'm gonna do here. All right, so let's see what he said. Jackson. Jackson, if you didn't sell Willow yet, could I snag it? Of course. I don't have Willow on DVD nor Blu-ray. Or actually, no, oh, wait. Just because I live in the same house as my parents. Actually, my dad owns Willow on Blu-ray because he's a huge, huge fan of that movie. But I have the VHS. So most likely. Guys, I think we got our first physical media sold. Yay! Sweet. Okay. Let's see. Should probably respond to him. Dope. Can you send me the rest of the VHS? I'm currently on live stream going through my movie collection. Let's invite him. Invite Daniel to this. Going through my movie collection. Just hit. What I have, I got you. It's kind of hard to text and stream at the same time. All right, so nice. Look at that, guys. We did it. So Jedi contributed to my film, and so far it seems like Daniel has 2. So yay. Honestly, I kind of was just mostly just kind of expecting not to get much. Or at least I was just kind of expecting like I would do this maybe more than a few times just because of how much fun I'm having with this. But I'll have to move the microphone a little bit. It's not that great. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh no, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. Honestly, I was just kind of expecting just something for people to watch. And then I thought maybe if it worked to get people in to watch, then I could do this again and again. Yeah, I didn't expect anything to get sold. It's just like, well, I mean obviously I got this, but I was also just showing you guys my physical media collection. Speaking of which, I should also send Daniel a or if you have any other requests, let me know. Here's my let me put the link for the. Oh shoot! I gotta get the. Sorry if I'm taking my time here, just kind of responding. Someone, let me just try to get this YouTube video because I'm streaming this on. Fun fact: I'm streaming this multiple social networks. I'm streaming this through Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Actually, what's kind of cool? I got all comments from all three of them. So Jedi, you're doing this through YouTube. I've had my brother-in-law chatted with me through through Twitch, and I had one other guy, which I'm gonna mention pretty soon. Let me just help out this customer. This is cool. This kind of feels like I'm running a video store. Oh, good times. Good times at the video store. Ba, 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 ba. Here's the link to my live video. All right, cool. I guess they'll have to do. Yeah, they'll have to do for now. All right, cool. All right, we're back. All right, so, oh my gosh, we're 6 hours in. Woo, 6 hours. Awesome. Okay, so, and then I want to address one last thing before I get back to going into more of my movies. Actually, there was a comment on Facebook I didn't catch. It's kind of weird. I thought I would get the comments here, but I'm only seeing the YouTube comments. So might as well pull up the Facebook one. See what I've been missing out. Clearly, clearly I've been missing out. All right, so let's find my video here. Is this still... Yep, I'm still live. Oh, where's the comment though? Someone commented. I had 3 comments I didn't know about. Wow, it's still going. Okay. Oh well. I'll just pull it up on my phone. Oh. Oh shoot. Alrighty. Okay. Let's move on. Or, oh, we gotta pull up the Facebook comment. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Oh, I had 3 comments. Oh gosh, I just catch myself picking my beard. Stop doing that, Jackson. Oh gosh, I just catch myself picking my beard. Where's Stop doing that, Jackson? That is coming from. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna turn the volume down for my phone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, I have a question for you, Jedi Dreamer. Just out of curiosity, do you usually watch like video game streams? Because sometimes I do that. I don't do it very often, but whenever I do, I get the chance. Sometimes I'll. Well, I haven't really done a stream for. Because the last thing I played was Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. How long ago was that? That was like, dang, that was a long time ago. Okay, last year. I haven't done a streaming thing since last year. But anyways, all right. So let's look. All right, so I got two. Okay, so this is from Brandon Lish. Brandon. Actually, the name sounds familiar. Well, I guess before I research, I'll read this question. I'm watching. Cool. Avatar: The Last Airbender, the movie. Thoughts on coming out with a second one? Funny. Very funny. Very, very, very funny. But there is a well, I do know Netflix is trying to pick up, or no, I think they're already done shooting, like they're doing a live action Avatar: Last Airbender. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, remember what happened last time when Netflix tried to adapt? Well, I don't want to say. Well, I don't know how anime fans are gonna get triggered if I called Last Airbender anime. It's anime styled, but yeah. Remember the last time they did that with Cowboy Bebop or Death Note? And you know what else is very concerning? Apparently, the original show writer for the show or the cartoon, he was attached to be the main writer, but then he exited. Like, out of creative differences, he just left. I was like, that's saying a lot. If the main creator is leaving, that's a big red flag. So, I'm not that excited. But anyways, Brandon Lish, just want to. That name sounds so familiar. Where do I? Oh, Facebook. Why can't I? There we go. No. Oh. Okay. All right. We went to middle school together. Huh. How ironic. Cool. I don't watch video game streams as much. Not really. Right now, I'm mostly just streaming shows, YouTubes, and movies. That's true. That is absolutely really true. Actually, I want to tell you this idea I had. I don't know if I already mentioned this before. Stop me if I've repeated myself, but it would be kind of a fun idea to do like a watch along with stream. But the only problem is that I can't use like I'm using Streamlabs, but I can't stream like if I was watching like something from Netflix, and if I was trying to watch it directly off from here, I'll watch it. I could see the picture, but you'll mostly just see like a black screen. The only thing that would work is if I actually downloaded movies and watch them. And I have no idea what the copyright system is like with Twitch. I don't know if they're strict or not, but oh god, remember that? Remember I went through a lot of trouble with that with YouTube. I still get that sometimes. Hate that. But I always thought that would be kind of a cool idea because I like commenting and watching movies and such. Actually, I know there's another YouTuber that does watch-alongs. Except he posts this on YouTube. Doesn't really show footage of the movie. But anyways, it's an idea. That'd be kind of cool to do. All right. Let's go through another stack list. Let's do another set of Blu-rays. Then after that, we'll go through VHSs. Ooh. Yeah, because over there, that's my VHS shelf. All right. So, give me a sec. Oh, no. no, don't knock that over. Oh, and also I got this bootleg of Godzilla vs. Biollante. Clearly, I'm a huge fan. $5. Alright, yeah, let's go through. Yeah, let's go through this. Oh man, I've got like a big stack right now. Oh wow. Ooh. All right. Oh my head, I'm starting to get a headache. Don't worry, I took some Benadryl, so I'll be fine. Staring at a computer screen strains out my eyes. I know, right? We'll go through VHSs after this stack. Maybe I'll have to make this a lightning round since, well, soon I'll have to get to the posters and the Funko Pops. Alright, where's my headphones? Right, downloading can be trouble. Yes, that is a cool idea. Watch along. It's an awesome. Yeah, that'll be kind of cool. I'll just have to figure out something, and maybe I'll try to make an announcement of it because that'd be kind of fun. Okay, here we go. Ooh, good one to start. Drive. I fucking love Drive. Fun fact, I actually own the Scorpion jacket that he has. Well, it's not like a prop from the set of the movie. It's just a jacket I bought on Amazon because I wanted to dress up like Ryan Gosling for Halloween that year. I still have it. I love Drive. I don't want to be that film bro dude that goes like, oh, Ryan Gosling is literally me. I'm literally Ryan Gosling. But also, I would love Ryan Gosling. Like, both literally, like, with his acting and also physically. He's attractive. He's such an attractive man. I can't deny that. Anyways, yeah, but no, I love this movie a lot. I have mixed feelings on this director, but I feel like I guess one thing I didn't bring up when I was talking about Neemon Demon was that I don't think he's a great screenwriter personally. Whenever he tries to write, well, mostly whenever he tries to write his own stuff, but I enjoy his style. I really like the way how he directs his movies. And well, the script wasn't written from him. It was written by let's see here. It's what is it? Screenplay. Hassan Amani. Okay, I'll have to do some research on this person. See what else they did. But yeah, I love this movie. Oh, and I also really like. I also want to pull out some other actors. Bryan Cranston in this. He's great. I also love Carrie McGowan or Carrie McGowan or Coleek. Wow, Carrie Mulligan. There we go. I don't think I pronounced that right either, but I must apologize full in advance. She's a wonderful actress. She's great in the movie. Ron Perlman's even in it too. So it's got a big cast. Shot very well. So got that. By the way, is it cool? By the way, it is so cool. If I live stream today, it was like the 4 somehow your stream. Yeah, I was using the Force. Drive is a fine film. I definitely agree. Okay. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Actually, I really like this. This is a really good Steven Spielberg movie. There's like 3 versions of this movie. Let's see. Okay, there's a theatrical version. That's the one I watched. There's a special edition and a director's cut. What's the difference? Maybe I'll have to watch it. I'll have to go through a night and just do like a marathon of Close Encounters, but I'll watch like all the versions, like Blade Runner. That's interesting. There's like that's kind of interesting. There's like 3 different cuts for this movie. All right. Oh, I totally forgot about something. It's like, where am I gonna put this? Or I'm just gonna keep stacking up. Okay. Ooh, I love this. I This was another one I was tempted to maybe keep. Sell Steelbooks sell pretty well. It's $10 still. Anyways, La La Land. I love La La Land. I love it so much. I love the director, Damien Chazelle. I really like. Mostly like a lot of his movies. I like Whiplash. Whiplash is my favorite from him. I also love La La Land. This one's a close second. I've been thinking about it for a while, but yeah, I've seen First Man. That was pretty okay, and I did recently watch. I did watch what is it? Babylon. I watched Babylon. That one was pretty fun. Didn't need to be 3 hours. I'm not gonna lie. I think the 3 hour was a little much, but it was an entertaining. It was crazy. It was a very crazy movie. Like, what a way to start off your film with an elephant shitting on someone's face. No joke. That's the way how the movie opens. It's anyways, but I love La La Land. I still think it's really great. This one I kind of had like a personal vendetta, not towards the movie, but it was like towards the Oscars race, because you're gonna get like that group where people say like, oh, this movie's overrated, which I get it. I get it, where, you know, because even I would say like some movies are overrated. I usually try not to make a big deal of it as much, because one thing I find annoying is when someone comes up, they try to make you change your mind, like no, this is not that good of a movie, until eventually I figured out I just had to not take that seriously. But yeah, I knew a few people where I got into some debates with this, but I thought it was great. I still think it's great. It's a really good musical. Some people say they don't remember the songs. Weirdly, I do. Like, I remember dun 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 dun. Oh, that song is called "That's Someone in the Crowd." That's a good one. I like that. There's a lot of good ones. And no, I'm not going to be making a musical with this. Breakfast Club on Criterion. I'm a huge fan of Breakfast Club. I like I said, I think most of my coming of age movies, where I kind of got that love from, is from watching John Hughes movies like 16 Candles, Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club, and Ferris Bueller. So obviously, I would say out of all of John Hughes's movies, this is my favorite. It's very character driven. It's kind of like one of those like, you think for a movie that's just set in one location that would be boring, but I've learned over time that it could also be an advantage, because you could also write really well written, fleshed out characters like this. So kind of interesting. I love this movie a lot. It's really great. Okay, I need to come up with like a new idea where to, or maybe I should hold up. I'm gonna take a quick break, because well, not like cut the pre-show, but I usually like to put movies. My my desk is getting a little crammed up, and I have to make some room for it. Gotta make some room, fellas. Come on. Let's put you. Oh, just set you right there. Maybe I'll have to do another pre-show or intermission just to put some of these back, because it's gonna get messy and something's gonna get knocked over. Well, surprisingly, it doesn't look too messy in here. Well, except for that corner, but whatever. Anyways, really, John Hughes is a genius. Comedy is hard. He made it look so easy. I know, right? And you know what else he makes movies easy? He knows how to write narration. Like, writing like narration dialogue is so hard, because nobody. Well, there's some TV shows and movies that still do it, but I find narration extremely cliche. But like the way how Ferris Bueller would talk, like right into the camera or like right at us, it feels kind of fun. It's not just like once upon a time there was this and this, and this person went from A to B, blah 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 blah. Here's a sad story about how his mother died or something. But yeah, that's true. He's a comedic genius. Didn't he also do? remember around the 90s, that was like a weird period for him. Like after he did Home Alone, which I love Home Alone, but after that he was doing like a bunch of kids movies, and some of them I don't really remember. Oh, I remember he did 101 Dalmatians. Anyways, oh, I actually really want to watch this again. Okay, you know what? To whoever buys this, let me give this another watch, and then I'll give you the go. But Hedwig and the Angry Inch. This is really good. This is a really, really good movie. It feels like a really interesting, like, I don't want to say musical, but it feels like almost kind of like Pink Floyd's The Wall, where it's a movie that's driven by music. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much it is the music. And I don't know much about this director, this writer. Actually, his name is John Cameron Mitchell. Yeah, John Cameron Mitchell, who also plays as the titular character Hedwig. It's a really fun movie. So yeah, if you haven't seen this, I would recommend it. It's really worth it. It's very fun. Oh, it was made in 2001. You know, I would say like, oh, that didn't come out too long ago. I'm 25. That 2001 was like over 20 years ago. I'm getting old, man. All right. Okay. Let's get into some John Waters. Woo! I fucking love John Waters. I do have a favorite movie from him, and that is Cecil Be Damned. I wish I have it. I don't own it. But my second favorite movie from him, Female Trouble. I love this movie so much. I love Divine. I love how I went through. Well, I'm so close to like finishing all of his movies, but I've seen multiple. I watch Serial Mom. I've heard that was pretty funny. But anyways, there's just this point when he was making movies with Divine, and I really love the way how raw, gritty, shitty looking, and by shitty looking, I don't mean like out of disrespect to say like, oh, this movie like it's shot really bad or anything, but like the places where they film, because I think they were filming, or I think at one point John Waters lived around in Baltimore. So obviously Baltimore's such a shitty place. And or anyways, yeah. So it kind of works. It gives the movie like a lot of character, a lot of style with the where it was filmed. And one thing I love about Female Trouble is actually because I know Pink Flamingos is extremely iconic for being gross and disgusting. I applaud it for that, but I really like this movie as a character study. That's kind of what really appealed to me. And Divine is up there with one of my favorite actors and actresses of all time. Huh. That kind of makes me think. I wonder if Divine would have like, if Divine was like alive today, I wonder if he would go with pronouns. I don't know, but she's my favorite actress. I love Divine so much. I wish I could. Parts of me kind of wishes that she could be my second mother or something. All right. Oh, here we go. We got Apocalypse Now. I got a notification. Oh, wow. Okay, so I just got into a film group. Okay. Guess I'll have to get into that once I'm done with the stream. I'm planning on ending this stream around 10 to 11. I might as well just go pretty long. I think this is the longest I've gone for a stream. Honestly, I wish I could just keep going. Anyways, so next I've got, or like I said, Apocalypse Now. So, I haven't seen too much from Francis Ford Coppola. It just kind of feels like I've already seen like the movies he's mostly, or most of his iconic movies, like the Godfather trilogy, which in fact Jedi, I don't know if you don't know or anyone else, but I have the Godfather trilogy on Blu-ray, $10. Anyways, and I've seen Apocalypse Now. I've also seen Bram Stoker's Dracula, but he's made like a lot more movies and I honestly kind of want to watch more from him because it feels like I haven't seen enough from him. I mean, I know he's making movies now. Like, currently, he's trying to make a movie where Aubrey Plaza and Adam Driver is in it. So hey, that'll be cool. I think it's called Megalopolis. That'd be kind of interesting. Yes, those yep, for sure. But anyways, but yeah, I mostly just kind of seen Francis's, like I said, his most iconic iconic movies that everybody would know. Even I think Bram Stoker's Dracula. I think at least a good certain amount of people would know what that one, since there's like a ton of Dracula movies. I would say though, my favorite Francis Ford Coppola, as much as I kind of want to say maybe The Godfather, my favorite's actually Apocalypse Now. It's very, I really like the way how it's filmed. It's very dark and dreary. So it's a really, really good movie. And just like Blade Runner, I wanted to watch all the versions. I remember I got this when they re-released Apocalypse Now in theaters. It was going to be a 4K resolution, and it was his supposed final cut. So I was kind of excited because I saw the original version. I'm like, ooh, maybe I should check out the Redux version. And one thing that's kind of cool about this Blu-ray, it has like everything that you can imagine, or every single version of that you can imagine of Apocalypse Now. It's got the original version, it's got the Redux, it's got the final cut. It even has the Heart of Darkness documentary, which I'm a huge fan of that documentary. That's insane. You're telling me that like the Star Wars Blu-rays, they don't give you an option to watch whatever version you want for Star Wars, but with Apocalypse Now, there's like, what? There's 3. You can watch like 3 different versions of this. Or with Blade Runner, you can watch 5. You can even watch a work print version. Really? Man, come on. Disney, George, both of y'all, man, this is why I don't want to buy another Star Wars Blu-ray. Anyways, but yeah, this has all of them. Actually, I really like the way how it kind of looks. It's a bunch of cool DVDs. I like the artwork for this, neat. And you know what? I'll go through each version, which one's actually my favorite, because there's some movies where usually I prefer the director's cut, but I actually prefer the original version of Apocalypse Now. There's a lot of stuff I really like with the Redux as well, like especially since Redux has a lot more scenes with the military guys. We kind of get to know them more. That's one thing I really love about the Redux version. But I'm not gonna lie, there were some scenes I felt like they were cut out of the movie for the better, especially when Martin Sheen was visiting. There was like that one scene where they were like visiting like this it's like this high class rich folks, and then like Martin Sheen finds like a love interest. I think the original version kind of worked better without it. So I wish there was like a version where it still has like the scenes with the military guys, but and then there's the final cut, which I guess I like it a little bit more than the Redux, but I still prefer the original. If I remember, the final cut took out, I think they only took out one scene, which was, it was when like after the Playboy show, it was when the military guys get to meet the Playboy models. It's just, that scene is just there to be there. So, but that's just me though. I don't know what other people consider the best. So, Jedi, what is your favorite version of Apocalypse Now? Just curious. It's okay if you like the Redux more, the final cut. I have friends that prefer the final cut. But yeah, this is a rare occasion where I like the original cut just a little more. I think it just, the pacing just kind of fits perfectly. Also, I just want to bring this up just because I love Marlon Brando, but I can also imagine how much of an asshole he is to work. It's because, well, I know like in Godfather, he doesn't really rehearse his lines. And I think it came as an accident where like he got back from like a dentist appointment and then his face is like all bloated. And that's how he kind of got like this older look with his voice. But Apocalypse Now was worse because not only like the set, the behind the scenes was such a disaster, but when shooting Marlon Brando scenes, he literally forgot all of his lines, so he had to make it up on the spot. Oh, maybe, you know what? Yeah, I mean, actors. Actually, I don't think I've ever encountered an actor that I would say is hard to work with, but I don't really look forward to meeting people like that. So I can imagine working with them must have been a pain. Oh, sweet. Okay, so I'm not the only one. You like the original more. Cool. Yeah, we're on the same page. Awesome. All right, next up, Groundhog's Day. Classic. I love this. Great comedy. I think it might be my favorite Bill Murray performance. Even though I love Ghostbusters a lot, but this one's really funny. So I really love watching this. I don't even care if this is like a holiday movie, because yeah, Groundhog's Day. There is a Groundhog's Day. Oh shit, that's actually coming up. We're in January. Oh my gosh. We're actually a couple days in Groundhog's Day. Well, okay, so I got a reason to watch this. I think Coppola had a nervous breakdown and said, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I think he also had a heart attack during it. No, wait, no, that's not him. It's Martin Sheen. Martin Sheen had a heart attack on set. It was kind of scary because they were kind of debating whether or not, they were kind of debating whether or not they had to replace him or like recast him and shoot the movie all over again. Oh my god. Okay, next up I got Diabolique. So I wanted to watch this because this is actually, obviously, when Alfred Hitchcock made Psycho, obviously Psycho was based on a book. So it's an adaptation of book. That's like, obviously, its big inspiration. But I don't know if this is inspiration from the author side or Alfred. But apparently from what he said, this was a big inspiration for Psycho. Which, after watching it, I can kind of see it because, I mean, look at the cover. It's about this woman who is extremely, like, I can't remember if it's like her husband or her work partner, but there's this guy who she's just can't stand, and she decides to take a night out and try to murder him and try to keep his corpse in a bathtub. So, yeah, I actually don't really remember much. I've seen this once. I'm not 100% in love with this. I don't think it's a great movie, but I appreciate it. I actually kind of appreciate it, so pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, I got another David Lynch. Wild at Heart. This might have to be my last movie I own from David Lynch for now, because obviously I'm gonna get more. But I've always wanted to see Wild at Heart. It's not streaming on anywhere. That's kind of surprising to me. But I've always wanted to check this out. Pretty good. I don't think it's his best, but it's fun. It's got Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern. Okay, Laura Dern. 10 out of 10. Maybe even 11 out of 10. So attractive. And I'm not just talking like her appearance in the 90s, but I mean just Laura Dern. She even aged fine. Seriously. Oof. Oh, yeah. Anyways. Oh, it would be a dream to do like a 3 date with Ryan Gosling and Laura Dern. Anyways. Next up, Great Dictator. Yeah, that's right. I watch silent movies. Actually, not all the time, but hey, since I made Harold and I've also made a short film called The Gym, both of them are silent movies. Obviously, I got that from somewhere. But I went through film history class, and there were a couple of silent. I saw like quite a bit of silent movies. Like I've seen a bunch of Buster Keaton movies, a lot of Charlie Chaplin. And for the record, I kind of like Buster Keaton a little bit more. I think some of his movies are more epic and funny. But one thing I really admire about Charlie Chaplin, his movies are like really well made from an emotional perspective. Like I actually felt moved whenever I watch like The Kid or City Lights, and in this is probably my favorite from Charlie Chaplin because you could say it's a propagandic movie, but a really well made propagandic movie. I really like the fact that he played as two completely different characters, where he plays as like a parody version of Hitler, and he's also like, of course, the main character, which I don't think they call him the tramp in this one. Do they? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if they call him the tramp in this one, but it's really funny. And this is like a talkie movie, so obviously he talks, which a lot of silent actors were struggling with that with sound when sound came wrong. But not for Charlie. He made it through. So, but yeah, this is my favorite from Charlie Chaplin. I also love this cover too. You can switch it. Oh! Oh. Yeah. It's funny. David Lynch. I think Mulholland Drive is probably my favorite. Honestly, I don't blame you. I love Mulholland Drive. I want to watch it again. I've only seen it twice. And weirdly enough, I'm still confused by the movie. But hey, I mean, I guess that's kind of the point with David Lynch movies. Get confused. Anyways, next up, I got West Side Story. This movie... Watching this again recently, especially since it's that Steven Spielberg remake, after I rewatch this again, I don't think it holds up as well as I remember. I mean, I still think it's a well-made musical, and for a while it's been my favorite movies. But I think it's kind of a little hypocritical, or maybe this was just a thing during its decades, because clearly it's a movie that's trying to say something about hate, discrimination, and also just like separating races and all that. So I thought, okay, that seems like a pretty progressive movie. Yet this was at a time where, because like there's the jet and the sharks, and I think it's the sharks that are supposed to be Hispanic, and yet they use white actors. From what I researched, I was like, was there any Hispanic actors that they used? They didn't. So I don't know. Does that kind of seem that kind of seems like it shot itself in the face for that? But I still admire it. I still think it's pretty good. So I like it. Doesn't hold up as well, but pretty good. Ooh, I'd love to give this another watch. I fucking love Birdman. This is like one of those. I remember this one Academy Award for Best Picture, and honestly, I think this one's well deserved. I really like this director. I want to see more films from. Let me pull up his name so I can. Alejandro Inarritu. I think that's how you say it. I want to see more movies from him. I've seen this, and I saw The Revenant, and just recently he just made a movie on Netflix. I think it's called Bardo. He also did. There's a movie he did with Javier Bardem and a few others. But I want to see more because I think he's a strong visual director. I really like how this movie was. It kind of looks like it was all shot in one take. It was done so beautifully to a point where it's kind of hard to notice some of the cuts. I mean, there are some things I've maybe one or few scenes where I'm like, oh, maybe they had a cut there, because sometimes when the camera whips, that's where you have a perfect time to cut. But no, everything looks so, or at least for the most part, the way it was filmed is just very smooth. So I really love this movie. Michael Keaton's amazing too. I'm kind of shocked he didn't get an award for his performance. He was phenomenal. But no, instead, I remember they gave it to Eddie Redmayne for Theory of Everything. And I'm like, okay. I mean, he was good. He was pretty good, but I would have preferred Michael Keaton. Okay. That was gross. You want to know what my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie is? Inglourious Bastards. Yeah. I watched this once. Already, like 10 minutes to 20. I was like, okay, this is definitely up there if I have a top 10 favorite movies. Oh man, it's just so fucking awesome. Really, really well made movie. I think the reason why I like this the most out of all of Tarantino movies, I think the end just really gets me. The fact that, I mean, obviously with Quentin Tarantino, he's known for his violence, and I think it's kind of funny whenever like journalists or interviewers were trying to talk to him and say like, well, don't you like I don't know, don't you think that this what you're doing with the violence, or there's that video where there's that one guy who was interviewing him, and literally he blows up and he's just like, and I'm shutting your butt down because look, the violence is fun to watch because that's kind of something you'll have to recognize as a movie. But one thing I've noticed with some of his movies, some of his, like, the character that he would write, and when they get killed violently, they get killed in a gruesome way where you kind of debate, like, oh, did they deserve it or what? Even Once Upon a Time does this with, like, Charles Manson, or I guess not Charles Manson, but, like, his cult group, where pretty much they just beat the shit out of them, burn them alive. I'm just like, oh my god. But they're also known as like horrible historical figures, and you could say the same with Inglourious Basterds when it comes to Nazis. So clearly it has something to say, but I think it's done right. Nazis definitely deserve all the terrible or definitely deserve all the violence that happened to them. They should not be represented well. Parts of me feels like, imagine what would happen if I invited Kanye West for a movie. I'm like, all right, we're going to watch Inglourious Basterds and Schindler's List. I wonder how he would feel about that. All right, let me just get it. Well deserved. Yep. Heck yeah. Well deserved. Where's my water bottle? I just had it. Uh-oh. It's lost. It's lost in my... Oh, what did I do with it? Sorry about that. I'm just looking for my water bottle. Oh. Always put it in the wrong places. All right. How are we doing, everybody? Still doing good? I'm feeling good. Definitely not tired at all. Okay. Let's keep this going. All right. Big Hero 6. I loved it when it first came out. I haven't watched it. Well, I've watched it a few times. I'm not going to lie. I think this just kind of gets worse every time I watch it. Is it bad? No, it's not. It's just fine. It's a cute movie. I like Baymax. He's cute. But I don't think the story was really anything that amazing. I like the animation. I like the style of the animation. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I don't really have too much to add to it. It's just kind of it's just another Disney movie. Ooh, I have a lot of childhood memories with this one. So I have a Blu-ray of Pixar short movies. This has everything from, well, actually they still do like Pixar Blu-rays. Wow, I got a knock on the door. Okay, I'm gonna go on a quick intermission really quick. Somebody's knocking my door, so I'll just let them. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, you can come in. What do we got? Why don't I go through this and then I'll come up and get. Oh, cool. Oh, $105. I'll be up. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, you heard? Oh, my microphone wasn't off. That's true. I'll do a. Yeah, food was made. I still got quite a few left here to look through. Tell you what, I'll do a quick. Oh wait, but there's some of these ones I like to go into detail. Okay, how about this? So we'll just kind of do like a little speed round. Then I'm just gonna take a little lunch or dinner break. So I'll just kind of set these at the side because I actually have quite a bit to say for these movies. Okay, anyways. Pixar. These are Pixar shorts. I love watching Pixar shorts. Actually, I don't think they do that anymore, did it? No, they do, but they just don't include them in the movies. It's just on the streaming service. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna miss that. But yeah, this has like from like Pixar's earliest shorts to I think this was all the way to 2007. Yeah, from 1989 to 2007. Got like Gary's Game. I remember. Oh, there's that weird one with a baby. Oh, it's Tin Toy. That one used to freak me out when I was little because the baby looked weird. But yeah, this was fun. I like this movie a lot. This is another one I was slightly debating on keeping. But yeah. Oh, I got another anime movie. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. At first, I thought I wanted to own every Grinch movie. Because I also have the Jim Carrey movie. I have, like, fond memories of that. I also love this, too. Like, I'll catch this on TV and I'll try to watch it. It's just a really perfect, like, 30-minute short. Also, I'm a huge fan of this animator, Chuck Jones. Like, I just love the way how the Grinch looks and he's stylized. Or even whenever there's, like, a Tom and Jerry cartoon or a Looney Tunes cartoon where he does, or Chuck Jones directed, I really like his style. It's just there's just something so attractive of just the way how he draws his characters. All right, now I got Jojo Rabbit. My opinions have changed a little bit towards this movie. I still really like it. What did I say? I think it might be my favorite. I think it still is my favorite from him. Although I kind of want to rewatch. What was it? What We Do in the Shadows. What We Do is in the Shadows is a pretty funny movie and a good show too. The show's really good. But the only reason why I say I changed my opinions starting to change is because I felt like this movie doesn't really resonate with me within rewatch. It's still good. It's still really funny. It's very charming. I actually really like how sometimes it's not afraid to be dark, especially towards something. Well, I'm not gonna give it away, but it's still a pretty good movie overall. Yeah, I like this quite a bit. Taika Waititi's a pretty cool filmmaker. Even though I didn't like what was it? I personally didn't like Thor: Love and Thunder. I was kind of disappointed with that one. I really liked Thor Ragnarok, one of my favorite Marvel movies. And I was super excited to see the Thor: Love and Thunder, but no, don't have much to say. I don't think it's that great. Anyways, okay, let's go. All right, I got one more. Since we talked about the Banshee of Inisherin, I also got 3 billboards. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. I think ever since Banshee came out, I think that one's my favorite movie from him. Because, like, the way how he wrote this movie is really fantastic. There's, like, a lot of characters that were involved, and they're all given something to do. It's very dark, but also very funny. But yeah, I think the reason why I say the Banshee of Inisherin is my favorite is because I really love the way how Martin McDonagh took advantage of because it does feel like an independent movie where it doesn't have like a big cast. I mean, pretty much you got like, well, there's Barry Keoghan, there's also Colin Farrell and Brandon Gleeson. So not a huge cast, but it's just kind of a more of like, it feels like a personal movie of just two guys who are friends, but then one of them is just like, I don't want to be friends anymore. I just don't like you anymore. I want to watch it again. I remember it being really funny. The ending was oof, pretty oof. He directed that, and did he? Oh yeah, he did. He also did In Bruges. It was another movie that Colin Farrell and Brandon Gleeson acted in. They were pretty great. That one's a really, really funny movie. Especially Ralph Fiennes, he's in that one as well. He's hilarious. And yeah, 3 Billboards, there's only one other movie I haven't mentioned, which I actually haven't seen. I think it's called 7 Psychopaths. That's the only thing I haven't seen from him. So yeah. Okay, so we got 3 other movies. I could like go deeper into discussion, but I'm gonna go get some food really quick. Cinematography. Yep. Big time. The cinematography is amazing. I don't know if it got nominated for the Oscars for best cinematography, because the cinematography is beautiful. Maybe it's just a landscape, but you know what? Landscape is definitely part of cinematography. If you find a really great, beautiful place to film, that's already like a good looking shot from there, or you can get like tons of shots. But yeah, it's a very beautiful, beautiful place. That'd be kind of cool to maybe take a vacation there or something. All right. So I will be back, except I'm going to be, I'm trying to think of how long I'm going to be gone for. I think I'm going to try to be gone for at least, I'm going to say 20 minutes. We'll just do that. That's probably the longest break I'll take. And then we'll come back. I might be thinking, yeah, I think we could definitely make it throughout the night. Well, not like till morning, but most night. Anyways, so I will be back. So yeah, take a break, and yeah, or yeah, you need a restroom. Okay, no more talking. Pre-show.
Rated X. Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X. Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X. Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a a movie.
Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X. Rated X.
Get more out of life. Go out to a movie.
Rated X.
a movie.
And I am back. Ooh. That probably took a little longer than maybe 20 minutes. I don't know. Actually, I wasn't keeping track, honestly. Oh, man, but imagine... Oh, I'm only down to one viewer. That's okay. Alright. Oh boy. I'm somewhat getting tired, but I want to keep going. I want to keep going as much as I can. But yeah, we're only we're only halfway. We're only halfway through my collection. Yeah. So what was I? Well, let me slowly get back into it. I got back from dinner. I had some burgers. I love hamburgers. And I got some ice cream too. I like some good old dessert. So I'm just gonna quickly eat this. This is now a Foods Eat stream. Let's see here. Wow. I'm just looking through I'm just looking through Facebook just to see if I got, let's see, Twitch. Did I get any? Nope. Nothing there. Then yeah, we're looking pretty good here. Oh, I got 3 likes for the YouTube video. Nice. Thank you. Pretty sure one of them is Jedi, maybe Carly. I don't know who else. But nice. Thank you. Thank you again. Also, big shout out to Cody Gerhardt for sharing my my donation site. Thank you very much. I don't know if he's watching this or not, but much appreciated. But I might as well just share this again, just so just to get somebody's attention. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna share one more time on Facebook. Now that I'm back and everything, so yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill for just a little bit, and then we'll get back to going through some movies. Actually, there's like 3 Blu-rays I got interrupted with, but wanted to finish it. I'll include it with some other ones on there. This place is perfect for me. By that I mean live. I feel like I'm a chatterbox. But I like being a chatterbox. I like vanilla ice cream. I don't mind chocolate, but I don't really love it as much as I used to when I was younger. But I do really like chocolate mousse ice cream. That's really good. Fudge ice cream, also very good too. Oh, So far, I'm not losing my voice, but it's getting worn out. I can only imagine. Well, I guess for other live streamers, when they're playing their video game, they're playing a game. Obviously, they're just focusing on the game. But I'm focusing on entertaining. Well, so far myself. It's I don't think anyone is on here. I think even Jedi's out for the moment. That's okay. This is going pretty well. I've earned at least $105 so far. So, big success actually. I'm kind of glad and happy. Maybe I might want to change my font for the email. I don't know. Let me know if that's readable. Like if you can't tell if you can read it or not. No. I go to work tomorrow. I'm not really that excited. Actually, now it just kind of feels like I've gotten so comfortable to this that I just wish I could keep going with this. But well, adults. That'd be kind of interesting to make this my work. But so far, I don't really have enough viewers to do that. That's why I just gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. But so far, I like this. I really like this format. I really like doing this. I like talking with you guys. This is fun. I like going through all my movies. And most likely, I mean, hopefully soon, I like to do another stream on a game. Actually, I gotta tell you guys the truth. I still have not finished Elden Ring. I don't think I will. I mean, I know there's people have beaten it, but it's been way too long since I played the game, so I'm kind of out of touch. But, like, I like to play every once in a while to do some fighting combats, but going through the bosses is extremely exhausting, at least for me. But hopefully there's another game. I'm trying to think if there's any video games I'm looking forward to. I want to see, or I want to, well, my most anticipated game, Spider-Man 2. I love the first one. I still need to play the Miles Morales game. I really want to try that game. And as soon as the second Spider-Man comes out, apparently it's not going to be PS4 compatible, just PS5. So that means once the game comes out, that's when I'm going to get a PS5. But you know what I want to know more about? Because, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the Spider-Man game, or the next one. But they also announced that they're doing a Wolverine game. Like, that would be cool. I've seen the teaser. It looks kind of interesting. But, I haven't seen, like, gameplay footage. I don't know if that's been released yet or not, but, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I don't know when Wolverine's coming out. Actually, it's weird. I know, like, when, like, movies would come out, but with video games, that's a little... I have to keep reminding myself, like, oh, yeah, it's going to come out around this time. Or sometimes I forget, because some video games take so long to make. Which, honestly, I don't want to be that guy that goes, why isn't it this game, why isn't it not made right now? I want to buy it. I'm not that kind of impatient dude. Because I think with any movie or video games, anything media related, people need to take their time to make sure it comes out. It comes out just right. Alright, I'm almost done. Got finished. See if I don't get a brain freeze. Oh, okay, so it was back to 1, but now there's 2 viewers. Interesting. I wonder if that's me. Because I got the Facebook. What was he? Do I got the Facebook thing up? I guess technically, what happens if I refresh it? Will that affect it? But then again, I have Twitch open, and of course I got YouTube open too. Yeah, maybe that is the case. Actually, what happens if I exit out one of them? Let's do Twitch, just because so far I've got a lot of interactions on Twitch. Yeah, still says 2 viewers. Cool. Cool. Well, whoever's watching, hello, hi. I think I'll be done eating right now. Okay. Oh no. Obviously you don't see it, but my desk is kind of a mess. Did that just rhyme? No. Okay. Alrighty. We'll get a short snack here. Now this would be interesting to get Jedi's opinion, because I'll be talking about Star Wars soon. Hey. Alright. Here we go. Getting back. Let's get back to business. Okay. X-Men Days of Future Past. I actually own 2 Blu-rays of this. I bought this from Alaska from a trip. And I remember I thought there's a cut, like a different cut for Days of Future Past. And it's got Rogue. Fucking Rogue? No way. I watched it and it kind of sucks. I love Days of Future Past. It's a great movie. Honestly, if it wasn't for Logan, actually, well, before Logan, I would say it was my favorite X-Men, or maybe even I wouldn't even go as far as say it's I like this a lot, where I would call it a really great superhero movie, because I mean, I guess you could say it's a very sci-fi superhero film where there's time traveling, but you know how I said with like with Logan and what was it, or Captain America, where I said that I like it when like superhero movies are blending into different genres. I think Days of Future Past is pretty much a straight up, superhero film, and it works pretty well actually. I think it works pretty well. With the amount of characters that they had, they knew exactly who to focus on. There's some really good scenes with Michael Fassbender as Magneto. He's great. But yeah, I don't really care for the Rogue cut, because I mean, it's good to see Rogue again, but all she does is just kind of take over Kitty Pryde's place, and that's it. And then she just doesn't really do anything else throughout the entire movie. So I'm just like, well, maybe they should have just kept her in. Otherwise, if I were the actress, because she's like on the cover, like oh, she's a prominent character. Not really. There's a reason why I felt like she was cut out of the movie. So I wasn't a fan of the Rogue cut. But Days of Future Past, solid, still pretty great. All right. Oh, look at that, Godzilla, the American version. Man, this is like a trip through memory lane when it comes to this. Actually, when was the last time I watched it? I don't think I've watched it since. I think the last time I watched it was when I was getting prepared for. I was getting prepped for, what was it? King Kong versus Godzilla. So I went back to watch Godzilla versus, or excuse me, Godzilla King of the Monsters, and then Kong Skull Island. Yeah. I gotta be honest, because I was super excited. The trailers actually, to this day, I think the trailers for this movie is great. I love it when you have a good trailer that teases you, like something that teased me, like show me so little so I can see the movie. And then I saw the movie and I liked it a lot when I first saw it, but looking back, I don't think it holds up well. I heard some people say they still like this one the most out of all the new like monster verse of movies, but I honestly don't think so. I mean, I love Godzilla's design. He looks fantastic. I even didn't mind the Muto creature. That was also kind of interesting too. Even if it's a little too familiar to say Cloverfield's design, but I guess that's the closest we'll get from seeing a Godzilla Cloverfield crossover. Hey. But no, it's just my problem was that this movie starts off very well. Like it has a great strong start. And this was like one of the. At first, I thought, oh, this could be one of the rare Godzilla movies where not only do I just watch this for the monster fighting, but maybe the characters will be interesting. Because there's only like a few Godzilla movies I would consider that had really good human characters. This was close, pretty close, because Bryan Cranston is really good. And yeah, I'm just gonna spoil it because I'm not a huge fan of the movie because why would you kill off Bryan Cranston? I didn't say that right. Bryan Cranston. Why would you kill him off? He was like such a great part. He was such an interesting character. I felt so bad for him. And then the whole movie focused on Aaron Taylor Johnson, which I love. Aaron Taylor Johnson, great actor. Loved him in Nocturnal Animals, and recently he was in Bullet Train. He was pretty good in that. But he didn't really have much to work with this movie. He's just kind of like the basic military guy. And unfortunately, most of the movie is focused on him. I do have some respect because it's kind of interesting because this is directed by Gareth Edwards. And I guess I'll have to save this when we talk about Rogue One. Because yes, I own that too. He's a really good director when it comes to visuals. He makes some really interesting shots. I really like the way how he shoots Godzilla. Make him feel huge, like there's massive weight to him. But I could ask for story-wise, why are we focusing on Aaron Taylor Johnson? Because I will defend the movie with this because there's also a lot of Godzilla fans that will complain that there's so little Godzilla. I kind of get what Gareth was trying to go for. Because he's using the same technique what Spielberg did with Jaws. Because Jaws, or the shark was supposed to be more prominent in the movie. Like, we would actually see him. But they could get the shark to work, so they had to think another way, or another creative way to say, like, oh yeah, the shark's there. But it's POV, got John Williams music. So I get what he was trying to go for. It's like, you save the creature towards the end, and it's like the climax. I don't mind that choice. But the only reason why this wouldn't work 100% with me and with other people is that we had to stick with probably the most blandest characters to follow throughout the entire movie. And sometimes it gets a little dull. And this is an issue I have with this and King of the Monsters, which actually, for the record, I don't own Godzilla King of the Monsters. I know. How am I a Godzilla fan if I don't own that one? But anyways, something I really didn't like with this and the second movie is that for some reason they want to shoot the movie in the dark. Well, okay, it takes place at night, but it's so dark you can barely see a fucking thing. Why do people do this? Well, actually, I can actually answer my question to that. What is it? Oh yeah, because apparently, for visual effects artists, if there was like a CGI that's taking place in the dark, you could barely see its imperfections. So it doesn't look as noticeable. I don't think that's okay. Look, I know sometimes I complain about like bad CGI, but you know what? I'd rather see it fully instead of being kept in the dark. And that's another thing that I find this movie somewhat unwatchable, because I try to watch like the end of the big fight between Godzilla and Muto. is fucking awesome. I mean, the way how he like open his mouth and go bleh, that's awesome. But throughout most of the fight, it's shot like so dim where I'm like, I can't see a thing what's going on. I guess it was fine in the theater when I saw it first time, but then I tried watching it. I remember one time I was trying to watch it like midday, and unfortunately the sun was glaring out the bright light towards my TV screen. I couldn't see a thing. So yeah, I'm sorry. I know there's some Godzilla fans that really appreciate this one. I respect it. I respect it for what it was going for, but I don't know. This one doesn't really hold up to me very well. So yeah. Oh, welcome back, Jedi. Watching an earlier part of the stream. Funko Pop of your character, nice. Oh yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm glad they didn't put the Mike Wazowski thing on me. They put like a sticker right in my face. But I'll still say I'm on a cover of a VHS. I love Monsters Inc. Okay, next up, ooh, another Kira Kurosawa movie, Ron. Ron is so fucking good. Okay, Throne of Blood is a great adaptation of. I'm trying to remember what this Macbeth. It's very clear that Kurosawa is a huge fan of Shakespeare, and actually, I like the way how he adapts some of Shakespeare's stories. So far, I think I would say this is my second favorite film from him, and also his darkest film. I remember I was showing this to. Well, like I said, I was like in a Kurosawa class or like a film studies, and I remember my teacher was actually ranting at the movie. He said that the movie was great, but he disagreed so much about how there's like so much cynicism and pessimism towards the movie, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's very dark, but I wouldn't say it's too pessimistic. I don't know. Well, that's how the story with Ron goes. It's all about betrayal. It's all about suffering through loneliness. Yeah, it's or like a divide. Even with family, that's even harder. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. One of the things I really admire about this movie, since I mean, mostly Kurosawa shoots his movies in black and white. Once he got into color movies, the cinematography in his movies are beautiful. I mean, look at Kagemusha. There's like an amazing dream sequence where they use all the colors. It's oof. The way the colors used for Ron is also really well done. Like he uses his colors like purposefully. One of my favorite scenes towards this movie is towards the scene where King Lear's castle is being taken over, and he's just like done. You like. Like it's funny that nobody goes out to kill him or stab him, but he's just walking out on his own. Like already, he gives up. He's just like, he looks like a ghost. So I admire this movie a lot. It is very dark, maybe a pessimistic movie, but I get what it was going for. That's great. I want to watch it again. This will be great to see a Criterion. Actually, there was a Criterion DVD for Ron. But I guess they just don't do that. Or no, they don't have the rights for Ron. That's because this was released by a different studio. Studio Canal. Oh, it's another Lionsgate. Can we not have Lionsgate be in charge of distributing Blu-rays? They don't really do anything special with their movies. Okay. Oh, here we go. I got the original Godzilla on Criterion. I love this. I love this movie. So awesome. But also I love this Criterion. Look at this. So you open up, oh look, it's Godzilla, which this is kind of interesting. This looks like a Godzilla design from like GMK. I don't know, it just doesn't look like the 1954 Godzilla for me, but whatever. Then I opened this up. Oh nice, right? Open this up even more. All right. Oh yeah, I gotta flip it up like this. Oh, whoops. One more time. That is awesome. Also, FYI, this is the 2000s Godzilla. This is not the 1954. But that's just my nerd nitpicky side of me. But this is still so cool. whatever. It still made some efforts. I love this. This is so cool. Criterion's awesome. And of course, I love. This also comes with the Godzilla King of the Monsters version, which I'm not sure if I'll ever watch again because compare it to the original. The original is very inferior. It's a really well-made movie in general too. I love the fact how, because this was made, because this is when Americans were making like B horror movies, which obviously that has its own charm. But I love how Japan just took this kind of seriously after the whole Hiroshima bombing. It's kind of more like a movie about like a big disaster like that and how it wiped out like almost half of their country, and how that put a lot of people feeling like they're suffering through misery, like if it's like they went through like a hurricane disaster. So very deep for a movie about a big giant monster going around. But yeah, there's even like this scene, it actually really disturbed me when I was a kid, where there was like that scene where there's like that mother and she's like this kid, they're cornered, and you know they're looking at Godzilla, and the mother is just like, don't worry, we're gonna see your daddy soon. Yeah, we're gonna see your daddy soon. I'm like, oh. So yeah, it's harsh. Ooh, that's a nice looking carpet. Look at this carpet. That's nice. What movie is it? Oh yeah, Big Lebowski. Big fan. Love Big Lebowski. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I need to watch this movie more and more so I can say it's quotable, because some people can quote this movie. I can think of a few. Like I remember probably my favorite line is well, you know, that's just your opinion, man. Or just every time John Goodman gives Steve Buscemi shit, every time he goes, shut the fuck up, Donnie. Actually, John Goodman is probably his character is probably my favorite character throughout the entire movie. Like, the dude is a chill dude, right? But, I'm trying to remember. Or Walter. I think his name's Walter. The character's name's Walter. He is extremely chaotic, but hilariously chaotic. So yeah, I really, really like this movie. And I'll just say this. It's not my favorite from the Coen brothers, but it's still really good. It's still a phenomenal movie. It's like a 9 out of 10 out of me. Oh, we got another John Waters movie, Pink Flamingos. Yeah, this is an amazing criteria. Oh, this is another one I was debating whether or not to keep. Oh, because I got it recently. I was like, man. But, I mean, like I said, I can always get this again. Remember, the Criterion Closet, making my way to the Criterion Closet. But yeah, I was excited when I got this because, first off, the cover is just perfect. It's absolutely perfect, and then it gets even better from there. Because once you move this out of the way, even better. Oh, like even like it's like set up as like an art gallery. Honestly, man, whoever thought of the cover for this is a genius, absolute genius. This is so cool. I've only seen this movie twice. It's not one I like to watch, even though I love John Waters. In some cases, I kind of have a love for this movie, but it's also a very reactionary movie. Obviously, that's what it was made for, and it worked perfectly. And I'll be honest, this is one where I don't know if I really want to watch this by myself, because it's such a gross movie to handle. But I always find it fun to watch with people. Like, I remember I watched this once with my ex. Then I remember a second time I watched it with a group of friends. And there's my friend, he was like, hey, I got Pink Flamingo on VHS. We should all watch it. I was excited because I wanted to see everybody's reaction to it. It's so vile. But that's like the movie's best compliment. It is so vile. Filled with chickens getting caught off on film, creepy incest. Yeah, it's disgusting. Also, like there's a lot of scenes like I can't even describe it to you. Like, oh my god. I'm just gonna say this. This movie's not for everybody. It is definitely not for everybody. But maybe if you show it to your grandma, maybe grandma will like Pink Flamingos. Especially if you're raised in Florida. Okay, next up. Ooh! Edge of 17. Very good. I love... very good movie. Love it. I also really like... Haley Steinfeld. Haley Steinfeld's a really, really funny actress. Actually, yeah, she's really good in this. She's good in almost anything she's in. I even liked her in, what was it? Oh, she was in the Hawkeye series. And I remember she was in Spider-Verse. She's Spider-Gwen. She's really funny. Another actress I really like in this is also Haley Lou Richardson. Maybe it's just because nah. Well, okay, so yeah, it's a great movie. Haley Steinfeld and Haley Joel Haley Steinfeld and Joel Osment are fine. So fine. Let me try that again. Haley Steinfeld is cute. Haley Lou Richardson is also cute. Both fine. But yeah, it's also a really good movie too. It's really funny. Also, Woody Harrelson is hilarious in this. He just plays this kind of like this, almost like a moral support asshole teacher. One other thing I also really like about this movie, I mean, again, coming of age, but I just really like how for what the character's been through, it feels like I've kind of been there once, where there's like there's some friends that I don't like, but then my friends would kind of go hang out with them. It's like, oh, it's such a betrayal. I think it captured that perfectly. And the best part, it's really funny. Luckily, the woman who wrote and directed this movie, her name is Kelly Furman Craig. She's got a new movie coming up, which apparently it's a adaptation of, what's it called? Are you there? Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. So, oh my gosh, I just realized something. I totally forgot what to show you with the Pink Flamingo Criterion. So I forgot to pull out this little detail. Oh, it's even got the dog. Okay, look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. A barf bag. Ooh. Ooh. I think I'll make an ASMR session. And this is also really cool too. It also comes with a newspaper. Exclusive photos of Divine, the filthiest person alive. And I think in here is with the essay. Yep, it is. Seriously, that's clever. Very, very, very clever. Alright, anyways. Now let's get into the big stuff. These are the movies I wanted to discuss as soon as I put this garbage back over them. There we go. Okay. Star Wars Last Jedi. Alright, finally, we're talking about a Star Wars movie. It's been a while, right? It's been too long. Okay. How do I talk about this? Like, this is like one of the most discussed to death movies. Or probably one of the most discussed to death movies in the franchise. But, Star Wars Last Jedi. It's actually pretty good. Yeah. It's interesting. I think the whole discussion around this movie is just kind of silly for me. I like it. It's pretty good. I think for those who... I can understand why some people would be disappointed. Because it does take a very sharp, like drastic turn in terms of direction. But for me personally, I actually really like Rian Johnson's direction. I think it's more interesting because J.J. Abrams did a pretty decent job with The Force Awakens, making like a good setup movie. Then Rian Johnson's like, okay, but what if I come up with something better? And I know Star Wars fans are gonna like, they're triggered. Triggered. What? Yeah. Anyways, but there's also people who praise this movie, which at one point I was praising it. I do see most of the problems with it, but there's some people that would claim it's an amazing movie, or like it's up there with the original trilogy, or maybe better. I personally would not go that far. I think comparing this movie to the original films, it's kind of inconsistent. I don't think I said that right. Inconsistent. Yeah. However, there's a lot of stuff I felt like this movie does very well. Actually, it's kind of like a half and half movie where half the movie I really love. That involves everything with like Luke, Kylo Ren, Snoke. Like that stuff is great. That was the best part of the whole movie. I was really interested. Actually, I really wish they didn't do the fucking Rey Skywalker thing because I think it was more interesting to have her just as a nobody or have her not be related to any of the famous Star Wars characters because we already had that with Force Awakens. Kylo Ren's related to Leia and Han, so we already got that. That's like an overdone twist thing to do towards the last minute. But yeah, I like Rey in this. Kylo Ren is really interesting as well. It's kind of struggling eternally with like either being in the good side or the bad side, dark and everything. A lot of people complain about Luke being a bitter old man. I don't really have an issue with that. I mean, I don't know. It feels like it's something that adults could go through, where even like just the slightest bit of like happiness can be taken away from like a traumatic event or something like that. But honestly, in my opinion, I think Star Wars fans are just not ready to see that kind of thing with Luke. Because Luke has been a very optimistic kid around like the original movies. But I think some people forget that Luke can be kind of how do I say it? He could definitely, well, let's just say this. He he acts before he thinks, especially in Empire Strikes Back. He kind of got himself into that where he lost his arm. He thought he could take on Vader by himself, even though Obi-Wan and Yoda are just like, you're not ready for that yet. So, and there was that one point where, again, this is another detail I feel like a lot of Star Wars fans, either they ignore this or they don't bring this up whatsoever. But I noticed in Return of the Jedi when Luke was fighting Vader, after when Vader threatens like he'll turn Leia to the dark side, then he gets furious, like furiously angry, getting into the dark side to a point where not only he was going to chop off his arm, but he could have just killed Vader right there. It looked like he was ready to do it. But then he stops himself. He looks at, his father's cut off arm, then he looks at his arm and he realizes what he was about to do was going to be awful. And that's kind of like the same scenario with the scene where he was about to kill his own nephew. Which, yeah, I know. It's like, well, wait a minute. He was trying to save Vader, but now he's trying to kill his own nephew. Well, now he's trying to kill his own nephew. This is one thing I kind of wish the sequels maybe would have explored more, is Luke and Kylo's training. I think that could have been a little bit interesting to explore, but for some reason that was kind of a little undercooked, because it would have been kind of interesting to see what kind of relationship that Luke and Kylo had. But in that sense, I still kind of get the point where Luke was about to make a reactive decision that might not have been smart, and just because he's an old man and he's wise, like a wise, powerful Jedi, they can easily make mistakes. People fuck up all the time. So yeah, that's just kind of funny to me. So I don't agree with people when they say like, oh, he's out of character. And I know Mark Hamill's made his statements, but I want to bring up two things. One, he took back everything what he said, especially after when he saw the movie. He didn't see the movie before, but he was still kind of like pissy about it after he read the script and when he was shooting the movie. He was just doing his job. Or I guess if you want to make the argument, well, technically, Disney paid him to shut his mouth, and well, here's the second thing. I don't have to agree with a celebrity. I love Mark Hamill, but I don't have to agree with him. That's okay. Oh shit. I got a new follower. Thank you, D's nuts. D's nuts. Ha! Got him. We got him. Well, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. If you're interested to buy any... Well, right now I'm just kind of showing off my collection. But I'm selling some movies to raise money for my short film. So I've already went through half of them. But if you're interested, you can definitely comment down and ask, like, oh, do you have this movie? Or something like that. You can pay through Venmo. And then I can get your shipping info from my email. I know. I'm not really... Right now I don't really have anything fancy at the moment. This is kind of what I have to work with. I don't have a PayPal account yet, or I don't know how that works with Twitch. But yeah, that's kind of like your basic introduction. So thank you for the follow. That was awesome. I'm just trying to pull up just see if well, nice, cool. So yeah, thanks again. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, Last Jedi. So yeah, I like the stuff with Luke, Rey, Kylo Ren. Best stuff in the movie. If it was just a story about them, the movie would have been like an automatic 11 out of 10. The stuff I don't care for is the stuff with the rebellions, and also of course, there's the infamous casino subplot. Yeah, it's not that great. In fact, I think that movie kind of did Finn a little dirty because he was such a great character in The Force Awakens, but then he didn't really have much to do with this. And also the other movie. Yeah, I feel bad. But that doesn't... Yeah, anyways, I didn't care about that stuff. That stuff came off a little too messy in terms of their writing. And one thing I really appreciate, or actually something I really like about about Rian Johnson, he's an interesting writer where he likes to actually, he likes to subvert expectations, and he also likes to pull twists on people. So, I mean, it's really, he's really good with that, especially with some of his other movies. Like Knives Out is probably honestly, I think Knives Out's his best movie. Even Glass Onion, he does a good job. Looper and what was the other one he did? Brick. He's really good when it comes to that. Although I will admit, there were a few times because like the stuff that worked with the subversion expectation, like the scene with Snoke, Kylo Ren, Rey, that was perfect. That was done really well. The stuff with Luke is also awesome too. Where again, we kind of expected like Luke to be like this wise old master, but actually he's just kind of like a grumpy guy. I will say, I get what they were going for where Luke threw the lightsaber. Some people thought like it was terrible because it was like a comedic moment. I actually don't think I don't think that shot was trying to be a comedic scene, but it might have unintentionally became a comedic moment just because the timing. Or maybe he could have thrown it differently, or maybe like, yeah. And he kind of gets traumatized, or maybe he holds the lightsaber and goes, "Huh, instead of just like a careless. Like that's silly. That's kind of like a silly thing. And then I guess the only other subverting expectation moment I didn't care for was when Rose saved Finn. That was kind of, I didn't really care for that. So yeah. There's some things the movie does. I mean, there's quite a bit of problems with the movie. I recognize that, but I also I think the stuff that shines really shines, and it's kind of sad that a lot of Star Wars fans kind of overlook that. So I think it's a well-made movie. A lot of people would say it's not a good Star Wars movie. Honestly, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think it's a mostly pretty decent Star Wars movie. It's not the best thing ever, but it's also not the worst thing ever. Well, I'm going to be very hypocritical here because usually I'm like, well, Star Wars fans, they always talk about the best things or the worst things. They never talk about, it's mediocre, or they say, yeah, it's okay, or yeah, it was pretty good, not great. Because, I mean, like I said, this was pretty good. I mean, if I had to rate it, it's kind of in between like an 8 or a 7 out of 10 movie for me. But ever since I bought this, I never watched it. The only reason why I got this was because, I mean, I have like all the Star Wars movies, and I feel like I kind of have, like, I feel like a completionist when it comes to Star Wars. Like, any physical media format, I want to get it, even if I didn't like it. Like, I got the Star Wars prequels. I don't like those movies, but I have them. But I have this, and I don't watch it. I've only seen this 3 times. I remember when I first saw it, I was very cautious, but mostly very optimistic. Because I did, like I said, I liked the last movie. It was pretty good. I heard JJ liked The Last Jedi as well, so I thought, well, it's probably going to be a fun continuation. Until it completely retconned it. So I'm like, okay. Ouch. At least Colin Trevorrow, his script of the Duel of Fate scripts followed The Last Jedi very well. That was another thing that people complained about Last Jedi. I didn't like, where they would say like, oh, the movie ended in such a way where it's not a cliffhanger, but also it's just kind of the writers got themselves into a corner. I don't think so. I think there are things you can do with these characters after The Last Jedi. So I think that's kind of a stupid argument, especially like I said, since the Colin Trevorrow Duel of Fate script, that movie actually followed up after The Last Jedi and did it decently. I read it a little bit, or no, I didn't read the script. I just watched Jenny Nicholson's video of her reading the script, but. I was like, hey, you know what? It followed up The Last Jedi pretty okay. So why can't this movie? Because I think it's because Disney was took it as a very reactionary way because of how people responded with it. And that just kind of made the trilogy even worse. Yeah, okay, I'll tell you what. There's like maybe a few things I liked about this movie. I liked, it's shot well. Not as great as Last Jedi, but it's got some pretty shots here and there. Maybe JJ was kind of overdoing it with the strobe lights around the Emperor, but for the most part, it looks neat. I like the cast. Everybody's like really trying their best for what they got. Especially, what's his name? John Boyega. What? All he does is scream and shout Rey's name. Poor guy. And then I understand. Actually, I guess I don't really want to bash over the stuff with Leia, because I mean that was just kind of an unfortunate situation. And the worst part is they didn't film anything with her while she was alive. So it's like, well, what are we supposed to do? They got a bunch of deleted scenes for Force Awakens, and they took those scenes and put them into the movie, and somehow they tried to make some of those NPC lines to make it fit into the story. But they tried. They definitely tried. The whole Emperor, bringing back the Emperor thing, that was what I was kind of cautious about, because, like, okay, sure, Snoke doesn't really have as much as backstory. He probably was a pointless villain. But there's a reason why they took him out of the movie, because the main antagonist is Kylo Ren. So I thought the whole time Kylo Ren is going to be the main villain, or he would be the Grand Supreme leader of, this movie. But no, they can't do that. He can't be on his own. He can't be his own compelling villain. He has to be trained by the Emperor, which they don't even give an explanation how he comes back. We all know the meme. The, somehow Palpatine's return. Yep, I said it. I said the thing. But it's just, yeah. So, yeah, I just didn't like the way they brought him back. He's just back just to do the same thing all over again. And then it gets even worse. Like, okay, sure, say whatever you want about Last Jedi being a little inconsistent and taking a drastic turn from The Force Awakens. But you know what? If you're trying to connect that with Rise of Skywalker and you're just going to say, oh, yeah, the Emperor came back. There was, like, no hint of that whatsoever in the previous movies. And it seems like, actually, this is kind of interesting. I feel like this Star Wars has always been kind of going through this history loop. Whenever there's a trilogy that comes out, well, other than the original, but like the prequels came out, people strongly hated it at first. I know this because I used to grow up with the internet. I knew how they used to react. There's a bunch of videos where they say everything wrong with the prequels or something like that. Now it's this again, but with the sequels. Except this time, it's Star Wars fans who grew up with the prequels, like around my age, and they're complaining like, "Oh, these movies are bad." And I hate giving into them because I'm just like, I like these movies individually, or at least Force Awakens and Last Jedi. I like both of those movies as movies. But if I was to have to look at this as a trilogy, yeah, I mean, I agree it's very messy and just kind of really shows maybe they should just left it alone after episode 6. I don't know. It's so frustrating. It reminds me of Game of Thrones. Like, it starts off very well and it gets interesting. And maybe people would disagree with this analogy because a lot of people don't like Last Jedi, but I thought Force Awakens started well. Then we got Last Jedi, which I thought, okay, actually, this is a really interesting continuation. I like to see where this goes or how it ends. Then when it ends, it just ends like a basic, such a basic, especially since this is trying to be not only just a wrap up trilogy to the sequels, but also like as a movie that's supposed to wrap up the entire saga. It's so underwhelming. And I know some people are starting to like the term the Rise of Sky or the Rey Skywalker. I just felt like that wasn't earned the way it was, because she didn't want to be called Palpatine. She wanted to be with the cool kids, the Skywalkers. Yeah. I don't know. But basically my point is with this history repeat, because I think people really like the prequels now because of two things. Either one, nostalgia. Nostalgia's a big one. And two, there was Dave Filoni's Clone Wars, which that's a great show. Great animated show. Which actually pretty much fixed a lot of the problems I had with the writings on the prequels. It kind of made me actually understood George's idea, what he was trying to go for with those movies. I'm like, oh, okay. Actually, this is kind of made pretty simple for me. It's kind of really nice. And also, pretty much that, I guess you could say it saved the prequels, but I think it's just a great show that I think with George Lucas less involved and having other writers, I mean, he's an ideas man. I'll give him that. He would usually come up with like these weird ideas. Like I think his original pitch for a sequel trilogy was like, apparently Luke was trying to find whales. There's like these whales that's supposed to get off midichlorians. And I'm just thinking, are we really going back to midichlorians? Remember when in the original movies they don't mention that at all? When the Force was just an elemental magic. That's kind of what it is. I don't like how they had to put in like a scientific term for that. So, yeah. But anyways, my point is, since the Clone Wars kind of fixed the prequels, I think what's happening, because I know Dave Filoni's now like heavily involved with doing mostly TV shows with Star Wars, because he does write a few episodes for Mandalorian, and I think he's part of an executive role. I think, I don't know. That's what I've heard. I'm not sure what job position or what's his title position with working these like Disney shows or Disney Star Wars shows. But I think what they're gonna do is that they're gonna try to. One big problem with the sequel movies is that it would be kind of interesting to know how like the First Order came around, or what makes them kind of different from the Empire. But now knowing that this is just, the Empire all over again, and we know this because Emperor Palpatine was behind it, I think what they're going to do is they're either going to make a TV show, or maybe they'll do this with Mandalorian, where they're going to try to connect it with the sequels. And I know there's a lot of sequel haters that go, don't connect it with the sequels. We're just ignoring them. Okay, I'm just going to remind you this. There were a lot of Star Wars fans that said the exact same thing about the prequels. In fact, the only reason, one of the biggest reasons why I was like so hyped up to see The Force Awakens was just so it wasn't connected with the prequels. And I think this is going to be very hyperbolic, because if I see a point where, like, if a show, like a Star Wars show, tends to figure out how to connect it to the sequels and weave it enough to make those movies to make sense, that's when Star Wars fans will go, oh, I get it. Okay, now I appreciate these movies. Sometimes Star Wars fans drives me crazy. Sometimes. And I'm one of them. So yeah, there's my reviews for the sequel trilogy. Force Awakens is over there. I'll just bring it up. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here's Force Awakens. Pretty good movie. I like it. But I would say out of the three, honestly, my favorite is Last Jedi. I don't care what anybody says. In fact, I think it's ridiculous when people would say, like, oh, well, Rise of Skywalker is better than Last Jedi. Come on. Last Jedi has a lot more effort put into it. Rise of Skywalker is just sad. Really sad. It's very predictable. You watch it, and then you move on in your life, and then you just forget it exists. At least Last Jedi is sparking up a discussion. Maybe not the best, or maybe not for the worst either, but it's at least sparking a discussion. At least that's something about divisive movies. You can talk about it. So, yeah. There's my thoughts on the sequel trilogy. Oh, and I got one more. Man of Steel. I'm not a huge fan of Zack Snyder. Some people really like him. I mean, he has a cool visual style. I'll give him that. But I don't think he's that great of a storyteller. I mean, some of these movies he's not really involved with the story as much. This is the only thing I own from like the Zack Snyder superheroes. Like, I don't have Watchmen, Batman vs Superman, or the Justice League. Even the Snyder Cut, I don't have that. But that's mostly because I'm kind of not interested. I don't know. I'm just gonna take the same approach as I explained about Rob Zombie's Halloween. I don't want to bash Zach because he's made some decent movies. I like the way how he makes his movies look really cool. But I just don't care about the way how he writes his stories. I really don't connect with most of the characters that he would write. They're not really relatable to me. Then it's like, I don't know, I don't relate to a murdering Batman or a really mopey dopey Superman. I'm sorry, I like Superman when he's more like up and chipper, you know? And you know, there's more other versions of Superman, great versions of Superman. Like, obviously we got Christopher Reeves, but there's also like the Superman from the animated series or the Justice League. That's probably my favorite interpretation of Superman, because yes, it is interesting to see, you know, Superman go through a dark story, but that doesn't mean that he should be a dark character or he should be like sad, moody throughout the entire thing. It's kind of not my favorite Superman, but I do like Henry Cavill. I think he was snubbed with working with a not so great director and not so great script for like a couple movies. So. Oh yeah, I guess he's well. I feel so bad when just like a one day ago he's just like, "Hey, I'm coming back as Superman, baby. See me in Black Adam," and then the next day he's like, "So yeah, I'm done playing Superman." They're not doing it anymore without my involvement. I'm just like, oh man, oh. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I will admit though, I don't hate Man of Steel as some other people. Actually, I did mind the first half of the movie. I liked how it was kind of building up. Where I like the idea that, you know, Superman had two parents or two father figures. Where there's a space dad, Jor-El, and then there's Jonathan Kent, or I like to call him Paul Kent. Paul pocket. Anyways, I like how like both of them had different ideologies. Where Jor-El is just like, honestly, you're a superhero. You have all these powers. You should use them. But then there's Jonathan Kent, who's like, no, 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 no. I don't think people are ready for this. People might see you in a very different way. I was like, okay, this could be kind of interesting. Maybe you could integrate some sort of a theme where he has to choose on like some sort of a, like he has to choose his own morals. It was an attempt of exploring Superman's mythology. But the biggest problem is that they pretty much ditch the theme thing. And halfway into the movie is when Zod comes in, starts destroying the entire universe, and then it just kind of becomes a big dumb action movie. There's just nothing to add to it with the second half. And like honestly, like I don't mind over the top action, but when it gets to a point where it's like overdrawn, because you can have like an action scene that can go on for too long. Like actually Transformers, most of the Transformers sequels are kind of like the worst examples of this. And that's not a good thing, where this movie was starting to remind me of Transformers. That's not a good sign. So, not a big fan of Man of Steel. And when it comes to, I hated Batman versus Superman. I cannot get into that movie. I even tried watching, like, the extended director's cut. It is better, but I don't think it really takes out most of the major issues I have with this movie. But if I was going to be talking about Batman vs. Superman, I'd be here fucking all day. Then there's the Justice League. That one I was actually surprised. I actually liked that one. It was a long watch. I don't think it needed to be 4 hours. But weirdly enough, it was kind of cohesive. And I even though I complained a lot about the way how the Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman character were written in those two movies, I think he heavily improved a lot when he wrote Cyborg, Flash, and even Aquaman. I actually really liked those characters. They were so interesting throughout the whole movie. I was like, what? I actually kind of like him. I actually care for him. Like, what the fuck, Joss Whedon? Why would you cut out, like, almost, like, the entire character development? Aren't you a writer? Don't you write character development? Well, like, what the fuck, dude? I'm also going to blame Warner Brothers. Because there's really, I don't know. I wouldn't blame Joss Whedon 100% for doing the movie. Because, I mean, if you think about it, he got hired on, like, last minute after Snyder left. And pretty much it's kind of both him and the studio's fault. It's like, I can't blame Joss because, I mean, well, I mean, it's kind of a shitty position when you're thrown in to a movie that's like halfway done, but then you have to like reshoot some scenes all over again, and you got to put like your own funny scenes, which, I mean, that's kind of atrocious because most of the jokes felt like they were just kind of brought up at the last minute. So, yeah. All right. So, that's another stack. Oh, back to one viewer again. Oh, well. All right. So, let's move on. Let's do some VHSs. How about that? I haven't done that yet. VHSs. Here, I'm just going to move these. That was weird. For a second, I thought I was hearing like something leaking. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Okay. I think I can fit this. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Perfect. I'm not going to have any room. Maybe I'll have to do like another intermission just so I can put some of these back. So I have like room on my desk. So right now everything's like almost completely filled with movies. Actually, I can move this. I think I got this. I'll just set it right here. Nice and soft. Okay. Oh, let's grab some VHSs. Okay. Man, got quite a bit of a selection here. But let's start off with. Let's start off with. Yeah, let's just start from here. These are kind of interesting to talk about. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh yeah. This looks like I'm holding on an accordion. Whoop. 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 Oh. Oh, we're back to 2 viewers. Nice. Hello. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need help. Okay. I got a bunch of VHSs. Let's get through them. Okay. Mission Impossible. I might have to rewatch. I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the Mission Impossible movies. Like, I love to watch them for Tom Cruise's stunts. I know a lot of people really love Fallout. I remember Fallout was a big deal when that came out, but I wasn't actually a huge fan of it. I mean, I liked the action. I didn't really get into the story though, but that's probably just me. And I've seen some of the other Mission Impossibles. Like I've seen Ghost Protocol. That was pretty good. I also liked the 5th one. I forgot what that was called. Oh, Rogue Nation. That was also pretty decent as well. They're just fun action movies. I don't really kind of think of them as anything more than that. That's probably just me. I think even Top Gun Maverick has more of an interesting story than those movies. But this one's pretty good. Brian De Palma directed this one. There's some really great scenes here and there. I love that. What's his name? The guy from Leon the Professional. I forgot his name, but he was really good in this as well. So yeah, that's Mission Impossible. Oh look, I also have Adaptation again, but on VHS. Good movie. Oh hey, look, it's my dad's favorite, Maverick. Actually, Maverick is pretty fun. It's directed by Richard Donner. I really like Richard Donner. Richard Donner is a really fun director. Love the Goonies. Love his Superman movies. I also really like... oh yeah, he did Lethal Weapon. So he's a really good director and a really good writer. I wonder if he's retired or... I don't know if there was something that made him stop making movies. But maybe he's retired. Because I know he's still around. But yeah, this is a fun movie. It's pretty neat. It's got Jodie Foster. Who doesn't love Jodie Foster? James Garner, very classy. Everyone's favorite Jew hater, Mel Gibson. I know I should be more nice. Not so crazy Mel Gibson. But no, seriously. Actually, one thing I do really like from Mel Gibson, if I was being serious with his acting, I really love him in the Lethal Weapon movies. Oh, I've only seen the first one. He was good in the first one. And of course, I love him in Mad Max. He's pretty epic. Footloose. Footloose is a classic. I don't really care for this. Actually, this is funny. It's kind of funny to me because I actually don't really care much for the story for this movie. But the only reason why I still watch it is because it has an iconic soundtrack. I mean, you can't go wrong with Kenny Loggins, man. Right? Yeah, Kenny Loggins. Yeah, okay. And he also sung Highway to Danger Zone from Top Gun. Which is funny, because I also thought with the first Top Gun, I didn't think the first one was that great either. Like, it's like the same. I'm kind of on the same boat with Footloose and Top Gun. Oh, you can hear my parents go through. Anyways, what was I saying? But yeah, both of them have like iconic soundtracks. So it's still a fun movie though. I like to watch it. Forrest Gump. I haven't talked about this yet. So I used to love Forrest Gump. I thought it was one of my favorite movies. I'll tell you this, I still really like the movie. It's fun. It's a fun movie. But I don't really love it anymore. And I'll tell you why. I a lot of what the movie was going for with Tom Hanks's character. Tom Hanks does a great job, obviously. The movie's really fun too, story wise. I kind of like the idea where he just goes around to like all these different time periods in history, and he like experiences like the most like probably like the most historical events around like say he fought in Vietnam. There was a time where he's like a ping pong player and he went all around the world. He also like ran across was it the United States. Like that's fun. That's obviously fun stuff. There's just one element to me that actually kind of ruined the movie. The more I think about it, I actually kind of hate this character. Jenny. I know, like, we're supposed to feel bad for Forrest Gump because he wants to be with Jenny, but Jenny is supposed to be going through hard times, and we're supposed to, obviously we're supposed to feel bad for her. But I just find this, like, shallow. I find her character extremely shallow because every time Forrest wants to, like, encourages her to stay, or it's like, hey, maybe I should go with you and stuff, she just keeps leaving again and again and again and again. She just keeps, and yes, of course, she keeps coming back, but then she leaves. And then all of a sudden, like the last time they actually wanted to stay together, it just so happens after when she had Forrest's kid, she just decided to come back. It's like, hey, so sorry to tell you that you had a son and I was pregnant, but also I'm dying of AIDS. Would you like to get married? Anyways, Forrest deserves better. Seriously, maybe I'm the only one, but I hate Jenny. Jenny is like the most annoying character throughout the entire movie. Oh my gosh, this is not how you write female characters, man. Oh my god, she's annoying. But I like Robin Wright. She does a pretty good job playing the character, but yeah, it's just kind of frustrating because I'm just like, man, Forrest could do so much better. He's been through like all these historical things all by himself. And I know there's always the scene where he goes like, I'm thinking about Jenny. So, yeah, doesn't really work well as a romance movie because I don't find the romance chemistry believable. Because it just makes me think every time whenever Jenny comes back, she's just gonna ditch him again. Seriously, not worth it. Forrest Gump deserved better. But otherwise, I still like it. It's still a pretty fun movie. So yeah, Forrest Gump. Grease. I used to like this when I was younger, like a lot. Actually, I remember I was introduced to this movie through a school play. And my dad told me that, there's a movie called Grease. I'm like, really? So I watched it, and it's kind of a fun musical. Watching it now, it's still, it's got some good songs, but I don't think it holds up very well, especially towards the end. Because throughout most of the movie, like Olivia Newton-John's character forms a relationship with John Travolta, the greaser. But throughout high school, he just keeps he's like, yeah, whatever. I'm just trying to be cool. I don't want girls around near me and all that. And you think at that point this would motivate this character to say, screw it, I'm not gonna be with this guy who just keeps ignoring me. Might as well just go off my own, right? Well, nope. Instead, she just kind of dresses herself up to make her look attractive, and then now all of a sudden he's just like, whoa, Sandy. I actually remember that line, Sandy. Anyways, I have very mixed feelings with the writing, but I don't know. I'm not a huge Grease fan as I used to. I did see the second one though. That was also not very good. Oh look, more. I got Men in Black again. Men in Black 2. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Oh, this is gonna be fun to explain. Okay, so these are childhood VHSs to me. I'm actually thinking about maybe keeping these because I don't know who would want these. The reason why I maybe assume that they're rare is because I try to look for. Well, I might as well just show you what they are. So, my dad is a big fisherman guy. He loves fishing. He's into fishing. He likes to go out fishing as much as he can. And I'm not kidding. Literally every night, whenever he goes to sleep in the living room, he'll always watch anything that's related to hunting or fishing. He's way, 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 way into that. But I also understand him because even though it might not be, I mean, I don't mind fishing. Fishing is a fun hobby, but it's not my passion. But it's his passion, so I get that. I mean, he legitimately cares where every time he sees like a cool YouTube video of like somebody catching a big fish, he's like, look, isn't that so cool? And you know, I admire him for that. I admire him for at least being passionate about fishing. So, but he had these VHS tapes, which these are like in fisherman videos. So they're kind of like tactics and strategies. In fact, they're literally, yeah, I know, I read it from the VHS tape. But yeah, these are just kind of like VHS tapes of just how to catch these different kinds of fish. Like there's catfish, there's walleyes. Actually, this one's the only fishing video I actually rewatch over and over because I've always wanted to catch a lake trout. Like they're big. I like catching big fish. It just kind of makes me feel like, you know, there's some excitement. It feels like there's a challenge. Damn, it's big. Big fish. So yeah, I guess I got a little bit of my dad in me. But yeah, yeah, I watched this quite a bit. There's also one for just trout. Yeah, just trout, apparently. Ice Fishing Secrets 2, but I don't have the first one. And there's largemouth bass, stripers. And there's another one. Is it? Oh, I guess it's still over there. I have a there's another one that's called Primetime Muskie. That one I also used to watch quite a bit too. So yeah, these are kind of very nostalgic to me. My dad doesn't really watch these anymore because obviously he discovered the internet. So good for him. He finally found that. But I don't know. I mean, if you want to buy them, great. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I might keep it just because it's just a nostalgic thing to me. But I don't know. Not exactly quite sure, but you know. Actually, it's kind of funny. I will say I think these movies are rare because I remember I was trying to look up these VHS tapes if I could find them on eBay. Actually, there's not really a lot. Or you know what? Screw it. Let's try to find it. Actually, I'll just. No, yeah, I got a few more to talk about, but let's look at. I don't know. I'm curious. Now I'm just curious. It's been a while since I looked it up, but let's see. Okay, let's switch over. Let's switch over to Boo. Also, guys, we officially made it. Oh, we officially made it to 9 hours. 9 hours, folks. We made it to 9 hours. We're still going. Cool. I was just texting. I was checking my text messages. I just got another. Yep. All right. What was that? Okay, so let's see. Do I not have eBay in the favorites? I don't think so. I don't always go on eBay, or I don't always purchase stuff. Although I did buy the Twin Peaks box set from there, and also the Alien box set as well. But last time I tried to buy something, I think I got scammed. I was trying to get a camera I really wanted. It was like a Sony A7 III. I found a price that was it worked with me, and as soon as I bought it, they never got back to me. And then I had this message where they say, "Oh, It's been delivered. It's in the front door. It was not there. I was ripped off. So that pissed me off. Okay, so let's type in VHS. Oh, hey. Jurassic Park. Actually, you know what's one movie I do want to get in VHS? I want to get Blair Witch Project. Like, that would be perfect to own on a VHS. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if, let's type in Fisherman. In Fisher. Is it men or men? Man. Okay. Okay, so there's some DVDs. Okay. Walleye, crappie. All right, so there's that. Huh. There's more. Wait, are some of these like the same movie? Like, is this just the VHS that's like transferred to the DVD? There's ice fishing, jiggling secrets, not summer pike patterns, largemouth bass, day in the boat. No, I think they're different. No, yeah, they're definitely different. Catfish. That's a DVD. DVD, Mike. That's a magazine. That was my door. What is that? Boy! Great Lakes, salmon and trout. Yeah, I'm only seeing is like the magazines. Let me type in VHS, see if that pops up. VHS. See what pops up. Okay. Wait, is this Primetime Muskie? Oh no, this is Muskie Mechanics. This might be different actually. $7. All right. Okay, so there's a few. I don't have this. There's more walleye stuff. Another walleye. Oh, there's... Should I get this just to complete my... Because I have the second one. Ice Fishing Secrets 1. What are these? Way of the Walleye Trophy Lake. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I already actually have them. I own those. The Great Muskie Hunt. Oh, there's the one I own. Primetime Muskie. Actually, I remember... Oh, that is so weird to look at. Because, because I have the VHS, like the tape, but I've lost the cover. So I never seen the cover before. So this is my first time looking at it. Wow. Crazy. Let's see, there's panfish. Okay, so I guess it's not as... Holy... Are you seeing this right now? 40, 40, 50? It's rare? No. Nuh-uh. I don't think it's rare. No. No way. You gotta be like
like, your head is gonna be on your ass for pricing this for $50. But again, who's gonna buy it? Wow. $50. You know what? Okay. Let's do this. Let's try to find it. Oh, here we go. Okay. So this one's at a bid, but so far it's starting 99 cents. Although wait, is this one bidding? No, this one's like you can just buy it straight off. What? That's weird. Oh, actually I have this. I have that too. Yep, I got that one. I don't have Steelhead though. Lots of walleye videos. Huh. I actually think I remember one time like going to like my dad would go to like Cabela's or Sportsman's Warehouse. Sometimes I'll see like, you know, like a video selection where they have like, oh, you should get. I never seen these though. For members only. Ooh. Ooh. Well, that's cool. Okay. Well, it's not that rare as I remembered it. Actually, there's a lot more of them. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, let's keep going. Okay. Oh my gosh, okay. Okay. So, yeah, just kind of looking over this, or well, I'm part of a film chat group. Not like a film discussion, but just like I'm gonna be helping out someone with their short movie. I don't know if it's like a documentary or a narrative, but we'll have to see. But yeah, my phone's about to it's gonna go off a couple times. Get used to that. All right. Ooh, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I love this movie. Come with me, and you'll see in a world of pure imagination. Gene Wilder's so good in this. So good. Actually, you know what's my favorite movie from Gene Wilder? Blazing Saddles. Blazing Saddles is hilarious. That's one I wish I would own. Oh, okay. So this one's gonna be interesting. So these are like VHSs that are taped off from TV, and they're labeled. So like this is actually how I watched Bram Stoker's Dracula as a kid. Bram Stoker's Dracula. Actually, you know what's weird? I guess apparently my mom or my dad, I don't know who was watching it, but they started taping it and recording it halfway through the movie. So I didn't really see the beginning. And I was like, oh, okay. And then there were some commercials. It was kind of interesting. I'd like to see if like, I don't know. I'd like to see if this still works. I'll just have to hook up my VHS player. But yeah, there's that. I also got Saving Private Ryan TV edited. So obviously it's not like it's gory. And Ryan spelled wrong. It's R. Private Ryan. RYAN. Except I guess my mom wrote RIAN. And then what's this one? This is a couple ones. Okay, I see Dick Tracy. Okay. It's kind of hard to read this. Oh, coming. I had Coming to America? This is new. This is totally brand new for me. Okay, cool. What does that one say? Ventriloquist comedian, Bob Hope comedy special, and Dick Tracy. Huh.
Fascinating.
All right. I gotta be honest with y'all. I'm getting really exhausted. And my throat is starting to... I think what I'm gonna do... Tell you what. I'm gonna go through one last stack. We'll do VHSs again. Maybe we'll have to do... Because I thought I wanted to get to the Funko Pops and the movie posters, but... Like I said, we're just only halfway into my collection. But then again, think of it as like a store. Come in, ask me, do I have this? I'll let me check. Yes, we do have it. Or no, we don't. We don't have it. No, we don't have Titanic. Which is for real. Actually, don't have Titanic on VHS. Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is, because obviously, so far tonight went really well. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through one more stack of VHSs. Then I'm gonna wrap it up. And next weekend we'll have to do this again. This is actually really fun. I had a really good time doing this. So yeah, let's go through one more stack, and then we'll call it a night. Ugh. Okay, let's move it. Let's get some. Oh wait. Right. I'm gonna get these over here. I'm just gonna get these two. I'm about to drop something. Oh, okay, it's not really that important. You could do this. You could do this. Alright. Oh, okay. What else should I do? You know what? Let's, Oh, okay. I got an idea. We'll go from here to here. Okay. Oh. No. Shoot. What did I knock over? I knocked over Jon Snow. I got it. Oh. Okay. Oh. Dang. Gotta get my headphones. I got it. Oh, I had 2 viewers. Cool. That's like the most exciting thing for me for reviews. Oh, wow. I have 2 viewers. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Dune. David Lynch's Dune. Yeah, I also own... yeah, I got the original 1985? 84? I can't remember when this came out. I'd mentioned that this is my least favorite movie from David Lynch, but that's honestly not really saying much, because I still enjoy it. It's not a very good adaptation of the book. I mean, for one thing, 2 hours and 17 minutes. That is not going to cover the whole entire book. So, that's kind of insane. And, yeah, it's not a good adaptation of the book. But, it's a very weird movie, of course, because that's David Lynch. I really like the Harkonnen villains, especially in this. I actually like the well, part two hasn't came out yet, but one thing I will say that I like about the original a little more than the first movie is the villains. Because I think the villains in the new ones look pretty cool and intimidating, but like they don't really get enough screen time. That's kind of real odd. I mean, they're kind of a big major villain for Dune, but the Harkonnens in this is just weird, like straight up fucking weird when you see them. They're very homoerotic. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, they're the acting, or the actors who were played as the Harkonnens, they were obviously having like such a blast with this one. And the only reason I commented they're very homoerotic because there's a scene that I don't think it was attending to, or maybe it was, maybe it was intentional for David Lynch. But there's that scene where, what's his name, Baron Harkonnen was just floating around, just kind of being all weird, going yeah, right, and then he like flies under there's like a pipe that's like leaking black oil or something like that. Or I guess that's a spice, and he's just going, oh yeah. And then all of a sudden, he just sees this random kid. He just goes up, he's like, ugh, and pulls it out of him. But then he like holds him in such a tenderous way, and I'm like, wow. Nice. Anyways, and I guess another legit issue I do have with this movie is sometimes the special effects look pretty good. But at other times, you can kind of tell where there's like some shots where it look like they're cardboard cutouts. But I think it's a pretty well-made movie. I understand why David Lynch, because I know David like personally hates this movie. Like he doesn't want himself to be associated. I think I remember the studios tried to reached out to him to ask him if he wanted to make like a re-edit or his own director's cut. David's just flat out said no. He's like, no way. I mean, it's sad. I do feel bad for him because, I mean, it sucks if you're working for a movie or studio and then they're just like, oh, you got this. It looks like you put a lot of effort into this, but we're just going to take out all the stuff that made it good and, we're just going to make it our studio movie. That's what it kind of feels like with my job. I mean, I don't make movies, but I make videos. I make like mortgage videos. They're boring. I have to follow a structure, right? But then I was like, oh, maybe I could do this, do some cool graphics or cool titles. I've had like my employer would tell me no, don't do that. Like, don't do that. Don't put too much time into that. That's just gonna waste a lot of time. You gotta get these out fast. And I'm like, but they're gonna be shitty. Like literally, actually, I remember I told him there was a font I really didn't like, but then he was just like, no, that's what we're gonna go with. And I'm like, no, it's just ugly. And then at first I was like, should I? I should have not said that. I would have lost my job, but actually I didn't. So yeah, I totally get what David went through when making this. It's I guess with a big budget movie, it's more of a stressful thing. But yeah, it's still enjoyable. I don't mind it. I like David Lynch's Dune. I got Scorpion King with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It's actually been a while since I've seen this. I don't really remember a lot other than. Is this the one where he was a giant scorpion? No, that was Mummy. Mummy Returns, actually. Oh my god, remember that? So yeah, Scorpion King. I don't remember much from it. They even put The Rock's name. Do they put The Rock's name in like movie posters? Or do they just call him by his real name, Dwayne Johnson? Because sometimes I'll see both, like starring The Rock or Dwayne Johnson in something. Oh, another my dad's favorite movie. Except I don't blame him for this one. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This movie's actually pretty awesome. It's been a while since I've seen it. I actually want to watch it again. Special English dub version. Oh. Winner of 4 Academy Awards. Best foreign film, best cinematography. Nice, nice, nice. Pretty awesome. It's a pretty awesome movie. Oh, hey, Mummy Returns. And hey, look, The Rock is in it too, with Brendan Fraser. Yeah, The Rock wasn't really featured all that much. But then when you actually get to see him, oh boy. Also, this is kind of rare to see. It's kind of rare to see the Dwayne Johnson do like supporting roles. Most of the times he's kind of like the main lead. Well, especially now he is. Like I think the last time he's been like a supporting lead was like Moana. Moana is the only one I could think of where he was Maui. I think is his character's name. First Mummy, fun movie. Brendan Fraser's in it too. Love his hair. Actually tried to have his hair like that yesterday. It looked so bad. I couldn't make it the same. But yeah, I like The Mummy. And also I'm kind of happy that Brendan Fraser's getting a lot of like recognition through the awards after doing The Whale. I hope he gets more roles. Seriously, he's very talented. Hey, you got some Indiana Jones movies. Indiana Jones, The Temple of Doom, and then Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention. I guess I have to debate whether myself to keep this, but remember, I talked about how I used to own Terminator, and it used to be part of a set of Benevolent Boys. Well, Raiders of the Lost Ark was there too. I totally forgot that I grabbed this one. Maybe I want to keep it because I love the Indiana Jones trilogy. Okay, maybe I gotta think about it with this one. And maybe Temple of Doom. So yeah, and also Temple of Doom. This is kind of, these are both like really, really great movies. I love Indiana Jones. And then I also got Last Crusade up there as well. So my favorite's Raiders. I can see why a lot of people would pick Last Crusade. Last Crusade's a really well-made sequel. I would say on par, close to being on par as the first one. The only reason why I like the first one a little more, even if the Last Crusade had really great character development, but I think the way how this movie was made, I think it's just kind of a little bit more iconic to me. I seem to remember a lot towards this movie. I remember as a kid watching it first time, I was blown away. So I really liked it. I remember it was when the fourth one, Kino Crystal Skull, was coming out, and my parents were talking about it. And I was like, what's Indiana Jones? Did we not show you Indiana Jones? I was like, mm-mm. So he made me watch all three of them. And it was worth it. It was worth it. I love all of them. I even like Temple of Doom quite a bit. I know it's sometimes kind of dumb, goofy, and also sometimes a little dated when it comes to stereotyping Indians, or even Indian culture too. So, but it's kind of fun, you know. I didn't care much for Kino Crystal Skull. I don't think it's terrible. It's just not that great. It was my first Indiana Jones movie I seen in the theater. So there's that. Apollo 13. Pretty good movie. I think this is the only Ron Howard movie I like. What else has he done? He's done the Grinch movie. I didn't mind that one. But that was mostly like, the movie was stolen by Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey steals the movie. I haven't seen... There's this one I'm thinking where he did with Russell Crowe. It's called like A Beautiful Mind. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. What else have I seen? I haven't seen Da Vinci Code. What have I seen from him? Let's look that up, shall we? Okay. Ron Howard. Oh, he won 2 Oscars? Cool. Well, what did he win for? Like, oh, okay. So he's nominated for Frost and Nixon. I actually haven't seen that. Okay, Beautiful Mind. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Best Picture, Best Director. Good for him. Good for him. All right. Oh yeah, because he was also in the Andy Griffith Show. Okay, so let's take out producer, because he's been a producer for a ton of movies. Not actor. Yeah, not writer. I'm looking for directing. Okay. He's directed 47 movies, and he's got a couple more movies upcoming. So, all right. Oh, I've heard about this. 13 Lives. I need to see. I guess. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I've heard some people say it's pretty good. I dodged this one. I didn't want to watch it. Hillbilly Elegy. I think that movie was made just to get Glenn Close not an Oscar nomination. I didn't want to see it though. Rebuilding Paradise. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Oh, I totally forgot. Solo. I totally forgot the movie existed. Wow. Oh, I did a Beatles? Oh, okay. In Hard to See. I never seen this, but I've seen like trailers when I worked at the movie theaters. I haven't seen Rush. I haven't seen The Dilemma. I haven't seen that. Not Angels and Demons. I've heard of Cinderella Man. I've heard of that one too. Never seen it. Of course, I've seen The Grinch. What's EdTV? Is that Matthew McConaughey? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. He did Willow. Which, by the way, Willow got bought today. So there's the first one to go. Ransom. Oh, I've heard of Cocoon. Haven't seen it yet. I've heard of Splash. I know Splash. Grand Theft Auto? Grand Theft Auto? Oh, what do you know? He's also starring himself with Nancy Morgan. Nancy Morgan actually sounds familiar. Have I seen her in anything? Oh, she's still acting. Still getting some work. Let's see all. I feel like I've seen her from somewhere. Huh. Oh, weird. Nancy Morgan. I don't know why. Grand Theft Auto. Interesting. I mean, yeah, you could do that in the game. GTA. Okay. All right. So, I guess technically I've only seen like 3 of his movies, but I'm not a huge fan of Ron Howard, to be honest. I don't think he's that great of a director. I mean, so far, I think the only reason why I think Apollo 13 works really well because I think the script was really great. Who wrote it? Okay, someone named William Broyles Jr. and Al Rennett. Okay, so I guess they're really the major reason why the movie works pretty well. And also, it's got a great cast, so it's kind of an entertaining movie. But yeah, I'm not a Ron Howard fan. It's not that great. The Bishop's Wife. I've actually never seen this. So, oh, it's a Best Picture nominated movie. Okay, great. That's all I have to say. I don't have much to say. I mean, I have, like I said, I haven't seen it. Ooh. This is such an interesting movie. I just got this from like Graywell, or no, I think I got this from Top Hat because they were doing a VHS like giveaway. Oops. But I was looking at this. I'm just like, oh look, Mario's in it, and then there's a bunch of like kids. Apparently, Fred Savage is in it, and the plot is kind of crazy. Actually, I think the back of the VHS tape just kind of recaptures the plot perfectly. Like, listen to this. Fred Savage stars in this warm-hearted family adventure that features the excitement and thrills of video game talk competition. Corey refuses to let his emotionally disturbed younger brother Jimmy to be institutionalized, and the two run off together. Oh, okay. All right, that's pretty heavy to start off with, but all right. It's being instituted. They soon join forces with a resourceful girl who notices that Jimmy has an uncanny knack for video games, invading their parents, and a sinister bounty hunter. The trio head for a climactic showdown at the video game championship in California, where Jimmy can realize a dream no one believed he was capable of. It's satisfying entertainment for the whole family, co-starring Beau Bridges and Christian Slater. It's kind of bizarre. It's like a road trip adventure movie. But when I remember watching it, it's basically... Oh, whoops. I forgot to... Boom. There we go. Anyways, pretty much the best way I could describe this movie, it's a commercial. It's just a commercial for Nintendo, which apparently, I think from what I remember, it was... Nintendo was making... Or not Nintendo, but... Super Mario Brothers 3 was being made, and they didn't fully announce when it was coming out, or they just didn't announce anything, period. They just kind of keep it pretty secret until this movie became the first to advertise the game. So when I guess I can imagine if kids in the 80s were watching this and they're into video games and they saw like the first little gameplay of Super Mario Brothers 3, that probably got everybody hyped up for it. For me, I was like, oh, cool, Mario. So I had to do some research to know about that. So kind of interesting. It's fun. Like I think it's kind of a like almost like a so bad, so fun type like cheesy 80s movie. So I don't know. It's kind of fun. Pretty enjoyable. Ooh, I fucking love 7. 7's awesome. Actually, I've rewatched this like many times because I was writing like a script for like a mystery detective thriller, and I always use this and True Detective to kind of be like my sources where they're like really well written detective movies. I love Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman. They're both really great. I also really like David Fincher's style because this was after he did Alien 3, which he also kind of like David Lynch with Dune. He just owned himself with that. He's like, no. This is technically my first movie. Then somebody's going to go, technically the first David Fincher movie was Alien 3. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't notice this, but I don't think you'll know. I don't think the camera can see this in the light, but I can see like the words like engraved into the VHS. I see pride, envy, gluttony, sloth. Oh boy. Is there any in the back? Oh, I see greed. Up here. That's kind of really cool. Creative. Very, very creative. Also, 7. Great movie. Great movie from David Fincher. If you're a film director and your first name is David, guarantee you're probably going to be an amazing filmmaker. U571. Actually, I haven't seen this. I know Bill Paxton is in this. Who's Jonathan Mostow? Oh, this is the guy who did Terminator 3. Oh, Harvey Keitel is in it. Wait. Bon Jovi? Bon Jovi was in this? No. What? The fuck? I didn't know that. Oh yeah, Matthew McConaughey's in it. This doesn't really show like the whole cast. Huh. Maybe I'll have to watch it. I don't know. Yeah, but otherwise I haven't seen it. Ooh. Blade Runner. VHS. When? But I also don't mind selling this either, because I got the Blu-ray. Letterbox, or Blade Runner is presented in a letterbox widescreen. Ooh. Okay. You know what? $5. You want to know why you should buy Blade Runner on VHS for $5 if you're like a collector? It's widescreen. Ooh. That's cool. Ooh, I really like this movie. Some Like It Hot. This is the only Marilyn Monroe movie I've seen. But it's funny. It's like seriously hilarious. I haven't seen any of other Marilyn Monroe's other performances, but I actually kind of really liked her in this movie. She comes off as pretty funny. Also, the stuff with the main two guys is also pretty hilarious too. I like how the movie doesn't do like the obvious jokes or coming up with like sexist jokes, since it's kind of like, I mean, it is a movie where like there's a bunch of guys disguising themselves as women, and sometimes they'll make some jokes about like, oh my gosh, why do I have to wear this, or man, feels like, but I don't know. I actually kind of really appreciate that they don't try to slander on that. Actually, there's some clever jokes here and there I did not expect. Actually, towards the end, it's probably one of my favorite moments. It's like, I can never have children. Well, that's okay. We can adopt them. Well, you don't understand. Ugh, I'm a man. Well, nobody's perfect. That scene is hilarious. Give it a watch. It's really funny. It's a really, really funny movie. I didn't expect to laugh quite a bit. Mission to Mars. I haven't seen this. Oh, this includes a documentary, Visions of Mars. Huh. Who directed this? Oh, Brian De Palma directed this one. Okay. All right. Since when was Tim Robbins in Austin Powers? Wait, was he? Oh. I was just reading the description. It's from director, Mission Impossible, blah, 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 blah. The year is 2020. Oh. Well, this movie's already dated. That's kind of funny on the back. It also says, also available on DVD. I wonder if the DVD for Mission to Mars will say, also available on VHS or something. Oh, I got another Dune. I haven't seen this, but this is supposed to be the mini-series of Dune, right? Stars in this 4-hour epic presentation of... Okay, that's what you do with a proper adaptation of Dune. Make it into a mini-series, which I think that's what this is. I actually haven't seen this yet. Maybe I'll have to get back to you guys on this one. Because I got this from my grandpa. Oh, it's got the blue glowing eyes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll have to check this one out. Since 4 hours probably sounds a lot more appropriate with it. Wait. Oh, somebody wrote on this. Huh. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. Howard the Duck. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Listen. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. All right. I'm just saying, because we're getting a bunch of superhero movies. Maybe I've come up with an idea from maybe save the superhero genre from getting to beaten to death, or something to prevent superhero fatigue. And Marvel, I hope this goes out to Marvel. Maybe I'll send this to Marvel personally. Make a Howard the Duck movie. Why not? I mean, he's technically a Marvel character. Well, I guess Yeah, he's technically a Marvel character. He even appears in Guardians of the Galaxy. Heck, he even appears in Avengers Endgame. No joke. If you watch that scene where like everybody's gathering up to fight Thanos and everything, you can see him like in the background. I think they should make and don't make this for kids. I'm just gonna say this. I know it sounds weird because you think, oh, it's a cute duck, you know, like comics are for kids. Hear me out. Make this an R-rated comedy. Make it a weird, absurd comedy. Just a duck that goes around planet to planet, experiencing weird aliens and all that. I think you would get yourself a pretty dang good movie from there. Come on. So yeah, I think a Howard Duck movie should be made. I mean, why not? I mean, we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That sounds ridiculous already. A bunch of turtles that are ninjas, and they're teenagers, right? Well, you also got a duck from his own planet that there's other ducks. But in all seriousness, this movie's bad. It's really, really bad. I think it makes for an okay, so bad, so good movie for a watch. I mean, there is like halfway into the movie, it starts off as a romance because Howard the Duck lands on Earth and he meets Marty's mom from Back to the Future. And then he gets into an intimate, even in a consent relationship with her. And I'm just like, yo, he's a duck. He's a duck. That's actually one of the lines from the movie. There's like this weird extra that does, like he sees Howard and he's like, that's a duck. That's a duck, man. That was an actual line. Yeah, I enjoy watching this. And also like to enjoy torturing people where like, hey, oh, is it my turn for movie night? Nah, just kidding. We're going to watch Top Gun Maverick. Yeah. Okay, so the reason why I was staring at this cover for quite some time, because it's a duck's feet too. Look at those dogs barking. Oof. Ugh. That did not like well. I feel weird saying that. Feet's not my thing. That's Tarantino's thing. Anyways, but no, like someone wrote on the VHS, but like not like pen, like you could see the marking or like a pen mark, because obviously you would see it, but it seems like somebody took like a paper and used the VHS tape to write something. And I'm just trying to read it, what it says. It says, Kelly, hold till end 8-5. Okay. Okay. One more VHS. We're ending the night. Let's end this off with Jurassic Park. I don't have much to say. Jurassic Park is an amazing movie. What do I say? It's phenomenal. Jurassic Park. Also, this is like my favorite VHS cover that I own. I mean, look at this. It's like a logo. Simple as that. It kind of makes me want to get there's like a Ghostbusters VHS tape. Actually, I'll show you an example. There's this VHS cover I really like for Ghostbusters very much that actually I would love to own. Where let's see. Okay, let's find Ghostbusters. VHS. No. Oh, I got 2 viewers again. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that would be cool. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, this is the one I like this. This is nice, simplistic. You just see the logo. That honestly says enough. That's another reason why, like I said, I like the cover for Jurassic Park. It's just a logo. Pretty simple. Oh, it comes to the second movie. Even the second one has like a pretty simple. I mean, yeah, you got the original cast there, but still got the logo. It's kept pretty simple. And it's $4.20. Hey, $4.20. Other than that, I think I'm just gonna end it here. Whoop. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end it here. Wow. That was fun. I actually really enjoyed doing this live stream. I'm definitely doing this again. So yeah, I was hoping that we'd get into doing Funko Pops and movie posters, but I think I'll do that towards the next video. Maybe what I should do is I should start it with doing Funko Pops and movie posters, because there's a lot of Funko Pops I want to give away, and I got some movie posters. So yeah, so this wasn't like a huge like most viewed video ever, but honestly, that's fine. I'm glad for those who participated and watch it. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Jedi Dreamer, too, for sticking around for like 6 hours. Much appreciated, man. Thank you. And also, thank you for the donation. Raised up to about $105 tonight. I couldn't be more grateful. I feel good about it. Yeah, so thank you so much. And we'll have to end everything from there. My voice is starting to crack. It's starting to hurt a little bit. I kind of want to rest my voice. So yeah, that was really fun. I actually want to do this again. So let's say next weekend. Maybe it could be a Friday or Saturday, or it could be a Sunday again. Actually, Sundays work for me because I don't really have much to do. But yeah, that was fun. Anyways, I will see you all later. Or should I stall until I reach the 10 hours? Nah. 9 hours. Close to 10 hours. That's actually pretty impressive. All right. Good night, guys. I'll see you all.